The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. This is Matt from the past, welcoming you to the February 27th, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Let's move on to this day in history. In 1693, first women's magazine Ladies' Mercury published in London, England. In 1900 in London, the Trade Unions Congress and Independent Labour Party, formed in 1893, meet results in a Labour Representative Committee and eventually the modern Labour Party in 1906. In 1933, German Parliament building, the Reichstag, is destroyed by fire, possibly set by Nazis who blame and execute Dutch communist Meir van der Lubbe. In 1940, Martin Kamen and Sam Rubin discovered carbon-14, radiocarbon dating, at the University of California Radiation Laboratory in Brooklyn, California. In 1950, General Chiang Kai-shek elected president of Nationalist Chiang Kai-shek elected president of Nationalist China. In 1957, Mao's famous speech to the Supreme State Conference on correct handling of contradictions amongst people, expounding Maoist ideals. In 2012, WikiLeaks begins disclosing 5 million emails from private intelligence company Stratfor. In 1968, CBS News anchor Walter Cronkite delivers a scathing editorial on America's chances of winning the Vietnam War. In 1996, first appearance of Pokemon role-playing video game Pocket Monsters Red and Green for Game Boy in Japan. And parents have had it up to here with Nintendo since then. In 1814, Ludwig van Beethoven's Symphony No. 8 in F major premieres in Vienna. He's my favorite composer. In 1937, Australian cricketer Dan Bradman scores 169 in fifth Test match versus England in 222 minutes, assuring Australia wins the Ashes 3-2. In 1963, Mickey Mantle of the New York Yankees signs a baseball contract worth $100,000. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Costello program starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobacco. The Abbott and Costello program, with a modern rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, Iris Adrian, our singing star Connie Haynes, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught rubbing floor polish on his Uncle Artie Stebbins' head because he heard it was good for wood, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy! Costello, we bought this gas station 4 days ago. Are you listening to me?
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
We bought this gas station 4 days ago. And you promised to do half the work. Now, you've got Lana Turner's car up there on the grease rack. Why aren't you greasing it?
Because Lana Turner's car makes me awfully nervous.
Oh, how could Lana Turner's car make you nervous?
Well, this is the first time I've ever been close to her chassis.
Look, they'll be after her car in a minute. Now, get it off that hydraulic hoist. And take it easy, please.
Okay.
All right.
Anybody want to buy a squatty Chevrolet?
You idiot. Now look what you've done. Do you realize that Miss Turner can sue you for damages?
Sue me for damage.
Certainly.
How much more damage does she want?
No.
Look at the car.
No, you dummy. She can press a suit against you.
Oh, she can press her suit against me anytime.
You please talk sense. We've got to lift that car up and get it out of there. Where are the jacks?
Where are the jacks?
Yes, where are the jacks?
I quit playing jacks. I couldn't get past my foresies.
Oh. So you play jacks. I suppose you play tiddlywinks too, don't you?
Yes, I do. But I don't want to play no tiddlywinks with you.
Why not?
Because you play with loaded tiddlies. All the kids told me.
What kids?
All the kids on Ticky Tappet Street.
Now listen, Costello. Costello. Look, I'm getting fed up with this. You haven't done a lick of work around here in 4 days.
Oh, no. Only this morning I cleaned out that little pantry over there.
Pantry?
Yeah.
That's not a pantry.
Now he tells me.
You don't understand. Will you listen to me, please? What would they be doing with a pantry and a filling station?
Well, I thought maybe that's where they kept the traffic jam.
Oh, no.
Hello, Abbott and Costello service station.
Do you have an oversized head gasket?
Yes, I have.
How do you get your hat on?
That was a very funny joke. I'll pull it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott, do you have an oversized head gasket?
No, but I have a new pair of cast iron fender pants.
Now, what am I going to do with the hat?
Now, there you go again. No wonder people don't come into our filling station. If a customer drove in here right now, you wouldn't know what to do.
Yes, I would.
Yeah, all right. Suppose the man asked for Ethel. Well, what would you tell him?
I'd tell him it was a day off.
No, you'd put Ethel in the car.
I put her in his car. I don't even know the girl.
Oh, Ethel is tanked in front of the gas station.
Oh, you want me to sober her up?
No, please.
You mean the kid's got a little bun on?
No, nothing of the kind.
She's
Listen
a
to
little
me.
bit tipsy.
Will you listen to me, please?
We got a drunken girl in front of the
Nothing
gas
of the
station.
kind. I'm not talking about that. Look, if a man has a high-speed motor, he wants ethylene.
He wants what?
Ethylene.
That's a new one on me, brother. He wants ethylene.
And ethyl, there's two kinds,
You mean he
ethylene or
won't take one?
ethylene.
Huh?
He could give him ethylene.
That's the one I better get to get the laugh.
All right, well, get it that way. Get it the way you want. Go ahead.
If he wants me to put ethyl on a diet, okay.
Now, look. What would you do if a man drove into our gas station and his motor knocked?
I open the door and let it in.
No. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? He has a mist in his motor.
Okay, she can come in, too.
Please, just a minute, will you please? The man's motor is missing.
Oh, what are you looking at me for? I didn't take it.
All right,
I do go around taking motors, you know. There's other ways of making a buck.
All right, I know that. Just forget about it. Look, wait a minute. What would you do if a man drove up with a flat tire?
I would treat her just like any other lady.
You don't understand.
That's self-service with me.
I understand that. I mean a puncture, you nitwit. A puncture. Do you know what a puncture is?
Oh, yeah. A puncture is a hissing sound followed by naughty words.
Of all the dopes I ever met, that settles it. Take that uniform off and get out of here. Right here and now, I am going to sever my relations with you.
You are? Well,
Yes.
while you're at it, I got an uncle I wish you'd cut up, too.
He's
the meanest man that I ever... You better stop me. He's the meanest
Will
man
you
I
never
ever...
mind that? Listen to me.
Okay.
I mean, you're through. Fired. Now get out of here. Go ahead.
You mean I'm all washed up?
You heard me.
You're firing me, Abbott?
You are fired.
Please, Abbott. Give me another chance. will you?
No, never. We're through.
Oh, pilgrims.
Pilgrim. Pilgrims. Pilgrim what?
Just pilgrims. You stopped my progress.
What? All right, I'll give you another chance. Now, get in that car there and drive it over to the wash rack.
It won't start. I tried it.
No, what do you mean it won't start? All you have to do is choke your motor.
Do what?
I said choke your motor.
Abbott, do you realize what you're saying?
Well, certainly.
Choke my motor?
That's all you have to do.
Do I look like a boy that would choke his own motor?
Listen, I don't think you even know where your motor is.
Sure I do. She's home with my folder.
Your folder. Your folder?
Yeah, they're taking care of my little brother and soda.
Oh, stop that silliness. I don't think you ever had a car.
Oh, certainly I got a car, Rabbit. Only I can't think of the name of it, that's all. And all I know is that it ends with a ack.
An
That's the name of my car. It ends with a ack.
Is it a Pontiac?
No.
Cadillac?
No. Now I remember. It's a maniac.
Maniac?
Mm-hmm. Every time I drive down the street, everybody says, "There goes a maniac."
You mean that old broken-down jalopy of yours? Do you call that thing a car?
What do you mean, broken down jalopy, Abbott? My car's good enough for the Army. A big general wants to borrow it.
A general wants to borrow your car? I don't believe it.
Oh, yeah, here's a note. I got a note right here from him. Look what it says. We'll be around to your house in the morning to pick up your car. Signed, General Finance.
Tune in on Bud and Lou. And if it's wisdom you want, well, let's go back 2,500 years to wise old Aesop.
Experience is the best teacher.
Yes, experience is the best teacher. When cigarettes were very scarce not many months ago, most smokers took what they could get. One day, one brand, another day, some other brand. Now, that experience taught smokers that the costly tobaccos blended in the traditional Camel way set Camels apart from all others. That fact is proved by today's record demand for Camels. As old Aesop also said,
Actions speak louder than words.
yes, actions speak louder than words. The actions of today's experienced smokers speak louder than any words about any cigarette. For more smokers are asking for Camels today than ever in Camel history. Yes, Camels are the choice of millions whose own experience taught them that the expertly blended, costly tobaccos of Camels set Camels apart. C-A-M-E-L-S. Yes, Camels are the choice of experience. And now Camel presents Will Osborne and the orchestra. It's the rhythm of Tampico.
Costello, wait on that girl that just drove in. Hurry up.
Okay, what'll it be, lady?
I want some gasoline. I'm on my way to the movie studio. I'm working in a picture out at Om Geom.
Geom?
Yes. Are you acquainted with any of the actors at Om Geom?
No, but I know the janitor at Republic. That's right near Universal.
I'm so thrilled. I'm appearing in a new picture. It's all about the African jungles.
The African jungles?
Oh, Abbott, you know what the jungles are. That's that's the home of the giraffe and the tiger. That's where the Mount Kays.
The Mount Kays?
The Mount Kays eat the coconuts.
Yes, in one scene I'm surrounded by savage crocodiles.
Crocodiles?
Yes. Have you ever been frightened by a crocodile?
No, but I've been chased by a skunk.
Young man, are you trying to mock me?
No, I like you a lot. I could go for you. Couldn't you go for me?
Absolutely. And here I go.
Hey, what was the matter with her?
I guess I made her Maud.
Hey, Costello, here's another car driving in. Hurry up. See what they want.
We're doing a nice business here.
Hey, buddy.
Huh?
Come here.
What can I do for you?
Shh, not so loud.
Yes?
Come closer.
Yes, sir.
How would you like to have a bunch of tires you could sell without priorities? I got a carload of hot tires I could let you have cheap.
What? How dare you try to sell me tires without a priority? You are nothing but a crook, a chiseler, and a rat. I have a good notion to report you to the FBI.
I am from the FBI. Just checking.
Must be using cheap gas.
Uh-oh, Costello. Here comes your girlfriend. Lean against her.
Abbott, where is that Costello? I'm going to tear him limb from limb.
Get out the DDT. Here comes the Black Widow.
Oh, there you are, you inflated meatball. I asked you to put 5 gallons of gas in my car, and what did you do?
Well, we were out of gasoline, so I poured in a case of 7-Up.
No wonder my car burped all the way home.
Costello, why do you do such things?
Yes, when I got home, I was all broken up.
Well, whoever put you back together again certainly did a swell job.
All right, stop it, Costello. Stop it.
Oh, I'm sorry about your car, Lena, but I bought you a present. Here's a quart bottle of Channel number 5.
A quart bottle?
Mm-hmm.
Costello, that's awfully extravagant. Why, a dram would have been enough.
Well, I guess I'm just one of those fellas that don't give a dram. Hey. Hey, Lena, and here is a garlic lipstick to go with the perfume.
A garlic lipstick?
Yes. When I want to kiss you in the dark, I just inhale and come in on the beam.
Oh, Costello, I'm fed up with you. Goodbye.
Now Lena's walked out on me, too. Everybody's getting mad at me.
This is certainly a busy day. Hey, another car just pulled up to the grease rack.
Hey, Bud.
Why, it's Ken Niles, and Mrs. Niles is with him. Hello, Mrs. Niles.
Hello, Mr. Abbott. We came over to try your new station. My, I see you have a nice stack of tires there. Oh, my mistake. That's Mr. Costello.
Get out the brass knuckles, kids. This is the main event.
Now, you wait a minute, Costello. Don't you start any fights with my wife.
You keep on of this, Kenneth. I wear the pants in our family.
Gee, I thought you said I could wear them tonight.
Well, Mrs. Niles, what can we do for you?
I want to leave my car here to be greased. I'll pick it up in the morning. Come on, Kenneth. I want to get home. You know, I just had my hair washed.
Gee, your hair looks lovely. No kidding. I could tell you just had it washed.
Oh, you could?
Yeah, the laundry tag is still tied to your bangs.
You'd better have that car greased and ready for me at 8 o'clock in the morning. Come, Kenneth. Do you hear me? Come along, Kenneth.
Give him a little time, will you? His leash is caught around the gasoline pump.
How dare you insinuate I have Kenneth on a leash? Come, Kenneth.
Well, come on, get busy, Costello.
Now, look, Abbott. I just don't know what
Get
to tell
busy,
you.
Costello, and grease Mrs.
No,
Niles' car.
Why do I have to do all the heavy work around here? You know, I'm not a well man.
Oh, stop.
Now, honest, Abbott, I'm not. I only wish I was as strong as you.
Oh, being strong is all in the mind. If you think strong, you'll be strong. Think of Atlas. You'll have a body like Atlas. Think of Hercules, you'll have a body like Hercules.
That wouldn't work with me, Abbott.
Why not?
I keep thinking of Betty Grable.
And now, Camel's lovely Connie Haynes repeating one of her best, Along the Navajo Trail. Here's Connie.
Every day along about evening, slumber and shadow along the Navajo Trail. When it's night and crickets are calling and coyotes are making a wail, I dream by smoldering fire along the Navajo Trail. I love to lie and listen to the music when the wind is strumming a sagebrush guitar. When over yonder hill the moon is climbing, it always has me wishing on a star. Well, what do you know? It's morning already, and the dawn so silver and pale. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail. Along the Navajo
Thank you, Connie. A lovely song, a lovely singer. That's a perfect combination. Like the combination of smoke that tastes right on your tongue and feels right in your throat.
And that, by an odd coincidence, would be the smoke of camels, right, Ken?
Well, I think so, but each smoker must decide that for himself. His T-zone must decide. You know, T for taste and T for throat.
The zone where smokers test the smoke of any cigarette.
Yes, in a cigarette, the smoke's the thing, but only you can judge it. How the smoke on your tongue tastes, how the smoke in your throat feels. Only your T-zone can tell. For
experience is the best teacher.
Exactly. And a few months ago, when smokers' T-zones had to sample so many different smokes, countless smokers learned that the costlier tobaccos of Camel suited their T-zones to a T. Yes, they found Camel's most pleasant in taste, most soothing in the throat. For today, the preference for Camels is the greatest in all Camel history. In the zone where smokers test the smoke of any cigarette, it's C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels are the choice. More smokers are asking for Camels today than ever in Camel history.
Well, Mr. Abbott, is my car all greased and ready?
Yes, it is, Mrs. Niles. Costello, go get Mrs. Niles' car.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
I was afraid she was going to ask for a car again. The car isn't here.
My car isn't here. Where is it? Where is my car?
I had it out last night. I was testing it, and I had a slight accident. The car is down on Main Street.
On Main Street? Well, why didn't you bring it home?
It was dark. I couldn't find all the parts.
You wrecked Mrs. Niles' car? How did it happen?
I hit a pedestrian.
You hit a pedestrian? Oh, how could that wreck the car?
The pedestrian was on a bus.
Costello, just where is the car on Main Street?
Between 5th and 6th Streets.
Oh, will you be specific? Is it nearer 5th or nearer 6th?
It's kind of spread out evenly between them.
Oh, you fool. I suppose the car is a total wreck.
I couldn't tell very well.
What do you mean you couldn't tell?
When I left, the fire department was sifting the ashes.
Did you hear that, Kenneth? This idiot has destroyed my car.
Well, we're not going to stand for this, Costello. You're going to replace my wife's car. We're calling the police.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. and Mrs. Niles. I didn't mean to wreck your car. I'm just a poor little boy trying to get ahead.
Well, if you ever get a good one, you'd better hang on to it.
Mrs. Niles, I'm going to do the gentlemanly thing. I'm going to give you my car. It's a beautiful 10-passenger sedan.
You mean 10 people can ride in it?
No, one rides, the other 9 push.
I don't want your broken-down jalopy.
Please, it's a very nice car. Here it is over here, leaning against the wall. Come on, hop in, everybody. I'll take you for a spin.
All right, Costello. Step on the starter.
Okay. The oil is too thick.
Will you get this tin pan going, Costello?
Costello, watch where you're driving. You're up on the sidewalk.
Oh, you're
People
a
don't
stranger.
drive on the sidewalk.
Oh, you're a stranger in California, eh, bud?
Look out, look out. Look out. Give that pedestrian the right of way.
Okay.
You big fat dummy, can't you see where you're going?
I got you, didn't I?
Costello, you blockhead, you bumped into that woman.
You told me to.
I did not. I said give her the right of way.
Oh, I think it says give it to her right away.
Oh, here comes the motorcycle cop.
All right, pull over to the curb, you. I'm Officer Mellonhead. Where do you think you're going to, a fire?
Hey, Abbott, there's a fire. Come on, let's go see it.
Costello, there isn't any fire.
This guy just told me there's a fire.
I did not. I just asked you if you were going to a fire.
Sure, I'll go. I like to watch fire.
Listen, Shorty, there isn't any fire.
Didn't you just ask me if I was going to a fire?
Yes, I did, but I always ask that.
Whether there's a fire or not?
Yes.
Let me smell your breath.
How dare you? How dare you insinuate that I drink? A bottle has never touched my lips.
Oh, a cork sniffer.
Insulting a police officer, and there's witnesses, too, huh? Who are these two people in the back seat?
That's Mr. and Mrs. Ken Niles.
Oh, indeed. And which one is Mrs. Niles?
Wait a minute, Officer Mullenhead. I don't go for that kind of remark. Which one is Mrs. Niles? These people's are friends of mine. I'm taking them for a ride in my car. Hey, Abbott, how do you like the guy? Asking me which one is Mrs. Niles.
Good for you, Costello.
You keep out of this, Ken.
So that's your attitude. Well, I'll fix you. Officer, this man wrecked my car, and now he's trying to palm off this old pile of junk on me.
Oh, he is. Is he trying to swindle a woman? Costello, you're going to jail.
You are, Costello. You've got yourself into it again. Well, what's the matter with you?
I guess I'm just a failure. I'm the kind of person my mother don't want me to associate with. I'm just the onion on the hamburger of life. I'm just a piece of flotsam going somewhere to jetsam.
Well, Costello, what are you going to do about the car you wrecked?
Mrs. Niles, I'm going to do the decent thing. I'm going to get you a brand new car.
What kind of a car are you going to get her?
I'll buy a brand new Ford.
What's the matter with a Chevrolet?
Nothing. Let everybody buy Chevrolets.
Just
right?
Chevrolets, huh? They shouldn't buy any other car, huh?
Let them buy Buicks, Cadillacs, Pontiacs, Oldsmobile, Dodgers, Studebakers, Nashes, Packards, Hudsons.
Sure. What do you care if Chrysler starves?
I don't want Chrysler to starve. Let them sell 4,100,000 automobiles.
Oh, now you want to jam the highway so my wife will have to drive 3 miles an hour, huh?
Look, let it drive 30 miles, 50, 70, 80 miles an hour.
How do you like this guy? My wife is cockeyed. He wants you to drive 80 miles an hour.
All right, don't let it drive. Let her walk.
Oh, she should walk down the street, have the sailors whistling at her.
No, I don't want the sailors to whistle at her.
Now you don't want the sailors to have any fun, huh?
Let the sailors have fun.
Go on, I know what you're thinking. Go on, say it. My wife kisses every sailor in town.
Your wife don't kiss every sailor in town.
Oh, you know the ones she kisses, but you won't tell, huh?
Wait a minute, Melonhead. Why do you take everything I say and switch it for?
Switch, huh? Now you're dragging my wife's hair into this. Go on. Tell all the people how ugly my wife looks without her hair. Say it. My wife is ugly without her hair.
No, Melonhead. No, I think she's a slick little girl.
Oh, slick. My wife looks like a billiard ball with legs. Go on. Go on. Start a rumor. Tell all the people that I married my wife. I only married my wife for her money.
Melonhead, I knew your wife before you married her. She was a pauper. She didn't have a red cent.
Now he tells me. Now, just for that, Costello, I've got a good notion to slap your ears down.
Oh, you would have said it if you didn't have that policeman's uniform on.
Oh, I wouldn't, huh?
No, you wouldn't. No, I'd like to see you take that coat off.
Oh, and I'll take the coat off.
Go on, take it off.
I'll take it off.
Go ahead, take it off.
Okay. My coat is off.
No.
Well, now what have you got to say?
Did anybody ever tell you that you have pretty suspenders?
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment. And now, this week's salute in the new series of salutes to the men who won the victory.
Tonight we salute the 38th Cyclone Division, heroes of the recapture of Bataan. In your honor, men of the Cyclone Division, the makers of Camels are sending to your fellow servicemen overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the two Camel radio shows thus honors the different units of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, a total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy also to Central and South America. Listen next Thursday when Camel again presents Abbott and Costello. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, Mrs. Niles is still waiting here. She wants to know what you're going to do about that car of hers that you smashed.
Yes, Costello, I simply can't get along without transportation. Why, I've never walked anywhere in my life. When I first came to California, I drove clear across this great country.
Well, gee, I can't get you the kind of transportation you had when you came out here to California.
And why not?
They don't make covered wagons anymore.
Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night, Abe
Everybody,
Green.
And don't forget, buy your victory box.
Good night,
at your
Abe and
neighborhood
Patterson.
theater. Good night. Good night to everyone.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show, brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
Cold weather and pipe smoking somehow go together, especially if you can settle by the fire and take it easy. But you want the right kind of fire in your pipe, too. The cooler, slow-burning fire of Prince Albert tobacco. Prince Albert burns slowly because it's crimp cut. A special no-bite treatment takes out the parch and sting, lets you enjoy the rich, mellow flavor of Prince Albert as often as you wish. Do you wonder why Prince Albert is the world's favorite? Try it just once, and you'll know. And be sure on Saturday night to tune in the great Prince Albert radio show, Grand Ole Opry, coast to coast on NBC.
The Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The Bob Hope Show. With Francis Langford, Jerry Colonna, Vera Vague, and Skinny Ennis and his orchestra. And now here he is, the star of the show, Bob Hope. Thank you. Stop eating that spam together. How do you do? How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting for the Troop Carrier Command at the Sedalia Army Airfield near Kansas City, Missouri, Hope. Well, here we are in Missouri. I expected a big crowd at the railroad station to greet me, but I got off the train at Knobnoster and there wasn't any railroad station. Knobnoster. That town isn't big enough for two words. Before you get to Noster, you're in Warrensburg. And then where are you? But this is Missouri, great mule country around here. You know what a mule is? That's a Crosby horse whose ears got that way from being pulled across the finish line. To come down here on one of those Missouri mules, but he wouldn't budge, so I got off and tried to push him. I can't tell you what happened, but I became the first airborne civilian in history. But tonight we're broadcasting for the TCC. That's a gliding term, meaning start flapping the wings, Joe. The tow rope broke 3 hours ago. Yes, sir, these are the boys that tow the gliders. You know what a glider is. That's an orange crate that made good. And these gliders are really easy to handle. Yes, sir, you can land them on a dime and get 9 stitches changed. Sometimes these guys have to stop their gliders by hitting the trees with their wings. In fact, this is the only place I ever saw where the squirrels have GI haircuts. And I don't know whether or not these gliders are considered expendable, but this afternoon I saw a private down at the PX with one under each arm trying to trade him for a bottle of 3.2. I went up in one of those gliders today. I wasn't exactly scared, but the wings fell off and my pulse kept the plane in the air. Then they asked me to make like a paratrooper, and I showed plenty of spunk. In fact, I took on the whole crew before they shoved me out. I won't say these fellas fly low, but I jumped and started counting, but I only got as far as 3. I couldn't count any higher because of the dirt in my mouth. And today they took me on a tour of the base here, and I said to one sergeant, "Nice barracks, aren't they?" And he said, "Those aren't barracks, and quit talking so loud, you'll scare all the cows." The barracks here are made of tar paper, and I won't say the walls are flimsy, but after you roll out the dice inside, you have to go outside to see if you made your point.
Got a date with an angel. Got to meet her at 7. Got a date with an angel. I'm on my way to heaven. She's so lovely to start me, and whatever betide me, got an angel to guide me, so I'm on my way to heaven. Soon I'll let the dogs ring out, and the choir will sing out. When the pearly gates swing out, oh, she'll beckon to me. I've been waiting a lifetime for this evening at 7. Got a date with an angel. I'm on my way to heaven. Soon I'll let the bells ring out, and the choir will sing out. When the pearly gates swing out, oh, she'll beckon to me. I've been waiting a lifetime for this evening at 7. Got a date with an angel. Now I'm on my way to heaven.
That was good old Skinny Ennis. Good old Skinny Ennis singing Got a Date with an Angel, and he looks like he's going to be on time. You like my song, Bob? I sure did. You know, Skinny, you have a lot in common with Sinatra. What makes you think so? Well, you both get your plasma from the same blood bank, don't you? Gee, Bob, this is our last show of the year, isn't it? Yeah, and you know, Skinny, you ought to put on a little weight. You remind me of these gliders. How you mean, Bob? Well, just look at you, all frame and no motor. Well, Frances Langford, how are you, darling?
Just fine.
Say, what a dress. As usual, you're looking great.
Thanks, Bob. The same to you.
You mean as usual I'm looking great?
No, as usual, you're looking.
Yeah. Well, I got a lot of fellow spectators out there, too. Say, that dress is new, isn't it?
Yes, Bob. It's the end of the season, and it's sort of a going-away dress.
Going away? It looks like part of it already went. But on you, it doesn't look good. Say, Francis, being as this is the last show, don't you think I ought to get a little kiss? Hey, how about me? Okay, Skinner, just a second. I'd rather kiss Francis first, if you don't know.
You know, Bob, I'm going to miss these boys now the season's over.
Yeah, but with all the traveling we've done, I bet you're glad it's over after spending 39 weeks on a train.
Yes, it'll be good to sit down for a change.
Oh, you got to put a uniform on like I do, you know. Don't you think I look good as a whack, huh?
You know, it's been a wonderful year, hasn't it, Bob? You had a lot of fun playing in those golf matches with Bing Crosby to sell war bonds.
Yeah, but I'm through with Crosby, Francis, after that match in Chicago last week. He stole my golf bag, you know.
Why, Bob, that seems impossible. How do you know it was Crosby who took your golf bag?
Well, I went out to the racetrack next day, and one of his horses was eating out of it. They have those kind of noses, you know, those long...
I see what you mean. You and Bing have really been hitting the fairways back east, haven't you?
Yes, Happy Hips and I have been putting on a lot of exhibition... Well, I'm sorry I said that. Lard and I have been putting on... I'm sorry I said that. Crisco and I have been putting on a lot of exhibition golf matches of the PGA Rehabilitation Fund.
Well, how was Crosby's form?
Not too bad. He was wearing his girdle.
Really? His own, or did you lend him one of your spares?
Francis, why do you always stand behind Crosby? Do you like him, or is it just because it's so shady back there? He burns coal, too, you know. It's a local joke, but we love it, don't we? You know, but it was very embarrassing playing with Bing. He kept trying to get plugs in for his new picture, The Great John L. He'd holler, if I can lick any man in the crowd, then take his coat off.
What happened?
Nothing. They just stand there and laugh at his shirt.
Well, you shouldn't.
Pennants, you know.
Bob, you shouldn't talk that way. You know Crosby is really a great person. He's almost an institution.
Yes, in the Smithsonian sort of way. But you're right, Francis. I shouldn't talk that way about Chubb. We've had a lot of laughs this season.
Say, by the way, Bob, what are you going to do this...
Well, the War Department is sending me over to Germany to put on my show for the troops that are still there.
Gee, that's very clever of them. Now those GIs will really be anxious to get to Japan.
You got relatives here? Say, Bob, I hear you're going over about boats this time. That's right, Skin. Ain't you afraid of that Maldemir? What's Maldemir, Skin?
Why, Bob, that just means...
Never mind, Francis. I want to see if Skin knows. What's Maldemir, Skin?
See, this is what I've been telling you, Bob. If we had rehearsals, we could sit down and figure out this stuff.
On any shows for the Germans?
No, just for our boys over there. I'm not going to entertain any Germans at any time.
I don't see why not. They treated us inhumanly.
Francis, show me that line in the script. Just let me see.
Right there.
That's what I get for holding rehearsals in the top hat. Say, isn't that a dairy farm near here?
Well, Bob, I guess it's about time to say au revoir.
Yeah, it's the last season, the show of the season. We better say goodbye, too.
Well...
I'm not going to read it again. It just stays that way. Wrong. You know how stubborn I am. I said it and I'm glad.
Well, au revoir, Bob.
Au revoir? Yes. What's that? What's that?
Well, that means this is the end in French.
Well, Francis, Knobnoster.
What does that mean?
That's the end in any language. You belong to my heart.
Now
moments like this, do you remember? And your eyes through a kiss when they met mine. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars are still playing. Darling, you are the song and you'll always belong to my heart. Solamente una vez, amen la vida. Solamente una vez y nada más. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars are still playing. Darling, you are the song and you'll always belong to my
I'm just kidding, Chuck. Go ahead, take it.
Well, folks, tonight we go off the air. It's been a great season visiting the Army camps and Navy bases across the country, and Bob and all of us have thoroughly enjoyed it. Yes, sir, as far as the GIs are concerned, Bob is another George Washington. First in war, first in peace, and the last to leave the mess hall. In fact, Bob has enjoyed this season so much, when he goes in for his daily physical checkup, he isn't the least bit nervous.
No, I'm not nervous. I feel fine.
Now, just relax, Mr. Hope. You'll wrinkle your straitjacket. Take it easy, Mr. Hope. I'll rub your forehead for you. Now, relax.
She kidding. But don't bother about me. I feel great.
Now, here, swallow the sleeping pill. That big thing? That's it. It'll help you. Now, sleep, Mr. Hope. Sleep. Sleep and dream.
39 weeks in the air. Nothing but soldiers. Sailors. Soldiers to the right of me, Marines to the left of me, soldiers in front of me, sailors in back of me. What a crap game. Oh, this is so peaceful. My sponsor. 39 programs, coast to coast, NBC Network rehearsals. Why didn't we have them? Programs, scripts, writers, Army camps, Navy bases, soldiers, sailors, Marines, Coast Guardsmen. The wax. Back to the dull stuff. Jokes, corn, eggs, spam. I gotta sleep. Gee, I must be gonna have a really big dream this time. Orson Welles is coming out to introduce it.
Bob Hope.
Who said that?
Bob Hope, I am the voice of justice.
Justice? You mean you're the guy that put away my brother?
Yes, now I'm after you, Bob Hope. I hereby pronounce you court-martialed.
Court-martialed? Me? No, that means they'll shoot me full of holes and let me lay there and bleed. They can't do that. I just put on clean pajamas. And besides, I thought you had to commit some crime against the armed forces to be court-martialed.
That's right, Bob Hope. On the 13th day of March, 1945, didn't you inflict the following jokes on the personnel of the Air Transport Command?
Well, I didn't think it was anything serious. Skinny and I became a couple of pilots, and we were flying our plane over the world's toughest transport route, China's aerial Burma Road, the hump. Skin, I can't take it anymore. I'm getting weak and dizzy. Sick at my stomach. Skin, I'm blacking out. You'll have to take over. Okay, Bob. I'll finish the cigarette for you. Look, Skin, there's the Chungking Airport. I'll call in. Pilot to control tower. Pilot to control tower. Control tower to pilot. Control tower to pilot. Pilot to control tower. Control tower to pilot. Pilot to control tower. Not much of an ad-libber, is he?
Hello, Hope. I'm Colonel Colonna.
Professor, you a colonel, I'm a gas.
A gas? Is that better than a PFC? All right, Hope. Come on in.
Colonna, it's so foggy I can't see the field.
Don't worry, Hope. I see a plane, and I'll tell you what to do.
All right.
Nose down a little.
Over.
Now, right rudder.
Over.
Now, level down some.
Over.
Level your prop.
Over.
Cut your throttle.
Over.
Now, give it more left rudder.
That's right.
Good. Now, let your wheels down.
And then we visited the Birmingham General Hospital at Van Nuys, California, where I was helping out on the staff as a doctor. Gee, this is my first day as a doctor. I wonder which of these cute nurses they'll assign me. I'll bet she's gorgeous with a figure like Betty Grable and a face like Hedy Lamarr. And... Well, it was a beautiful dream while it lasted.
Now.
Yes, I'm a doctor. Don't I look spick and span?
I don't know about the sickness, Earl, but you've sure got enough span.
Say, so you're a nurse, Miss Vade?
Oh, yes, and I just love working in a hospital, Mr. Hope. You know, this morning I kissed all the young doctors in the place.
In turn?
Oh, yes, one right after the other. I'm supposed to examine everyone who comes in here, Mr. Hope. Now, I'll just look in your eyes with this light.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'll look in your right ear.
There you are.
Hmm.
Well, Miss Vague, what do you see?
Your left ear.
You seem excited tonight, Miss Vague. What's the gleam in your eye?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I am a little flustered. You see, this afternoon, the sentry at the gate gave me a kiss.
The sentry gave you a kiss?
Yes. And then I gave him back his rifle.
Well, gee, you know, that's wonderful perfume you're wearing, Miss Vague. What's it called?
Open the cage door.
That perfume is called Open the Cage Door?
Yes, it brings out the beast. You see, I know all the old tricks.
Yeah, well, you should. You're one of them.
Oh, well, bless your heart, Mr. Hope. You know, I know we're traveling in the interest of the war effort, but tell me, is your trap necessary?
Enough of this silly drivel, Bob Hope. You're court-martialed. I hereby order that you face the firing
No,
squad.
wait, let me...
Bob Hope, I've heard enough. You've employed your brains only to defeat justice, so you face the firing squad.
I've employed my brains to defeat justice, so I face the firing squad?
Yes, they're going to use a real bullet, even though you only used a blank. Here comes the firing squad now.
Oh, no. No, you can't have them shoot me. The Red Cross says I can't give any more blood for nothing. Ready? No. And no, I've got a gun. I'll shoot, too. Fire!
Well, we finished the season with a bang, did we?
Now, in the time remaining, let's listen to Skinny Ennis and the band.
I love you, I love you, I love you, sweetheart of all my dreams. I love you, I can't live without you. My life is empty, it seems. You may do what you may, whatever you say. You know I'll always love you this way. I love you, I love you, I love you. You are my sweetheart, in dreams it seems. sweetheart of all my dreams. You are my sweetheart, in dreams you seem, sweetheart of all my dreams. I'm gonna see my baby. I'm gonna see my baby. I'm gonna see my baby when I get home on Victory Day. I'm gonna kiss my baby. I really miss my baby. I'm gonna kiss my baby and live and love the U.S. way. Female, all right, women, just have something to say. But female, not like women. Your arms around you, honey, and your home to stay. I'm gonna see my baby. I really miss my baby. I'm gonna kiss my baby when I get home on Victory Day. To the double track, see my friends down on the main stem. Go by the joint, say hello to the boss. Grab my chick and say let's get lost when I get home on Victory Day. When I've got my arms around you and we're going for a walk, must you yatta-ta, 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 talk. When we're sitting close together in a cozy taxi cab, must you yatta-ta, 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 gab. Aristotle, mathematics, economics, antique chairs, the classics, the comics, darling, who cares? There's a brand new moon this evening, and the weather should be fine. If you yatta-ta, 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 same old line, I'll politely close your lips with mine. when the parlor lights alone and your family is near. Must you yatta-ta, 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 chin, chin, chin. I'll attempt another evening and I'll call for you at 9. If you yatta-ta, 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 same old line, I'll politely close your lips with mine. Situate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative, don't mess with Mr. In-Between. You've got to spread joy up to the maximum, bring gloom down to the minimum. Have faith or pandemonium, liable to walk upon the scene. To illustrate my last remark, Jonah and the whale, Noah and the ark, what did they do? Just when everything looks so dark, man said we better accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In-Between. No, don't mess with Mr. In-Between.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Just to illustrate my last remark, Jonah and the whale, Noah and the ark, what did they do? Just when everything looked so dark, and they said we better accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In-Between. No, don't mess with Mr. In-Between.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to accident investigation, felony details. In the early hours of the morning, a woman pedestrian is struck down by a hit-and-run driver. Your job, find him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke king-size Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So, enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles, travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, September 4th. It was hot in Los Angeles.
We're working the night watch out of traffic division. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Sullivan, Commander AID. My name's Friday. It was 12:45 a.m. when I got to the second floor at 123 South Figueroa Street. Accident investigation. The Record Bureau. Hi, Wanda.
Hi. Sergeant Romero come back with you? I got a phone message for him.
Well, he's over at Georgia Street. He'll be back in a couple of minutes. You got time to take a 15-7?
Sure.
I got some additional information on a hit-and-run felony.
All right.
Pretty warm up here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Coffee over there if you want it.
No, thanks.
All right, officer's memo. Subject?
Investigation of hit-run felony. BR number 467923. Location 7th and Carondelet Streets. Carondelet.
Mm-hmm.
September 3rd, 11:15 p.m.
Division reporting, AID. Division of occurrence?
Central.
Central. Date and time occurred, September 3rd, 11:15 p.m. Location of occurrence, 7th and Carondelet. It's going to run long, Sergeant?
Oh, page and a half.
Go faster in shorthand. I can transcribe it later.
All right. Excuse me. This is for Captain H.W. Sullivan, commanding AID.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, on the above date at 11:20 p.m., the undersigned officers went to the corner of 7th and Carondelet Streets in response to an ambulance follow-up traffic.
Mm-hmm.
On our arrival there... You got any matches, Wanda?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, okay. Thanks. On our arrival there, we were met by 11T. We witnessed ambulance attendants placing an unconscious woman in an ambulance. She appeared to be critically injured. The victim was removed to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital.
All right.
We then interviewed a man who identified himself as Chester J. Crawford, 540 Green Oak Drive. He stated that he was acquainted with the injured woman and that her name was Sheila Gordon, Gordon, 7832.5 7th Street. Crawford told us that he was taking her home from a dance. And they arrived at the intersection of 7th and Carondelet Streets at approximately 11:15 p.m. Okay?
Yeah.
Crawford further stated that while he and Sheila Gordon attempted to cross the intersection, an automobile headed west on 7th Street went through the red traffic light.
All right.
Would you read that last part back?
Attempted to cross the intersection, an automobile headed west on 7th Street went through the red traffic light.
Okay. Crawford told us that he jumped out of the path of the car and tried to pull Miss Gordon with him. He said that the car struck her down without slowing down, continued out 7th Street, and disappeared.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And disappeared. Okay.
Crawford stated the hit-and-run car was either a Dodge or a Plymouth, that it could have been either last year's model or this year's. He described the car... Is too fast, boy?
That's all right.
He described the car as either light blue in color or bluish green. Said that he failed to get the entire license number, but that the last three numbers on the rear plate were either 804 or 304.
804 or 304.
That's right.
Okay.
Fine. Crawford said he made an attempt to follow the hit-run car, but that he was unable to obtain transportation. He stated he then ran to a phone at the Corsev Bar and Grill.
Spell that?
What?
Corsev.
Oh, Corsev. That's at 7th and Carondelet, and called the police. And the undersigned officers then obtained Crawford's full name, address, phone number, and proceeded to question residents in the neighborhood, and were unable to locate any other witnesses besides Crawford.
Okay.
Hi. How'd you do?
Oh, so that's about all. Doctor says we won't be able to talk to her for at least a couple of days, maybe not at all.
What's her chances?
50-50 if she's heavy on luck. 3 broken ribs, brain concussion, internal injury.
What Lee Jones had to say?
Is that all the report, Sergeant?
Oh, yeah, Wanda. We'll have the rest for you a little later. Thank you.
Okay. I'll type this much up as soon as I can.
Thanks.
Sure.
Thanks.
What'd Lee Jones have to say?
Nothing. He and Pinker went over the area for an hour. No broken glass from headlights at the PI. No tire impressions worth anything.
No physical evidence.
Where does it leave it?
With a half-dead girl and no suspects.
What do you think, Joe?
I don't know. It's a sour one.
Any kickback on the teletype yet?
No?
That guy she was with, Crawford, not too much help. Looked a little nearsighted to me.
He saw well enough to get out of the way of that car.
You got the notes. How much to give it?
Let's see. I got it here in the book. The car was either a Dodge or a Plymouth, late model. Color, either light blue or blue-green. And the last three numbers on the license plate were A04 or 304.
It's a big field to pick from.
That's the only lead we own.
You can call it that, yeah.
Well, I guess we better talk to DMV, get the dope on all cars fitting that description that Crawford gave us.
It's going to be a hard trip. At least 3,000 cars to track down.
Probably closer to 4.
What do we do for help?
We can ask the captain in the morning.
I'll get him.
Okay.
Racket Bureau now. Yeah, Vic. Yeah, we'll bring him right over. Yeah, bye. Lee Jones again.
Yeah?
Says he wants the clothes Sheila Gordon was wearing at the time of the accident. He figures when she got hit, her clothes must have left fabric marks on the front of the car.
Well, it might work. There's only one trouble.
What's that?
You can paint off fabric marks. Well, it's a long list. Let's take it from the top.
Yeah.
Find the car. Tuesday, September the 5th. We called Mark Benson at DMV and asked for full information on all vehicles fitting the general description of the hit-run car. We went back and talked to the only witness to the hit-and-run, the victim's boyfriend, Chester Crawford. He could add nothing to what he had already told us. There was no response to the local teletype and the all points that were sent out the night before. Garages, auto repair, and paint shops throughout the city were also alerted. Meantime, at General Hospital, the victim, Sheila Gordon, was still close to death. The search for the hit-run car went on. 2 days passed. Thursday, September 7th. The information we requested from DMV was being checked out and compiled. Ben and I met with Captain Sullivan.
That's the last of them, Skipper. All the cars in this area that fit the general description of the one we're after.
You just get it?
Yeah.
How many cars did they list?
4,620.
You more than you expected, eh?
Yeah.
No chance at all of narrowing it down?
None that we can see, no.
Terrific order.
Well, we tried to figure it from every angle. Now we can do it 2 ways.
Yeah?
We keep the alert on for the hit-run car around the divisions, all the garages in town, the auto repair shops. In other words, we can wait it out. Maybe we'll get the guy, maybe not.
Yeah?
Or we can check out every one of the cars on this list and the registered owners.
Well, the fresh way isn't going to do the job. We know that. 4,600 cars. How much help will you need?
About 30, 40 men.
How long?
A couple of weeks, maybe more.
All right. I think I can get them from Metro Division. When do you want to start?
First thing tomorrow.
Okay, I'll set it up.
All right, Skipper.
Hey, excuse me, Joe. There's a lady out here to see you.
Okay, thanks. We'll check you in the morning, Skipper.
Right. That's her over there.
Thanks.
My name's Friday, ma'am. This is Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I'm Dora Lytell, Sergeant. I'm Sheila Gordon's landlady, the girl in the accident.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Crawford, he was with Sheila that night. He told me about you, and he said he thought you might be able to help.
How do you mean?
Well, it's a long story. See, when Sheila Gordon first came to live at my rooming house, she was a good girl like the rest. Lately, well, her being sick now and all, I don't like to say it.
Yeah?
Well, frankly, last few months before the accident, Sheila just went bad completely.
I don't think I follow you, ma'am.
Oh, you know, carousing, all kinds of men, visitors, had a different man in her apartment every night.
Well, we're investigating a hit-run case, ma'am.
Sheila gets out of the hospital. We could talk about her when she's sick like this, but when she's all right, I don't want her back in my rooming house.
I'm afraid that's none of our business either, ma'am.
But if you could talk to Sheila, persuade her to move from my house, I don't want any wrangle with the rental board again. Couldn't you talk to her?
Besides, there's nothing we can do, ma'am. You better talk to her yourself.
It'll just be another row like the last time. Shameless woman. I don't want Sheila Gordon back in my house. I'll go to that hospital myself and tell her.
She's a pretty sick girl.
It's not my fault. Go right over to that hospital and tell her what I think of her.
She's hurt pretty bad.
So am I. She's hurt me. What's the difference?
You haven't been run over by a car. Next morning, Sergeants Reed and McLennan, Ben and myself joined the 40 men from Metropolitan Division who had started checking out the first of the 4,620 suspected cars. The detail was broken down into teams, and each team was handed a list containing the names of 100 registered car owners. It was a long job and a dull one. Dozens of people weren't at home when we called. We had to rig up a system of checkbacks for each one of these. Some cards had changed hands 2 and 3 times. That meant more checking. By the end of the second week, we'd gone through more than half of the 4,600 names on the list. By the end of the fourth week, we had less than 1,000 to go. At the General Hospital, the victim, Sheila Gordon, was pronounced out of danger and recovering. We questioned her, but all she could tell us was that she thought the hit-and-run car was a dark color. The search went on. Monday, October 6th, Ben and I spent a 10-hour day checking a list of car owners south of town. It was 6:35 p.m. when we got back to the office.
Hi.
Hi, Reed. How'd you do today?
Fair. Looks like we got one.
What do you mean?
Guy's name is Ralph Angelo. Let's see. 8690 Backerley Road. Checked him out early this morning. First call.
What'd you get?
Owns a late model Plymouth, light blue. License number, there it is, 17 Arthur 2804. Wasn't home. Talked to his wife.
Yeah?
She said the car's been sitting home in the garage for the past month. Husband won't drive it.
What's the story?
Told her there was something wrong with it. He was going to trade it in. McLennan and I tried it. Car's in first-class shape.
What about the front end of the car?
Pretty clean. One of the bars in the radiator grill slightly bent. Soft crease on the hood. Another one in the right fender.
Did you bring the car in?
Yeah. Crown has been working on it since lunch down the garage.
Anything else?
Found a gas receipt in the glove compartment, dated September 3rd, night of the accident.
Where's Angelo now?
Santa Barbara, business trip. Due home tonight about 10. McLennan and I'll pick him up then. See what he's got to say.
That sounds good. How many possibilities does that make, Joe? Well, let me see. Out of 3,700 we've checked, about 4 good ones. I'll get that. Accident investigation Friday.
Hi, Joe. This is Lee Jones.
Yeah, Lee.
Just finished checking the Plymouth Reed McLennan brought in.
Did you find anything?
Fabric prints on front bumper on the hood.
Oh?
Indentation of soft object on hood and right front fender. Something else on that fender.
What's that?
Set of lip impressions.
What's it mean?
We found the car. Only one job left.
Yeah?
Find the driver.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of attorney R. Michael Charters, member of the New York Bar, and this is his actual signed statement.
Lawyers are always working against time. Long hours mean smoking more, and that's why I prefer extra mild Fatimas. I recommend them to anyone who likes a king-size cigarette. In my opinion, it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And more smokers are discovering this every day. Actual figures show Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy Fatima yourself.
The long cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
Monday, October 6th, 10 p.m. Suspect Ralph Angelo was picked up at his home by investigating officers and brought downtown to the interrogation room. Sergeants Reed and McLennan, Ben and myself questioned him for 3 hours. At 1:30 a.m., we took Angelo to the county jail where he was booked on suspicion of 501 vehicle code, hit-and-run felony. The next morning, we obtained a warrant from the district attorney's office, and later that day, Ralph Angelo was arraigned in Municipal Court Division 7. A date was set for his preliminary hearing in municipal court. Sheila Gordon recovered from her injuries and was released from the General Hospital. On October 10th, the preliminary hearing was held. Sheila Gordon was on the stand most of the morning. After the noon recess, I was called to testify.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give pending in this case be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name.
Joe Friday.
Be seated.
State your name, please.
Joe Friday.
Your address.
4656 Collis Avenue.
Your occupation.
I'm a police officer in and for the city of Los Angeles.
Are you one of the investigating officers assigned to this case?
I am.
Did you have a conversation with the defendant regarding this case?
I did.
Where?
In the traffic division at 123 South Figueroa Street.
Who's present?
The defendant, Sergeants McLennan, Reed, Romero, and myself.
Were the statements made by the defendant free and voluntary?
They were.
Was there any promise of immunity or reward of the use of force or violence induced in the next statement?
No, there was not.
Can you tell the court the extent of the conversation at that time?
Well, first of all, I asked him if he was the registered owner of a 1948 Plymouth automobile, California license number 17 Arthur 2804. He admitted that he was. And then I asked him if he was driving that car on the night of September 3rd. He said he was, but that he did not drive anywhere near the location of the hit-and-run felony that night at 7th and Carondelet Street.
Did the defendant tell you where he drove his car that night?
No, sir.
You asked the defendant where he drove his car that night of September 3rd?
Yes, I did.
And what did he answer?
Well, he said, none of your business.
Did you persist in this line of questioning?
Yes, I did.
The defendant continued to refuse to give you the information?
That's right.
Did the defendant state where he was on the night of September 3rd between 10 p.m. and midnight?
He refused to tell us.
You advised the defendant at that time that his car had been impounded for investigation?
That's right.
Did you advise him that several points of incriminating evidence had been found in the car?
Yes, we did.
And what did he say in answer?
Well, he said, you can't prove a thing. I wasn't near the place. You can't prove a thing.
Was that the extent of the conversation between you and the defendant?
It was.
Thank you, that's all.
Counsel for defense?
No questions, Your Honor. Leland Jones, come stand.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give pending this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name.
Lee Jones.
Please seated.
Your occupation?
I'm a police officer in and for the city of Los Angeles.
What particular detail are you assigned to?
I'm a lieutenant in charge of the police crime laboratory.
Well, counsel for defense stipulate the witness is a qualified forensic chemist?
So stipulated.
Mr. Jones, you are the commander in charge of the police department scientific investigation division. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Jones, I will show you a photograph of an automobile. California license number 17A2804 to be marked People's Exhibit C. Have you ever seen this car before?
I have.
Where and when did you see it, please?
I saw it at the traffic division garage, 123 South Figueroa Street, Monday, October 6th this year.
Did you make an examination of this car at that time?
I did.
What did the examination consist of? And what were your findings?
I made a systematic examination of the car using oblique lighting from a 500-watt photo flood lamp and a bell-type reflector. I found the following evidence. On the front bumper of the car, I found fabric marks consisting of 51 threads to the inch. I then took a perpendicular photograph of those marks with a copy camera. Here is a photograph of that portion of the bumper containing those marks.
Well, I wish this photograph be marked People's Exhibit D for identification. You proceed, please, Mr. Jones. What else did you find in your examination of the defendant's car?
I found fabric marks on the cowling of the car, extending back under the hood. These marks were made by fabric having a weave of 38 ribs to the inch. I have here a photograph of those marks.
Thank you. I'm going to ask this photograph to mark People's Exhibit E. So, Mark, what else did you find in your examination of the car, Mr. Jones?
I also noted an indentation in the right portion of the car's hood. It had the appearance of having been made by a soft object enclosed in fabric striking the car.
Would a human body struck by a car make such an indentation?
Yes, it would. Here's a photograph I took of that indentation on the defendant's car.
I'm going to ask this photograph to mark as People's Exhibit F. So marked. All right, continue, Mr. Jones.
On the top of the right-hand fender of the car, I found a lip imprint in red lipstick. I lifted that print with a piece of cellophane tape, then placed the tape on a plain white card, which I have right here with me.
Thank you. This card is marked People's Exhibit G.
So marked.
Now, Mr. Jones, these pieces of evidence which you found on the defendant's car, did you compare them with other objects?
I did.
Will you please state what comparisons you made and your findings?
Well, in the first place, I find that the fabric marks in People's Exhibit C, taken from the bumper of the car, has the same count per inch as the stockings worn by the victim, Sheila Gordon. Secondly, I found the fabric marks shown in People's Exhibit D from the cowling hood of the car to be the same count per inch as the coat worn by the defendant. I further made a comparison between the lip imprint found on the right fender, as shown in People's Exhibit G, and various exemplars of the victim's lips. She made the exemplars by placing her lips against heavy, stiff white paper. I have those exemplars with me.
That's the remark of People's Exhibit H.
So marked.
Now, may I ask, how did the lip imprint taken from the defendant's car compare with these sample imprints made by the victim's lips?
I found that there were 17 points of similarity between the two. These points of similarity consist of various small lines or wrinkles which match identically, as may be seen in the photograph.
Jones, do you have an opinion as to the origin of the lip imprint on the defendant's car as shown in People's Exhibit G?
I do.
What is that opinion?
It's my opinion that the lip imprint on the defendant's car, as shown in Exhibit G, was made by the lips of the victim, Sheila Gordon.
Who is it?
Now, Mr. Jones, we recognize, of course, that you're a qualified forensic chemist. But are you going to set yourself up as an expert on women's lips, too?
Well, I've done some research in that department, too.
Mr. Jones, isn't it possible that any number of lip imprints made by different people would look exactly alike?
No, it is not possible. There are no two things in the world exactly alike. There are no two sets of lip imprints alike.
Well, anyone who's been around at all would know that. That's all, Mr. Jones. Thank you.
Proceedings case, Your Honor.
Counsel for the defense?
We will not offer any defense at this time, Your Honor.
It appears to me that a felony has been committed and reasonable cause to believe that the defendant committed it. The defendant will be held to answer in Superior Court.
Tuesday, November 4th. Suspect Ralph Angelo was arraigned in Superior Court, Department 88, and the date of his trial was set for December 1st. During the weeks preceding the set of the trial, we worked with Lee Jones and the District Attorney's Office preparing the case against Ralph Angelo. 2 days before the trial opened, we had a visit from one of the men from the DA's office, a process server.
Hi, Bert. Hi. We got trouble.
Yeah?
Sheila Gordon's disappeared.
Wednesday, December 1st, Ralph Angelo's trial opened and Sheila Gordon was called to the stand. She failed to appear. We checked her few known friends in the city. They couldn't help. She had disappeared from her new address and taken everything with her. A bench warrant was issued by Superior Court for Sheila Gordon. The Deputy District Attorney succeeded in having the court grant a delay in order to find the missing girl, in this case, the complaining witness. Meantime, we got out a local broadcast and an APB. We got missing persons detail to help out in the search. Still no sign. Ralph Angelo's lawyer asked the court for dismissal of the hit-and-run felony case because of Sheila Gordon's failure to appear. On December the 8th, the court ruled on the motion.
Regarding the motion by the defense for dismissal of hit-and-run felony charges against Ralph C. Angelo, because of the prosecution's failure to produce the complaining witness, to which Sheila R. Gordon, the court feels it would not serve the interests of justice to continue the case. Case dismissed.
The search for Sheila Gordon went on. Behind us, we had logged 3 solid months of police work, checking and running down more than 4,000 cars. Hours of labor in the crime lab. More hours pounding the pavement, questioning people, checking, rechecking. Without a trial and a conviction, it didn't mean a thing. 3 days before Christmas, we received information that the missing girl was living in a small town south of Los Angeles. Ben and I checked the address.
What was the apartment number?
7A, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Again.
Yeah? Oh, you two. Come in. Sit down. Make yourself at home. I'm sorry the place is such a mess. A little party earlier tonight. It's messed up.
What about the trial? Why didn't she show?
Come on, sit down. See, I'll tell you what. I'll freshen up a little, put on some makeup.
What about the trial?
I didn't have anything against the guy. I didn't mean to run me down. You wouldn't happen to have a drink on you, would you?
You know better than that.
Why didn't you show up at the trial?
I told you I didn't have anything against the guy.
What was it, a payoff?
Look, why don't we go out and get something, then we can come back and have a party.
How much did he give you?
$50. He was awful nice.
You agreed not to show in court.
I didn't have anything against the guy, that's all.
Better get your coat.
Why?
That's what the court wants to know.
You're taking me in. Why? Is there any law against forgiving?
Yeah, when you get paid for it.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 3rd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 88, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Sheila Gordon was returned to Los Angeles, and a new date was set for the trial of Ralph Angelo. Subsequently, he was tried and found guilty as charged. Angelo was also tried, along with Sheila Gordon, for compounding a felony. They were both convicted and received the sentence as prescribed by law. They are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles. Has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles. Has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles. Has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
Waiter.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Laird Krieger, the horror guy from the movies. Huh? Well, he's sort of a king-size Peter Lorre. Yeah, he's in that picture, the lodger, you know. Guy that walks around with a knife in his hand all the time. Yeah, slash happy. Oh, but he's very polite about it, you know. He walks up to a beautiful dame, removes his hat and bows. Then he removes her hat and all. A fat guy? Well, Duffy, he's reduced quite a bit. Well, you know, you can take and streamline a locomotive, but when you get through, it's still a locomotive. Yeah, okay, I'll call you back later, Duffy. So long. What kind of a greeting you think I ought to give that Krieger tonight? What you think I ought to say to the guy?
Well, you could say, good evening. What America needs is a good 5-cent Krieger.
Eddie, that is very coarse humor. Now, this guy's a big actor, you know, and I like to meet them important Hollywood guys, Eddie. Them guys got an appreciation of life, you know, a zest for gust. A love for living, you know?
And a hatred for tipping.
Eddie, you're always thinking about money. Don't be so mercerized. Besides, a guy like this Krieger might give you, you know, a job in one of his movies.
Yeah, but what good is a job in a picture with that guy? Just when the audience is getting used to you, you're liquidated. I don't like them horror pictures.
Oh, I don't know. I like horror pictures. I like their stark realicism, you know? I seen one the other day where this mad scientist performs this appendectomy. It's an appendectomy, yeah. On an ape's head, you see? And he puts the ape's brain into a guy's body. Imagine that, Eddie. An ape's brain and a human guy's body. Hiya, Finnegan. Did you hear about that lad Krieger coming down here tonight?
Oh, yeah. I see all of his pictures. Boy, did they scare me. Oh, I chew me nails. I wake up screaming at night. I break out in a cold sweat.
Well, then why do you go to see them?
Oh, I got to get some pleasure out of life.
Well, Finnegan. Did you see his last picture, the lodger?
Oh, yeah. It's very interesting, too, yes. Particularly the fog. What a fog. It was so thick you could hardly see the picture.
Yeah. I often wonder how them movie guys make that fog.
Oh, I know how they made it the night I was there.
How?
The guy next to me was smoking a cigar. But I would say, by and large, the picture was well worth the price of admission. I did not at all regret sneaking in.
Finnegan, you mean to tell me that you sneaked into such a big movies?
I got a very clever system, Marge. You see, I walk up to the girl in the box office and I say, pardon me, I left my umbrella inside. Could I go get it? Do you follow me so far?
Well, yeah. Yes, you make it quite obtuse, Finnegan. Go ahead.
Thanks. Well, anyway, I go inside, I get my umbrella, and I see the picture.
Just a second. How did your umbrella get in there?
I left it there yesterday.
Well, how did you get in there yesterday?
I bought a ticket.
Well, then why didn't you see the picture yesterday?
That's the clever part, Arch. I buy a ticket, leave the umbrella, walk out, and the next day I see the picture for nothing.
You know something, Finnegan? You don't look as dumb as you are. Or do you?
Hello,
Archie, me boy?
Well, Officer Clancy, I ain't seen hide nor seek of you for months.
Well, I've been assigned to special duty, Archie. Juvenile delinquency.
Oh, guys not paying their bills, huh?
No, Archie, juvenile delinquency is what happens when little children start acting like their fathers. But don't let me interrupt the conversation.
Oh, no conversation. We was just talking. About horror pictures.
Oh, them stupid things with them stupid cops.
What do you mean, Clancy?
Oh, they have them Irish cops with a brogue so thick you can hardly understand them.
Yeah, I hear what you mean, Clancy, and I think you're right.
Right. By the way, Archie, I just happen to have here some tickets to the policeman's ball.
Oh, you just happen to have them, huh?
How many will you be wanting, Archie?
Clancy, as you look around the place here, do you see any violations of the fire laws or anything?
No, Archie, as far as I can see, you're not breaking any laws here.
Well, Clancy, as far as I can see, I won't be wanting any tickets. Try Eddie over there.
Oh, Eddie.
Yes, Officer Clancy.
Eddie, I understand it was quite a card game you had at your place Saturday night. May I ask if you were playing for money?
I was going to buy 2 tickets anyway.
Thank you. And now, Archie, to get back to you. There is a violation in this place.
What?
I just finished eating the pig's knuckle. Did I pay you for it?
Did you? Are you kidding, Clancy? Certainly not.
Right. So you're guilty of bribing an officer. Now, how many tickets do you want?
I'll take 1 ticket.
Only 1 ticket?
Well, I ain't got an escort. If I had a dame... Hold it a minute, Clancy. Hey, get a load of what just walked in. What a hunk of feminine punkitude. Oh, where did this come from?
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, the partner's all mine. To whom are you looking for? Anybody in particular?
I'm looking for Benevenuta.
Oh, well, she'll be here in a nonce. Won't you pray be seated?
Thank you.
Boy, what a dish.
Archie, that is what I call a beautiful girl.
Huh? Yeah. Happen to go for that type.
How come your eyes is popping out of your head?
Eddie, I happen to go for that type. Boy, what a dame.
Oh, Archie, you suddenly seem to have perked up a lot.
Yeah, Danny, it's like magic. 1 minute I'm feeling very low, and the next minute me corpuscles is batting each other's brains out. With a little luck, I may have to buy another ticket to the policeman's ball. Clancy, come around a little later and I'll talk to you.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, Benet, listen, who's that girlfriend of yours that just come in there?
That's Michelle Morgan.
Michelle Morgan, the French movie star? The dame was in Joan of Paris in that RKO picture, Higher and Higher?
Mm-hmm.
Benet, would you give me a knockdown? Would you introduce me?
Well, I might, right after my next song.
Well, sing fast then, Benet. Sing fast.
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain, and the waving wheat can sure smell sweet when the wind comes right behind the rain. Oklahoma, every night my honey lamb and I sit alone and talk and watch a hawk making lazy circles in the sky. We know we belong to the land, and the land we belong to is grand. Two bright sidelights winking and blinking, ain't no finer rig I'm a-thinking. You can keep your rig if you're thinking that I'd care to swap for that shiny little surrey with the fringe on the top. Oh, we know we belong to the land, and the land we belong to is grand. And when we say, yow, oh, yippee-i-way, Oklahoma
how about it, Benet?
Oh, Michelle. Archie, this is Michelle Morgan. Michelle, if you need me, scream.
Well, mademoiselle, toujours tutti sweet from my chérie.
I beg your pardon?
What's the matter? Don't you talk French?
Of course I talk French.
Well, mademoiselle, you are très ravissante.
Oh, merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Merci tots. You just keep pitching them, I'll touche them right back. Of course, Michelle, you know, my French might sound a little rusty. I ain't been to Paris in so many years now. Ah, gay Paris.
Oh, so you've been to Paris? Huh?
Have I been? Me? She? The gay boutonniere of the boulevards? Look, I've been to Paris as often as April. Yes, sir. Every night you could find me sitting in one of them sidewalk cafeterias, you know, sniffing an absinthe. Oh, boy, what a roulette I was. Good old Paris. I ain't been there in 15 years, but I've always kept in touch, you know, postcards. But how I miss it.
Did you know Montparnasse?
Oh, did I?
Montmartre?
Certainly.
Les Champs-Élysées?
Of course.
Did you know the Rue de la Paix?
Do I know them? Four of the sweetest guys that ever lived. Yeah, but mostly I traveled with the gang of artists, you know. What nights we used to have? Me, Picasso, Van Gogh, Michelangelo. Yeah, I used to say to Picasso, I say, look, Pic, why don't you quit drawing for a while? Come on out and have some fun, you know? Then I'd go down to the left bank and cash a check. Say, by the way, speaking of having fun and going dancing, I'm getting 2 tickets for the Gendarme's Ball, Michelle. Perhaps you'd like to escort me?
Well, I don't know if I...
Now, come on, Mike. Leave us not be strangers. After all, we're 2 fellow parishioners. What do you say? Will you go with me?
C'est donc, mon petit bonhomme, vous en avez du toupet. Regardez-le donc avec une bille pareille. Oh, mon Dieu, quelle misère.
Oh. Well, bête-moi. Think it over.
Miss Archie, I think that's Mr. Krieger coming in.
Yeah, huh? Hey, wait a minute. I wonder whether she meant yes or no. Woman, the eternal triangle. Well, Lad Krieger. Tis Lad Krieger, tis it not?
Tis indeed, sir. And you?
Me, tis Archie, mine host. And may I say, sir, that we are singly honored by your humble visitation to these lordly diggings.
Well, sir, the richness of your welcome is exceeded only by the poverty of your diction.
Oh, thank you. By the way, it seems to me you speak with a slight English brogue. Tis?
Well, Archibald, I was born in America, but I was educated in England.
England, huh? Ah, England.
Hold on to your oars, boys. We're crossing the channel.
Ah, England. Jolly old London.
Oh, you've been to London?
Have I been to... Good gad, man. Have I been to London? Good old Piccadilly.
And where did you stay in England?
Where did I stay? I'm in a flat, right outside of London.
Where?
Essex.
What part of Essex?
Wessex.
Wessex is not part of Essex.
Maybe it was Sussex.
Well, make up your mind, Arch. Which was it, Essex, Wessex, or Sussex?
Liverpool?
Liverpool. Perhaps you stayed in Barbizix. Sinatra on the croon, you know.
It's possible. By the way, lad, it's quite an honor having the king of the Harriman here. What do you think of this place?
Well, Arch, I feel like I'm on a busman's holiday. You know, this place has great possibilities. Those creaky doors, those cobwebs, that skull and crossbones over in the corner.
Mr. Krieger, that is no way to talk about Miss Duffy.
Archie, did you call me?
Oh, Mr. Krieger, this is Miss Duffy, the daughter of the establishment.
Oh, Mr. Krieger, this is so exciting.
That's a very interesting study in dormant paranoia.
Likewise, I'm sure. Mr. Krieger, I have to tell you something. The very thought of seeing you in a picture frightens me.
Likewise, I'm sure.
You know, those pictures of yours are so scary. You know, the way you murder all those girls.
Oh, now. Murder is an inelegant word, Miss Duffy. Let us say that I launched them into eternity.
Quite a few launchings, too. This guy is the Henry Kaiser of the throat cutters. Look, Miss Duffy, if I was you, I'd blow out of here before I got me head severed. Lad, look, you master guys is turning out to be hot men with the dames these days, you know? Today, the monsters seem to be getting more gentlemanly, you know, much more couth than formerly.
Yes, Archie. The day of the uncouth monster is gone. Now, I was having a meeting the other day with some of the boys.
Yeah.
Bela Lugosi, P.T. Laurie, Boris Karloff.
Where did you hold this meeting? Under a damp rock?
Look, Arch. Leave us, please, be serious. You do very well following our approach with the girls. You know, the smoothie monster.
Yeah, well, look, you see, I got this French dame, and I've been kind of using the Charles Boyer method, but maybe I'd do better switching to Boris Karloff, huh?
Why not? You know, from where you're starting, it's a much shorter trip.
Well, look, would it be much trouble for you to advise me, you know, sort of monster me up? Look, Laird.
Yes, Archie.
Well, please explain to me once again. Now, what is it I do?
Well, you see, Archie, you must appeal to the self-conscious fascination that every woman has for the weird and esoteric.
Yeah.
You must play the part of a schizophrenic whose uncontrollable neuroses lead to a murder compulsion.
Just to make a date with a dame?
Yes, Archie.
Well, look, lad, explain it to me once again.
Well, now, look, Archie, you know what a schizophrenic is.
Well, who don't?
Well, you know what a murder compulsion is.
Well, of course. But just to be on the safe side, explain it to me, huh? You know, clear and simple, just like as if I was a jerk.
Well, Arch, a schizophrenic is a man with a split personality. You know, good and evil. A man who is a victim of a dualism within his libido.
Oh, he'd be a skunk if he wasn't.
Well, and a murder compulsion is... Well, it's a murder compulsion.
I bet you tell that to all the ghouls. Pardon the witticism. But anyway, stick around. I'll try your system out. Michelle.
Yes?
Come here, Michelle. Come over here. Come here. My, that's a lovely white throat you got there. Come here, Michelle. Don't be afraid.
What's the matter? Something wrong with your stomach?
No, I'm having me murder convulsions.
Archie, there's something strange about you.
Well, you see, I'm split up into two personalities. What they call a schizophrenia. Sort of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Sheen. Me bad me is always fighting me good me, and tonight me bad me has got possession. Something terrible might happen.
Yes, what?
I might go sit in the park and feed the pigeons.
Well, what's so terrible about feeding pigeons?
You don't understand. I feed them to me. You see, I'm a whole mess of neurosis. It's in me blood, you know? Me grandfather was a vampire. Every week he went out on a bat. Here, look at me.
Archie, what do you mean by frightening this poor, helpless little girl?
What do I mean? You told me to do it.
You must be mad, my good man. Look, young lady, are you busy tonight?
No.
Well, let's get out of here. This man is a maniac. He's a schizophrenic.
Where will we go?
To the policeman's ball. A Bobby over here just sold me 2 tickets.
Well, it sounds like fun. Let's go.
That dirty double-crosser. He splits me personality. He turns me into schizophrenic. Then he walks out with me dame. Clancy, give me 2 tickets. I'll go with each other.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plant is spinning, the needle comes down. It's music.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Escape. Escape tonight to Paris of 500 years ago. The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations presents Escape, a new series of programs of which this, the fifth, is The Sire de Maltois d'Or by Robert Louis Stevenson, produced and directed by William N. Robeson. The pen of Robert Louis Stevenson has been an avenue of escape for 3 generations. Our grandparents thrilled to the macabre metamorphosis of Dr. Jekyll, just as we will never forget the nursery menace called Long John Silver. Tonight we escape with Robert Louis Stevenson down another avenue, which leads to Paris in 1429, and the amazing adventure of the Sire de Maltois d'Or.
Dark of the Moon, 1429, Paris. The House of Burgundy holds the throne of France, and English men-at-arms patrol the narrow streets. Troublous times for any man to be lost, on foot, at night. You there! Over here, by the wall.
What's this? Now the shadows themselves are speaking.
I'm no shadow.
A real live human being.
I've managed to get myself lost in these confounded alleys. Can you tell me where I am?
Well, now, a fine young cavalier, no less. And he's lost.
I'm trying to find the Beaucent Inn. Will this street lead me there?
Ah, lad, one street is as good as another, and none of them will ever lead a man anywhere.
Oh, come now. You must know something about this part of Paris. Think, man, a patrol may pass at any moment.
You're wanted, then.
I have a safe conduct pass from the captain of the garrison.
Safe conduct, he says. And to find what a good that'll do you here in the dark of the night.
Well, you're certainly not helping my chances any.
No, lad. The only safe conduct you have is that sword swinging at your side.
Wait, quiet. A patrol. They're coming this way.
I'm inclined to think you're right.
I've got to run for it. Tell them nothing.
Well, I should tell her what to hold.
Wait, halt! Someone's there. Speak up. Who are you?
Speak up, is it? And you a blundering pack of two-day grenadiers that walk like a herd of cattle such as me? Speak up. That served with the mad Prince Charlie himself. May he rest in peace.
An old campaigner, eh? Hey, where you from, soldier?
Fontainebleau, from a smarter outfit in bivouac than the likes of you in quarters.
A bit in the scuffs, eh, man? Seen anybody about, old-timer?
Naught but shadows and tankards of ale. Fine French cavalier who departed hence without a bio-leaf just now.
Where'd he go?
Oh, who knows? Perhaps he went one way, maybe the other. Well, I think it was the other there.
All right, men. Arms. French cavalier, eh? We'll have him like a fowl on a spit. Spread out, cover the streets. Keep an eye out. Don't let him slip away between you. Forward now. Search every corner.
drunken fool. I'm for it now, all right. This cross street. There's a bare chance they'll pass it by. If I can only get through here. No. Oh, no. It's a dead end, unless this leads... No, it's only the door to a house. Caught like a rat in a trap. All right. If it's so written, then so be it. With a bit of luck, there'll be 2 or 3 go with me. Huh? The door. It's unlocked. I can push it open. Black as the mouth of hell inside. Well, what have I got to lose?
Alive now. You have to be here someplace. Not that door, you dog! Can't you see the press about it? He's not here. He's gone. Yeah, there he has. Didn't come in here after all. All right, back to the corner. He's a sly one for sure.
That was close. Too close. Now to get out of here, and no one in the house will ever be the wiser. Huh? What's this? The door's locked. Oh, it's a trap. But why? Why would such a thing be done? I came in here by chance, 1 chance against 1,000,000. Wait. It's a light. Somewhere inside the house. Well, by all rights, I should be dead at this moment. So...
Come in, young man. I've been expecting you all evening.
I fear you must be mistaken, sir. My visit is quite unexpected for both of us.
That's good. That's very good. For the both of us, you say. Well, no matter. You're here. That's the main point. Take a seat, my boy. Put yourself at ease. We'll arrange our little affairs presently.
There seems to be some misunderstanding. You see, your door was standing...
Oh, the door. That was a little piece of ingenuity. Don't you agree?
So you must know that I had no intention of intruding without an invitation.
Without an invitation, is it? Well, we old people are used to such reluctance. When it touches our honor, we cast about until we find some way of overcoming it. And so, my boy, invitation or not, you are, believe me, most welcome.
I hope you'll pardon my saying it, but I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, so that's it. Dead to rights, but still pretending, eh? You're a clever rogue.
Sir,
Right.
my name is Denis de Beaulieu. I am not a guest in your house by my own choice, and I am not accustomed to being slain.
Nor is the house of Maltois accustomed to certain things, of which you well know.
Maltois? I should have expected better treatment at the hands of one of the most honored families of France.
Honored indeed, until you, Monsieur de Beaulieu, took it upon yourself to dishonor us.
Sire de Maltois, I have attempted to explain that I took a stand before your door to fight off a patrol which I'd encountered in the street. I assure you I had no slight intention of forcing myself Since it seems impossible for you to converse with any degree of reason, may I bid you good night? Sir, if you have your right wits, then you're insulting me grossly. And if not, I have no desire to spend further time with a lunatic.
You young fool. Thinking to get away so easily.
No power on earth can make me stay here any longer, even if I'm forced to hack that door of yours to pieces.
I'm me. And now, will you please sit down, my dear nephew?
Nephew? You lie in your teeth.
I said sit down. You think for a minute that I made a little contrivance for the door and stopped short with that? If you want to be bound hand and foot until your bones crack inside of you, then get up. Try to get away. But if you'd rather stay a free young buck, agreeably conversing with an old gentleman, sit where you are in peace.
You mean, then, I'm a prisoner here?
I stated the facts. Draw your own conclusions. Ah, Pierre Francois, come in, come in.
Thank you, Messiah.
Tell me, how is she? A little better frame of mind, I hope?
She is more resigned, at least, Messiah.
Well, now, isn't she hard to please? A likely stripling such as this, well-born, and her own choice. What more would the jade dwarf have, hmm?
If you'll pardon, the situation is not usual for a young damsel. It is somewhat trying to her blushes.
Trying, is it? Ha! She should have thought of that before the dance began. She called the turns, and now she'll do the pay.
At the risk of being presumptuous, may I ask who she is?
Ha! You hear that, Père Francois? Monsieur de Beaulieu wishes to know who she is.
I heard, Monsieur.
I am pleased that you find my most casual remark so amusing.
So, you'd like to know who she is. Very well. After all, you really should know, young fella. It's only fitting for you to be introduced properly. Come along, come along. I'll take you into she, all right. Why, that's the reason I planned the whole thing. You stubborn young scoundrelly blackguard. Come along, my boy. Right through this door.
After you, sir, if you don't mind.
Oh, no. It's not that kind of a trap. Here we are. How are you, my dear?
Oh, please, Uncle. Please have some pity on me.
Pity? But I do a great deal more than you've shown for the name of Malchoir. Come now, up off your knees and look at the friend I brought you. It's good to be devout, but it is also necessary to be polite.
I have no understanding how you can be so vicious.
Oh, that's very unkind. And now, Monsieur de Beaulieu, since we've decided to keep up this farce, allow me to present my niece, Blanche de Malchoir.
For such an inhuman thing, surely heaven itself. He's not the man. My uncle, this is not the man.
Expected you to say as much, my dear. Is it so unfortunate you couldn't remember his name?
It's true. I swear by the Blessed Virgin, I do not know this man. Never laid eyes on him before. Please do tell him. Tell him we've never seen each other before.
For myself, at any rate, I've never had that pleasure. Sire, I've not met your lovely niece before this moon.
Oh, now isn't that too bad? But it's never too late to begin. Quite often these impromptu marriages turn out very well in the end.
Marriage? Sire de Malchoir, would you please be kind enough to explain what you mean?
Aha, now, surely you've heard of the custom of marriage. It's quite widely practiced.
At least, sir, I've never heard before of such a maniac as I perceive you to be. And I've no intention of marrying anyone.
Then may I ask what were your intentions, my boy? Oh, well, no matter now. Père Francois is looking forward to performing the nuptial rites. Oh, he's quite properly ordained, you know. So, shall we say, in 2 hours? Meanwhile, I suggest you become better acquainted.
Wait. Uncle, you can't be in earnest. I swear to you I'll kill myself before I'll be forced on this young man.
Forced? Now, come now, my dear Blanche.
Is it possible that you think I'm lying? That you still believe this is the man?
Frankly, I do.
Well, then you're wrong.
I refuse utterly even to consider
Enough, my dear. You took it upon yourself to dishonor the name of our family. You forfeited all right whatsoever to question my designs. I consider it a duty to see that you're married with as little delay as possible. Out of the goodness of my heart, I've attempted to find the man of your choice. And I believe I've done so. But if not, then I care not one jackstraw. Is that perfectly clear?
It's clear, sir, that you're a madman.
Perhaps, my dear nephew.
I'm not your nephew, nor will I be.
We'd sooner die 1,000 times.
Oh, such a fury against the inevitable. At any rate, you have 2 hours to compose your differences. Père Francois, bring the clock.
Very well, Messiah.
Thank you. Place it there. This, Monsieur de Beaulieu, is another of my little contrivances, and one that is hardly less ingenious than my door.
Messiah, your accomplishments are of no interest to me whatsoever.
Oh, I think you'll find this one most interesting. You will notice that the upper container is filled with water. In exactly 2 hours, all of the water will have dripped into the lower vessel, and at that time, I shall return. Remove the plug, Père Francois. Clever, isn't it? Well, genius is so rarely appreciated. And now I'm quite sure you'd sooner carry on your interview without an audience.
You'd never met my uncle before? He didn't arrange this with you?
I've never laid eyes on him. And certainly nothing was arranged with me, else I wouldn't be here.
Oh, then you're as much an unfortunate victim as myself.
But you at least must be more aware of the circumstances. I can understand none of this.
It's not an easy thing for a girl to tell. Whatever you may think of me now, I fear you shall think the worse when I've finished.
Words are but words. But your manner encourages respect.
Thank you, monsieur. I've lived all my life with my uncle, and I've not been happy. 3 months ago, a young captain of the guard began to stand near me in the church. Oh, you must understand. I gave him no encouragement to do so.
Oh, quite so, I understand. He was handsome, of course.
As a matter of fact, very. After a while, he began to pass me notes. He found me pleasing, wanted to meet me, and seemed most interested in me for some reason.
I can believe that.
This morning, he passed me a note urging me to leave the outer door open tonight so that he could speak a few words with me on the stairs. Oh, this is most difficult for me to tell, monsieur. I'm sure he meant no harm. I've no idea how my uncle came to suspect. Sometimes his shrewdness becomes almost diabolical. After church, he took that note from my hand, read it, gave it back to me. I've been kept in my room all day, knowing nothing of what he might be planning.
So that's it. By pure accident, I've blundered into a trap set for someone else.
Had my uncle brought the captain himself, the thing still would have been confusing. How should I know that he may not have been trifling with me all along? But to be forced into a situation with you, a perfect stranger...
Your regard for me is quite clear, mademoiselle. I regret appearing as a disappointment to you. I believe you said he was very handsome?
If that were all...
There's more?
I mean, monsieur, that you yourself are quite handsome. But it's so... Oh, no, it's really no use.
Please understand me. I'm not urging you in any way.
Urging, monsieur?
I'm accustomed to meeting young ladies upon occasion who are quite ready to accept me as something beside a convenient substitute for some handsome captain of the guard.
I've no doubt of it, monsieur. And to correct a mistaken impression you seem to have, I'm well aware that you're doing no urging. And were you to do so, I should neither listen to nor give it any consideration whatsoever. It's well that we both understand one another.
Quite so. And that being the case, Mademoiselle de Maltroit, I wonder if you'll be good enough to conduct me to your uncle.
With the greatest of pleasure, monsieur.
I've no doubt but what this little matter can be settled very quickly, and with as much honor as possible to everybody concerned.
The full 2 hours weren't necessary. Already harmonious accord rises triumphant.
On the contrary side, de Maltroit. Your assumption is entirely false.
Oh, what a pity. Well, Père Francois, there's nothing to it. We'll simply have to wait a while longer.
As you say, Messiah.
I fear it may be much longer than you think. In fact, forever.
That's a very long time indeed. And you, my dear niece, what are your sentiments in the matter?
I will not marry this man. Do what you may, uncle, I will not marry him.
Right back where we started. Can it be that our young friend is lacking in perception, Père Francois?
It is possible, Messiah.
I'm not at any rate lacking in a sense of honorable conduct. Dragged in here against my will, I've addressed your niece in the manner of a gentleman. I found her charming, lovely, delightful.
Monsieur.
But now I have the honor of declining your offer of her hand. Let that end the matter.
It's not as simple as that. Take a look from my window there, and tell me what you see on the wall beneath it.
What do you mean?
See for yourself.
Whatever it is can have no bearing on the matter. There's an iron ring set in the wall.
Quite so, and fastened to the ring?
A rope.
Right. So we have two elements. And to complete our little diagram, we need a third one. That element is, at the moment, firmly attached to your body. I'm referring, sir, to your neck.
Uncle, no.
And may I inquire the purpose of the dogs there in the courtyard below? Are they also a part of your devilish plans?
My dear young man, a body doesn't hang in ropes forever, you know.
You maniac. Even murder doesn't stop you.
Oh, that's such a nasty word. Let us confine ourselves to the bald facts. At the end of your 2 hours, you will prepare yourself either to marry my niece or to kick out your life while you swing at the end of that rope. There's no other alternative.
I think there's one. Between gentlemen, at any rate. Arm yourself, sir.
You fool. You think for a moment that if I'd regarded your sword as a threat, you'd still be wearing it? Père Francois, will you open that door to the passage, please?
Of course, Messire. I'll be most happy to.
Gentlemen, show this rash young buck the color of your steel. Whether he likes to admit it or not, Monsieur de Beaulieu, one day a man grows too old to fight his own battles and must hire others to do it for him. Close the door, Père Francois.
Then you'll not fight?
Do I seem a fool? There'll be no fighting and no haughty refusal to marry my niece. You found her charming. Well and good. But I'll tell you this. Were she as common as the Paris road, more hideous than the gargoyle over my door, you'd not spurn the hand of a Maltois and never live to tell of it. Alive and married you'll be, or dead and hanging from that window, and soon after, food for the dogs. It's one or the other. So, make up your mind.
Please, Monsieur de Beaulieu, why do you not sit down?
Your concern is most gratifying, mademoiselle. Since I have such a short time to live, I doubt that I'll grow very tired.
If the time be short, then why do we waste it in formal speech?
As you will. Listen to him. Drip, drip, drip. That devilish clock, like an artery opened and life's blood itself dripping away.
I've sat here and thought until my whole mind's in a great whirl.
Please, you really shouldn't trouble yourself so much.
I can't bear to have you slain for my sake. Monsieur de Beaulieu, I will marry you gladly.
You must think then that I stand very much in fear of death.
Oh, no. I've had reason to see that you're no coward.
I've asked for no pity. If the thing has to be, then that's the end of it.
Oh, sir, you misunderstood me. Why, the great nobility with which you faced my uncle should have removed all question about your bravery had such doubts existed.
That is most kind of you to say so.
Not, of course, that anyone could raise such questions once they'd seen you.
Death's another incident. That's all.
Oh, but life's a better one. You'll agree, then?
I'm afraid you underrate the difficulty. What your generosity offers me, my pride prevents accepting. In this moment of noble feeling toward me, aren't you forgetting what you already owe to someone else?
Monsieur, he never really mattered.
Mademoiselle, my very life's the forfeit here. One I'll pay gladly if it be of service to a lady, but to tell me it's for something that never really mattered.
Please don't be so cruel.
Cruel, you forget. I'm the one who's going to die, not you.
I've not forgotten, monsieur.
Yes. You'll enjoy tomorrow's sun like any other days. And tomorrow night, perhaps you'll see him again. And of course, I'll be forgotten.
Oh, no, never.
But it's all a man can expect when he's born into the world, death at last. And some piece of ironic misfortune.
Oh, don't say this. I can't bear it.
Oh, if I've said anything to wound you, I'm sorry. It was for your own sake, not mine.
Thank you.
Please. It's a bitter thing, my dear, to see you in such distress that giving my life itself for you, can't help it.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be braver. Is there no way at all in which I can serve you? Either now or afterwards?
Only by letting me think of you as a friend for the brief time that's left to us. By forgetting for the moment that I'm an awkward intruder thrown here by circumstance. That's all.
And afterwards?
What does it matter? The closer you come to it, the clearer you see that that's no more than a dark and dusty corner where a man climbs into his tomb and shuts the door after him.
Oh, monsieur.
I've only a few friends now. And once I'm dead, I've no doubt that I'll have none.
You forget Blanche de Montois.
You're very sweet. Any young man in France would be glad to trade places with me and die for you. You value the small service I do you far beyond its worth.
I'll not have you thinking so meanly of yourself. Look at me. Would you say that I am beautiful?
I think the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
I'm glad of that. Tell me, is there a man in France who can say he's been asked in marriage by a beautiful maiden, asked from her own lips, and refused her to her face?
Oh, no.
I know you're a man and half despise such a triumph. But any woman knows more of what's precious in love.
But remember, you asked me out of the pity of your heart, not for love.
Are you so sure of that? Must I bear my very soul like a merchant showcase?
You're very good. As good as you're beautiful. I'll not forget it for the time that's left.
Very well. I, too, have a pride of my own. If you turn back now from your word, I'd no more marry you than I would any stranger off the street.
It's a small love that shies at a little pride. Dawn's starting to break.
Yes. My uncle and his men will come here any moment. What shall we say to him?
Anything you will.
Oh. All of my life I'll weep for you. And weep the more because it was you.
If I'm wrong, it's a great price I'm paying for it. One I'd not pay if I didn't care for you so dearly.
Careful. Oh, no, it's you who are being
It was
kind.
in the moment your uncle brought me into you and you raised your face to look at me. That's when I knew.
Oh, strange. For it was then I felt it too.
You've seen already that I'm not afraid to die.
Oh, you're not. I know it.
Blanche, is it really true, not something born of pity?
I swear by all that's holy. I love you, Dennis.
Oh, my beloved. And I can tell you now that I love you, too.
Even after all you've
I can
heard.
remember none of it.
The captain's
No
name.
matter. I love you.
Oh, my
I
darling.
love you more than my life and my soul. Blanche, my darling, I love you. I love you, Blanche.
Well,
Uncle.
Well. It's most gratifying to see this little matter settle in such a congenial fashion. Good morning, my dear nephew.
I have nothing to say to you, sir. You're a vicious and unprincipled old man.
Oh, that's most ungracious of you. No. At the very worst, I'm no more than a very wise old man. One who's lived a long time and seen a great many remarkable things. An old man who's learned all about such mysteries as the love of life and love.
The Sire de Maltois Door by Robert Louis Stevenson was adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield and produced and directed by William N. Robeson, with Elliot Lewis as Denis, Peggy Weber as Blanche, and Ramsey Hill as the Sire de Maltois. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Fewer. Escape is presented by the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations each week at this time. Next week, we invite you to escape to Egypt of 3,500 years ago with Arthur Conan Doyle's fascinating tale of the Ring of Thoth. And so good night until next week at this time, when again it will be time to escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now let's see what Fibber McGee and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Jimmy Shields, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Make with the Kisses. When you're making out your shopping list this week, be sure to write down Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. No modern home should ever be without this labor-saving floor polish. It's the easy, safe way to have beautiful, sparkling floors with practically no work. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It shines as it dries without any rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry, and in 20 minutes your floors have glistening new beauty. Glow Coat brings out and preserves the colors of linoleum. And besides saving you hours of work, this famous polish saves money, too. Many users write that Glow Coat actually makes their linoleum last 6 times longer than when unprotected. So you see, it will pay you in more ways than one to protect your floors this easy, modern way with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Well, sir, if there's one thing worse than having an old suitor hanging around the house for years, it's having an old suit hanging around. So here in the living room at 79 Wistful Vista, intently reading the paper while his wife is telling him he must throw out his old blue serge, and with neither paying any attention to the other, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Joe DiMaggio, still a holdout.
How many times have I told you to throw this old suit away, McGee?
This is the 6th time DiMaggio has turned down the contract.
There's no use keeping it. The seat of the pants is all gone.
I'll just sit here at home then, says Joe, till I meet my terms. Let's see, where's the weather forecast?
Have you ever looked in these pockets, McGee?
Oh, it's a foregone conclusion that there will be no change, the weather forecaster predicted.
And I know that the pants won't fit you.
Local corporation expands.
I don't know how you'd expect to get into them.
By adding 7 vice presidents.
Why, McGee, you're hopeless.
You're perfectly right, Molly. What did you say?
I want you to throw this old suit away.
Why, of course, I'd be glad. What? Throw away my lucky blue serge?
What's so lucky about it?
Why, don't you remember, Molly? I won that suit on a punch board. I punched out your name.
Oh, that's right.
Sure.
And I remember how proud I was the first time you wore it, Billy.
That was the night we went out dancing and won the Charleston contest.
Yeah. And do you recall the prize they gave us?
Yeah.
Oh, I can still see you carrying home that case of near beer.
That was Bevo, Molly. I wonder whatever become of Bevo.
I don't know.
Gee, Molly, I hate to throw away this suit.
Oh, now, McGee, after all.
Well, let me try it on, huh? Here, give it here.
What's that?
That's them bell-bottom pants. There. How does it look, Molly?
Why, that suit is all in rags.
Oh, it isn't. Oh, well, I'll admit it's worn a little thin from having so many mouths to feed. But...
Hardly worth the effort.
Yep.
Now remove that suit from your carcass before those moths take you for a test flight.
Yeah, all right, but shucks,
Why don't you throw it out in the alley?
What, throw this suit away? Why, any old clothes man will be glad to pay me something for it. Give me the phone book, will you, Molly?
Here you are.
Let me see. Oh, here we are. Second-hand garments. The Robinson Crusoe Castaway Clothing Shop. If you need money over the weekend, call our man Friday.
Call him now.
Oh, okay. Hello, operator. I want the Robinson Crusoe Castaway... Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? Your father what? Oh, he came home early. What? Oh, broke, eh? And polluted.
Oh. What happened?
Mert's father rushed home last night to warn the family that the water main had broke. All the water was polluted, too. Hey, Mert, do me a favor and tell the Robinson Crusoe to send over their buyer, will you? I've got a big deal for him. Thanks.
Well, if this is a big deal, dearie, all you hold is the joker.
That can't be them already.
Dear old... Come in. Why, hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Well, hello, Mrs. McGee. And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
Well, my dear, I want you to meet my new protege. This is Maestro William Randolph Mills, the celebrated orchestra conductor. One of the foremost exponents of classical music in America. Aren't you, Maestro?
You tell him, Toots. Did you call Billy a maestro, Uppy?
But of course.
I always thought a maestro had to have a big shock of bushy hair.
No, dearie, a maestro is a drum major for highbrow music.
Oh, well, Billy qualifies as a highbrow, all right. His forehead stops just short of his back collar button.
Well, it is our intention, Senor Mills and I...
Senor?
...to make Wistful Vista a center of culture by organizing a lovely concert orchestra.
Oh.
What is it you call it, Maestro?
Professor Mills' Silver Cornet Band. I'm using the Elks as a nucleus.
Isn't he just marvelous? Oh, such savoir-faire.
Oh, cut it out, kid.
Oh, my, he's so modest. And to think that all these years he's been hiding his light behind a bustle.
What?
Oh, I mean a bushel. Oh, my. But anyway, I'm putting the two of you on our list of patrons for Dr. Mills' first concerto. Now, let me see. When will that be, Doctor?
Just as soon as you give me the dough to get the horns out of Hot Cookie.
Oh, my. The professor's so helpless in money matters. Why, just today he told me he was so pale and overdrawn at the bank that I'd have to give him a transfusion. Or am I being just a silly girl?
Yes, I think you are.
Yes, I think I have to... What? Well, goodbye. Come, Randolph.
Okay, Abigail. Hey, Molly, do you suppose Mrs. Uppington is really going for him?
Well, I don't know, dearie, but she ain't dousing herself with that Jockey Club perfume for nothing.
Hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny. You the folks that sent for the old clothes man?
Yep, and it looks like we drew the oldest clothes man in town.
Hey!
How much will you give me for this suit here, old-timer?
Can't see it very well without my specs. Wait till I put 'em on. Well, I got 'em on and I still can't see it. What kind of a suit do you call it?
It's a blue serge.
Guess you're right. Serge must have been mighty blue when he made it, too. Well, that's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I... Hey, wait a minute. Who's telling there? Hey? Oh, well... Anyhow, the way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, says, how's your cow Bessie standing this cold spell? All right, says t'other feller, except that this morning when I milked her, she began giving good humors. Well, I gotta go now.
Hey, old-timer, what about this suit?
Eh? Oh, yes. Well, I tell you what I'll do. I'll sell it to you for 50 cents.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not selling this suit. You're buying it.
Oh, no, I'm not, Johnny.
Huh?
The kind of suits I sell for 50 cents, I don't buy. I just pick 'em up out of ash cans. So long, kid.
Oh, boy, that's a load off my mind. For a minute there, I was afraid Dick Tracy was a goner. Well, now for Popeye. Let's see. Oh, where you been, Molly?
Well, I just threw that old suit of yours out in the alley.
Oh, well, I should have done it myself, but I was busy.
Yeah, busy with the funny papers.
I was never no such a thing. I was studying the editorial page.
Go on with you. Every time Tarzan falls out of a tree, you limp for a week.
Well, a guy's got to show his sympathy some way.
Come in.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Hi, mister.
Well, what is it, sis?
I bet you I found something, I bet you.
Oh, you found something.
Hmm?
I said you found something.
Did I?
You said you did.
What'd I find?
How do I know what you found?
Well, then how do you know I found it?
Listen, sis, you said you found something. What did you find?
Your blue serge suit.
My blue... Oh, dad ratted luck anyway.
Yeah. I found it out in the alley, I bet you.
Well, it wasn't bothering anyone out there, was it? Why did you have to bring it in? I says, what did you bring it in for?
For a dime.
A dime, but I don't need it.
Gee, thanks.
For what?
For the dime you don't need.
Oh, I give up. Okay, here's your dime.
Okay, here's your suit.
I bet I know what you're going to do with that dime. I bet you're going to buy chocolates.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh,
McGee, stop it.
Well, shucks. Make her stop it, too.
Let her spend the dime the way she wants to.
All right. What you going to do with it, sis?
Gonna buy some Mexican candy.
Mexican candy?
Sure. You gave me a Mexican dime. Well, so long, mister.
Well, as the fat chimney sweep said when he couldn't budge, here I am stuck with the suit again.
The word is soot.
Well, here I am stuck with the soot.
Say, there's Mr. Wilcox coming down the street, dearie. Maybe he can tell us what to do with it.
Oh, no, not that guy. He'll figure out a way to switch the conversation around to that subject.
Why, you do the man an injustitude. I'll bet he doesn't mention Johnson's wax once.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll bet you $1 he does. I'll bet you $1 that he says Johnson's wax. Are you game?
All right, I'll bet you. Now hurry and call him.
Okay. Oh, Harlow. Hey, Harlow.
Oh, hello there, Fibber.
Come in a second, will you?
Sure. Well, hello, Molly. What's new?
Well, we've got a little problem. We're trying to get rid of this old suit of McGee's. Now, what would you advise?
Well, I'm sorry, Molly. I haven't had any experience with old suits. Now, if it was an old floor or an old piece of furniture...
Oh, here's where I collect.
Well, I'd know exactly what to do. I'd simply apply...
Johnson's wax?
That's right. And after one treatment... Sure. And after one treatment, the old floor or the old table would sparkle with a fresh, gleaming coat. It would also be protected from scratches or wear. So don't forget, folks, if there's a question of keeping your house looking brighter, younger, and cleaner, the answer is...
Johnson's wax?
Right you are. Well, say, I'm sorry I can't help you out about that suit, Fibber. Say, look, why don't you just cut it up into small squares and sell them for pocket mirrors? Well, so long.
Well, dearie, you've lost the bet. Now pay up.
Oh, all right. Here you are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
McGee. Where did you get a hold of $1?
Oh, I found it. In your purse.
I might have known.
Hey, I know how we'll get rid of that suit, Molly. We'll throw it into the river. Let's get rid of...
Oh, Nick DePopolis.
Hello there, Cupie.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Oh, hi to you, too, Fizzer. I'm just drooping around to see where you've been keeping myself these long winter underwears. You ain't come around my candy kitchen lately. What's the matter? You lose your sweet toots? Toots?
Well, we've been pretty busy lately. Say, you don't know how I could get rid of this old blue serge suit, do you, Nick?
Sure, Fizzer.
Huh?
I got a cousin on my doctor's side who just gave a wide berth to a new inventor that reconditions tired suits like that one, if I do say so myself.
Oh. Well, tell me about it. I'm all ears.
Now that you mention it, yes. But my cousin, he takes a suit of clothing and puts it in a cabinet where it dunks himself in steam and hot oil.
Oh, for how long?
Oh, one day I saw it in there for 2 days. And then he puts it in a tireless cookie, and he spins it around for 50 miles in a 20-mile ozone.
Oh, say, that sounds marvelous.
I'll say so.
Yes. There is only one throwback to the whole deal.
What's that, Nick?
It don't do the suit a bit of good. Well, so long, Fizzer. So long, Cupie. Drop me a ring sometime when you're passing out.
Poor Nick. I guess English will always be Greek to him. Well, come on, Molly. Get your coat on. We're going to take this suit down and throw it in the river. I'm going to get rid of it.
Hi, mister. Look what I got for you this time.
Hey, where did you get all those suits, sis? Who do those suits belong to?
They're yours now.
Why, there's 5 of them. What would I want 5 suits for?
For 50 cents.
50 cents?
Yep. 10 cents a suit. Like last time, remember?
Haven't I got enough trouble trying to get rid of the one suit? Where'd you get these suits?
From the neighbors.
From the neighbors? You sure the people didn't mind you taking them?
Oh, no. They were glad to have me take them.
Glad to have you take them?
Sure. Every single person gave me a suit just as soon as I started to cry and told them it was for poor old Mr. McGee.
Folks, Jimmy Shields sings Careless.
Love was the thing that you wanted. That's why we answered love's call. Now that you've got what you wanted, you don't seem to want it at all. Careless, now that you've got me loving you, you're careless, careless in everything you do. You'll break appointments and think you are smart. If you're not careful, you'll break my heart. Careless, now that my bridges all are burned. You're careless, careless in things where I'm just careless as you seem to be? Or do you just careless for me?
That's swell, Jimmy.
Well, now that we've thrown that suit in the river, where do you suppose it'll wind up?
Oh, well, it'll return to its original place in nature, Molly.
Is that so?
It'll float and float down the river till it comes to the ocean. And when it gets to the ocean, well, that's where the surge of the blue sea meets the blue surge, see? Don't you get it, Molly? I said that.
Ain't funny, McGee.
It is a little far-fetched. About 2,000 miles.
Uh-oh. McGee.
Huh? What's the matter?
Here comes that man again. You know, the one we can't think who he is?
Oh, boy, and no place to hide.
Dear
Hey, I'm going to find out who he is this time, Molly. Watch me lead the conversation around to where he tips us off.
Well, hello there, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, how do you do? Imagine meeting you here.
Hi, Bud. Hi. I was hoping I'd see you around someplace.
You were?
Yeah.
Why, may I ask?
Oh, that's a silly one. Well, I got to thinking about you the other day, and how we don't see much of each other nowadays, so I thought it'd be nice if we had a picture of you for our album. You know, with your name signed to it and everything.
What, do you want another one?
You mean we already have... Oh, why, of course, McGee. How dumb of you. We already have a picture of Mr. Yeah, and it's a dandy one, too.
Oh, shucks, I was just kidding.
Oh, sure, I know. Same old McGee.
Yeah, same old McGee.
Well, I've got to be getting along, folks. Good day.
Goodbye, Mr. Nice to have seen you again.
Well, so long, fella. So long.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. McGee.
Huh?
Don't forget about old Charlie.
Huh? Old Charlie?
It's next week, you know. Yeah. Well, so long.
So long.
Who's old Charlie?
It's me. I think he's a stand-in for the Invisible Man. Who in Tunket is that? Say, I got an idea, Molly. Next time we meet him, you accidentally knock his hat off his head, and when I pick it up, I'll sneak a look at the initials inside of it.
Yeah.
Find out who he is.
Or you could knock him unconscious and take an impression of his bridge work. That'd really be something.
Hey, look, Molly. There's somebody waiting for us on our porch.
Oh, looks like a policeman.
Why, it's my old pal, Officer Kelly.
Oh, McGee. McGee, lad, it's you. All the saints be praised. Oh, I thought you were drowned for sure and all.
Drowned?
Drowned?
Why, we just fished his clothes out of the river.
My clothes?
Yes, your blue serge suit.
Oh.
Look, I brought it with me. Here you are, McGee.
Thank you, Officer Dearie.
Huh? Oh. Thanks, Kelly.
Heavenly days, what's that?
Oh, it's just the emergency squad. Dynamite in the river for your husband. I better run down and tell him to quit. This long, folks.
Goodbye, Officer Kelly.
The way this suit keeps crawling home, I'm beginning to think there's ants in these pants.
Say, I've got an idea. Why don't you just mail them to somebody you don't know?
I'm all fed up. I know what I'll do. I'll toss it over into Gildersleeve's yard. There. His dog will take care of it all right. There. That's the end of that. Come on, let's go in the house, Molly. Now, I don't want to hear another word about that suit. That dreaded suit's a closed book in my life, understand?
Yes, dearie.
Now, where's my paper and my slippers?
I'll get them right away, dear.
And while you're about it, see if there's any apples in the cooler.
All right.
McGee! McGee!
That sounds like Gildersleeve.
Come in.
Oh, hi, Gildy.
Now, look here, McGee. I won't pay it. I won't pay it.
Hey, wait a minute. What you all excited about? You won't pay what?
You can't hold me up for an exorbitant sum just because my dog chewed up your suit.
You're... Your dog chewed up my suit, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
just came out for a breath of air, and there was my Great Dane Hamlet eating your suit with relish.
What, no mustard?
To think that Hamlet would turn out to be a bad actor.
And look at that suit, Molly.
Yes.
Torn to shreds.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Oh, well, maybe the coat can be saved. Here, I'll try it on. Oh, dear, look at that coat, Molly.
Oh, dear. Why, it's terrible.
Oh, it's awful. My beautiful new blue serge. Ruined. Now, look here, Gildersleeve.
Now, McGee, don't be bitter. I'll do the right thing by you.
Well, I think... Oh, will you, Gildy? Well, that's mighty nice of you, Gildy.
Yes. Now, let's see. What can I do? Oh, I have it, McGee. My employees gave me a $50 merchandise order for Christmas.
Oh.
I'm going to sign it over to you, McGee.
Oh.
That ought to be enough, eh?
Oh, too much.
That's enough, Molly.
Now, here you are, McGee. Now, that makes everything all right between us, doesn't it?
Sure, Gildy.
Yeah. And you won't sue.
No, I won't sue.
Yeah.
Well, goodbye, Gildersleeve.
Goodbye.
I'm going to get rid of this suit once and for all, Molly. I know what I'll do. I'll throw it in the fireplace.
Oh, dear.
There goes the pants. Let me get the coat. There's the coat. There it goes. And the first thing tomorrow, I'm going downtown and get fitted out for a nice new suit. I think I'll get a blue serge.
And what store is the order on, McGee?
Well, let's see. It says right here. Oh, let me sit down, Molly. I'm not feeling very good.
Oh.
What did you ask me, Molly?
I said, what store is the order on?
Oh, I don't know.
Why not?
It's in my pocket.
Well, take it out.
It's in the other pocket.
What other pocket?
In the other suit.
What other suit?
The one I burned up.
Heavenly
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. In the meanwhile, there's just time for me to say a few words about the traffic areas in your home. In every city, there are certain streets that get more traffic than others. In your home, there are certain floor areas, too, that get the heaviest traffic. Hallways, entrances to certain rooms like the dining room and kitchen. These heavy traffic spots need more care than the rest of your floors to keep the finishes from becoming badly scuffed and scraped. When floors are protected with genuine Johnson's wax, these wear spots can be touched up as often as necessary without re-waxing the entire floor. This is a great advantage not only in saving work, but in keeping your floors and your home beautiful. It's only one of the many advantages of using genuine Johnson's wax. This double-purpose wax polish protects and beautifies nearly everything in your home. Floors, furniture, woodwork, leather goods, window sills, refrigerators. There are 100 extra labor-saving uses listed right on your package of genuine Johnson's wax, paste, or liquid.
Oh, now listen, dearie. Are you still worried about that old blue serge suit?
No, I'm just trying to remember who that guy is we keep meeting all the time.
Oh, you still can't remember his name, huh?
No. And you know what I bet, Molly?
What?
I'll bet he turns out to be some guy I went all through school with.
He couldn't be, dearie.
Why not?
You didn't go all through school.
I didn't?
No.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Big Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspapers. For the benefit of those who may not have heard the earlier episodes, Flash Gordon and Dale Arden were thrown onto the new planet Mongo. The two Americans were sent to the prison city of the Hawkmen. In a tournament of death, Flash Gordon wins the unconquered kingdom of the caves and sets out to subdue his domain. We now follow Flash Gordon in his conquest of the kingdom of the caves. Having picked up a company of King Voltan's Hawkmen, the huge rocket ship bearing Flash and Dale to their new kingdom heads for the yawning mouth of Kira, the wild and forbidding cave world. Following Ming's map and instructions, Captain Khan steers a course for the stronghold of Zug, chief of the cavemen. The ship leaves the gloom of the first cave and enters another, colossal in size and brilliantly lighted. They land and get out of the rocket ship.
Well, Dale, we're here.
What a huge cave. And look at all those little holes in the side.
Those must be the dwellings of my subjects. Khan, is all my kingdom like this?
I've never been inside before, Your Majesty. Nobody has ever explored this strange underground world.
Look, men are coming out of those holes in the cliff. And what fierce-looking men.
That powerful-looking red-headed giant must be their leader.
We'll break the news to him, Your Majesty.
Me, Zeus. Me, chief here. Why you come, huh?
Bend your knee, O red-haired one. This is King Flash the First, ruler of Kira, the cave world, by order of Ming the Merciless, Emperor of Mongo.
No, King. Me, chief. Me, kill him.
Look out, Flash.
Drop that stone axe, you fool.
Yeah.
This is a ray pistol which can dissolve you into pieces.
Wait, Khan. I'll not rule any man I can't beat in fair combat.
You stronger. You, King.
Thanks, Zug. I'll make you my right-hand man.
Run for your lives. He comes, the eater of men.
What's the matter?
Big lizard monster. Eat men. Run for your lives.
Khan, give me my signal gun. If that thing gets close enough, I'll shoot
No, shoot him, Flash.
Here goes. Good work, Your Majesty. You have blinded him.
There he goes. I don't think you'll ever be bothered by him again, Zug.
Oh, King. Me and my tribe fight for you, always.
Fine. With the cavemen and the hawkmen, I'll conquer my kingdom.
Flash Gordon leads his army of cliffmen and hawkmen into the immense caves which make up his kingdom. After progressing for a long time without seeing a living thing, he decides to take Dale and go on a scouting expedition. Walking through a cave of terrifying beauty, the two Americans are suddenly surprised by a band of lizard men. They drop from all sides, hurling stones. Flash is knocked out, and Dale's signal gun shrieks its siren as she fires bolt after bolt at the charging man-beast. Back on the plain, Captain Khan and Zug leap to their feet as the wailing of Dale's signal gun reaches their ears. With the dashing, fearless Captain Khan at their head, the squad of hawkmen come to the rescue.
Dale! What has happened to His Majesty?
Lizard men, they attacked us and knocked Flash out. I fought them off, but they took Flash and escaped through that crevice.
It's blocked with a huge stone. Men, swing that quick-firing gun into position. There. This way, Dale. Let us find His Majesty.
Look! Blood.
That means King Flash came this way. Lizard men don't bleed.
This passage seems blocked up.
We'll have to use the nitro gun.
Wait. Let me squeeze through that opening.
Right. How is it, Dale? Can you see the end?
Not yet.
Now?
I'm stuck, but I can see light ahead.
Dale?
Flash, darling, you're alive. I'm so glad.
They'll have to get the cannon. I can't fudge this stone.
Can you reach my signal gun?
Yes, I got it. Thanks, Dale. Quiet. Here come the lizard men after me.
In the meantime, in the castle of Azora, the witch queen of the blue magic men, Saul, the chief magician, calls the queen's attention to something he sees in the magic glass.
Yeah, look, O Queen.
Strangers to my cave.
Fighting with the lizard men. See, they have blown down the stone and have conquered their opponents. They are free. They are coming this way.
What a handsome blonde leader. Tall, we must go to welcome him.
What's that, Count? Why, the earth is trembling. The walls are shaking.
Look, the soldiers and Brooke and the cavemen.
They're buried under an avalanche of stone. That weird light. What does it mean?
Look, in the midst of the lurid flames. A woman.
Greetings, strangers.
Who are you?
Bend the knee, O strangers. You are face to face with Azora, queen of the blue magic men.
A queen?
I am King Flash. I bend my knee to no one, man or woman.
So, make him bow to me, Tall.
Poison gas. He's strangling us. Dale. Don't worry, Dale.
Your spell is on them, O Queen. See, they sink to the ground unconscious from the sleep gas. Yours is the power to bring them back, God.
The fool. He thinks he can pit his muscle against sleep gas. Have them carried to the gravity sledge. We return to the castle.
Well, Queen Azora, here are the three strangers laid out before you, still in deep slumber, from which only you have the power to bring them back. What is your pleasure?
He is so handsome, so big and strong. Tall, use the pull motor. Bring this one back to life.
There. His eyelids quiver. A shudder runs through his body. The blonde youth is coming back to us.
Don't worry, Dale. I'm with you. Where am I? Oh, it's you.
Yes. Are you so displeased with my appearance? Am I not beautiful to look upon?
Dale.
Save your breath. He cannot hear you. He cannot answer you. He is dead.
No. Dale. You witch. You killed her.
Yes, I killed her.
You stand there and admit it. Why, I'll...
Stop. I killed her as I killed you and your other companion. And I can bring her back as I brought you back to life.
Then do it. At once.
You are young and full of life. It would be a pity to put such a fine specimen of manhood to death.
What are you talking about?
One of you must die. Which shall it be? You or the girl?
You know there's only one answer to that.
The brave youth wishes to make a supreme sacrifice. Very noble, but very foolish. I've changed my mind. You shall live for me.
And Dale, what will happen to her?
If you promise to obey me forever, I will bring her back to life.
Then I agree to your terms.
Shall we seal our bargain with a drink?
Very well.
Carl?
Queen.
Take this cup, stranger. Drink to our love, fair-haired youth.
You drugged me.
Yes. And now you are truly mine forever.
I can't seem to remember. Where am I? Who are you? And who am I?
Do not worry, my soldier prince. I am your queen, Azura.
Azura? Queer, I can't remember who I am. I had something to do. I had to save somebody.
Sit back and relax.
I must have been struck on the head during a battle. Forgive me for being so foggy.
You are forgiven, my prince. Come with me.
My mind is a blank as to my past.
You mean you have forgotten everything? Even our love?
All I know is that you are the most gorgeous woman I have ever seen.
That is what I have been waiting to hear you say. Listen, my handsome prince. I wish to test you. Look at those two figures suspended there. Do you know them?
A man and a girl. Beautiful girl, too. I never saw them before in my life. Should I recognize them? Have I ever met them?
One more test. Charles, the pull motor. Bring that man back to life.
He is coming back, O Queen.
Flash. Your Majesty. Where is Dale? Dale? Your Majesty? What are you talking about? You must be ill, Your Majesty. Don't you know me? Khan of the Hawkmen. Azura, what's the man raving about?
He is a war prisoner of ours, crazy from wounds.
Oh, then I quite understand. I forgive him.
I am glad you are loyal to me, my king.
I always will be, my beautiful queen. Flash, listen to me.
Quiet. Lie back, you.
I warn you, it will take 1,000 magic men to keep me in chains.
I think not. Guard! Bind him with the electric manacles.
You.
Silence, dogs. I warn you, if you disobey, these manacles will become red hot and steal you to the bone. Take him to the kitchen.
Oh, you got Flash!
And now for the girl.
Flash, where are you?
You shall see him. Get up. Come this way.
Where am I?
You are in the palace of Azura, queen of the magic men. When I draw these curtains, you shall see your lover in the arms of his queen, Azura.
Oh, Flash, how could you?
Listen.
Your kingdom is very beautiful, my darling. I think I would enjoy the sight of food more. I'm starved.
Forgive me, my prince. I was so interested in showing you the beauty of my palace, I'd forgotten about food. Come to the dining room. Oh, cook! Some food.
Now, strange girl, come with me to the kitchen. You shall serve them.
Saul takes Dale to the kitchen of the palace, where she joins Khan, who is helping prepare the food.
Oh, Dale, you're safe.
Yes, Captain John. And I'm glad to find you safe, too. But Flash...
Yes?
Oh, Captain John, what has caused Flash to change so?
I do not know, but he seems to be under some kind of spell. This queen is indeed a witch.
What are you two whispering about? Get to work.
No, I won't. I won't do anything for her.
You dare to rebel? Then take this magnetic whip.
Stop! Give me that whip or I'll break your neck.
Burn him!
Oh, John, they'll kill you. Tell them you'll obey.
For your sake, Dale, I surrender. I will obey.
Good. Now, girls, take this plate of food into the queen and her new prince.
Here, I will help you with the tray, Dale. Now, one taste of this acid on the food, and all of your magic won't save her. There. Now then, can you carry it?
Yes, I shall take it in now. Ah, here comes the food. There's my prince. Her. Flash? Oh, you clumsy fool. Oh, don't you love me anymore, Flash?
Love you? Well, I don't even know you, girl.
I will teach this unruly and clumsy servant girl obedience. Guards, give her the whip.
What will happen to Dale Arden, held in the clutches of the cruel witch queen Azura? See for yourself in full-colored pictures the terrifying situation that faces our friend. You will find these pictures in next Sunday's Comic Weekly, which is distributed with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And besides Flash Gordon, you will find all the other friends waiting to entertain you. Bringing Up Father, The Little King, Barney Google, Good Old Skippy, Jungle Jim, Polly and her pals, the Katzenjammer Kids, Toots and Casper, Way Out West, Tilly the Toiler, Mickey Mouse, and many others. Be sure you get the big, full-colored Comic Weekly with your Hearst newspaper next Sunday. And don't forget our date next week at this same time for another chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
The Fred Allen Show. Brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. An hour of smiles with Fred Allen, folks. 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. With our guest star, the mastermind of the donut industry. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Merrimacs, and Win Murray. The time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show. Now the lights are dim, the curtain rises. Overture, it's 100 to 1. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the evening sun, a fiery orb, sinks slowly into the golden west, we turn with regret from the end of a perfect day to face the hectic hour we know is to come. And so we say aloha to peace and contentment, and helloa to Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, what sort of an introduction was that, Harry? I happened to hear it. You know, my ears have been fixed.
Yes.
The sun, that fiery orb, aloha, helloa. What was?
Well, I'm sorry, Fred.
You sounded like James Fitzpatrick checking out of Tahiti with one of his travelogues.
I know. I just forgot myself, Fred. I've been working on my other job all afternoon. And...
What am I? Am I getting to be a sideline with you or something?
Well,
Everyone should have a sideline, but picking on me. But what other job is this?
Oh, well, I thought you knew about that.
No, nobody tells
Oh, well,
me.
I'm announcing for the Pathé News now.
Well, that's certainly news to me. Have you got your picture stuck up on the corner of the screen like Lou Lair has?
Oh, no. No, I don't appear on the screen, Fred. I'm just a disembodied voice.
Disembodied?
Yeah.
Have you hung your head lately, Harry?
Not since last week's program, no.
Well, the next time you hang your head, look down. Disembodied.
Oh.
Why, you look as though you had just bolted the perisphere.
Oh, this. Well, all right. I am getting a slight abdominal puff.
A slight abdominal puff. If that bulge gets any bigger, Harry, you'll have to sew a snood on the front of your shirt. And while you're looking around for a needle and thread, we say aloha to your paunch, and I hope it doesn't answer, and helloa to the news of the week. Peter, the Ipana Newsreel presents Your News Cavalcade. Brooklyn, New York. Appellate Division in Brooklyn Court rules that any pedestrian crossing thoroughfare with traffic lights in his favor has the right of way until he reaches the other side, even though said lights change color while said pedestrian is in the middle of said thoroughfare. Ipana News interviews man in the street to get his reaction to this recent legal ruling. Mr. Truman Wassop, a former resident of Jackson Heights, says,
This pedestrian's victory come too late for me.
Oh, you are a traffic light victim, Mr. Wassop?
I ain't seen me wife and kiddies for 2 years.
Really? Well, what happened?
Well, on the night of November 8, 1937, I'm starting home from work to Jackson Heights.
Yes?
I'm standing on the curb at 42nd Street. My body is poised. My eyes is agleam. Every sense is alight. My sinews is tensed like a startled fawn.
Well, why?
I'm waiting for the lights to change.
You were on the qui-vive.
No, on the corner of 42nd Street.
Oh, I see.
Snap! The light goes green. I'm off. I get to the middle of the street. Snap! The light goes red.
Yes?
Traffic is on me with a mighty roar.
What did you do?
Well, I look to the right, a taxi. I look to the left, a bus. To the east, a motorcycle. To the west, a truck.
Gad, what a dilemma.
Yeah. I look down, and there is an open manhole. It's my only hope.
You dove down into that open manhole 2 years ago.
And I've been living there ever since. I can't get out.
Why not?
Well, every time I stick my head up out of the manhole,
yes,
the kids in the block start a soccer game.
I was wondering what you were doing with 3 foreheads.
Yeah. Yeah, the contusions on me head has got contusions on them.
Well, condolences and thank you.
Hey, if you're ever passing that open manhole on 42nd Street, drop in.
I sure will. And sorry I brought you up just for that, Mr. Wassop. And thank you. A drugstore employee who welcomes the new pedestrian ruling is Mrs. Lovey Tannenbaum.
The lover you are spelling with twice E.
Oh. L-O-V-E-E.
Also, the last T shall be with a capital.
A capital at the end.
Tannenbaum you're making with a hyphen.
Well, I've never heard of a hyphen in Tannenbaum.
Well, confidentially, when we are living downtown, Tannenbaum, one word is all together. Oh. Now we are living uptown, we are making with a hyphen.
Oh, I see.
Upstairs is living Mrs. Goldberg. Goldberg, she's making with a semicolon.
A semicolon. Well, fine. Now that we've disposed of the neighborhood, what about this new traffic ruling?
For the pedestrian, which I happen to be, it is meaning happy days, but positively.
Do you have occasion to cross the street a lot, Mrs. Tannenbaum?
Once a day for 6 years, I am crossing 38th Street incessantly.
You cross 38th Street once a day.
At 5 o'clock to the dottle.
To the dottle. Well, why?
Well, in my present capacity, I happen to be cashier at Pincus People's Pharmacy. It's a drugstore.
Well, I wouldn't have known otherwise. I'm fortunate you mentioned it.
Across the street, but diagonal, is Boykovich, a dress shop.
Diagonal, I get your slant.
Every day before closing time, Boykovich is looking on the cash register, and Boykovich is saying, I got a headache. So I am coming across the street, diagonal, with aspirin.
And for 6 years, you have never had any difficulty crossing the street with your aspirin?
Once only. But with quick wit, I am muddling through to Boykovich.
Well, when did this happen?
On March 17th. It's St. Patrick's Day. The street is packed. I'm looking. It's a parade with traffic.
Yes?
Boykovich is there with a headache. I am here with the aspirin. And between Boykovich and the aspirin is going up and down the St. Patrick's parade.
A predicament. Well, how did you cross the street?
How is asking? Like a flash, I am joining the ancient order of Hibernians.
Yes?
The Hibernians in a jiffy is putting me in the parade.
Yes?
And I am marching across the street to Boykovich diagonal with the aspirin.
Some strategy. And you are still a member of the ancient order.
I'm a wild Irish
Well, you sure are incognito tonight. And thank you, Mrs. Lovey Tannenbaum. Another pedestrian who isn't bothered by the court's decision, Mr. Prentice Wetty.
Traffic lights ain't no skin off of my nose.
Have you a word of advice to offer pedestrians, Mr. Wetty?
Anybody that gets caught when the lights change has got to work out their own problem.
You don't feel for the other fellow.
It ain't no skin off of my nose.
You,
I've been caught in the middle of the street millions of times. It ain't no skin off of my nose.
I can see that.
I've stood out there with taxis and trucks brushing me so close you couldn't tell their chassis from mine. I kept me head.
But thousands of other pedestrians have been hurt.
It ain't no skin off of my nose.
Well, naturally.
I was out there this morning. Cars whizzing by me. One fender took off the seat of me pants.
I know. It wasn't any skin off of your nose. Well, happy healing, and thank you, Mr. Prentice Wetty. To have the pedestrians' rights clearly understood, Ipana News asks Judge Morley Spratt to define the recent legal ruling. Judge Spratt.
Where a prima facie case has not been nisi prius, the pedestrian status in crossing the highway is volenti non fit injuria. In other words, non-feasance in transit is de mortuis or volvis tu gaily star.
In your judicial opinion, Judge?
There is but one way to solve our present problem. Traffic regimentation.
Traffic regimentation.
Exactly.
Well, how would that work?
Mondays, all traffic will go east.
Yes?
Tuesdays, all traffic will go west.
Yes?
Wednesdays, east. Thursdays, west. Fridays,
well, what
east.
about the
Saturdays,
north and south?
Sunday.
What about...
What?
I said, what about the north and south?
Well, their differences were settled in the Civil War.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Wynne Murray sings for us, I Didn't Know What Time It Was.
Once I was young, yesterday perhaps, danced with Jim and Paul and kissed some other chaps. Once I was young, but never was naive. Thought I had a trick or two up my imaginary sleeve. But now I know I was naive. I didn't know what time it was till I met you. Oh, what a lovely time it was, how sublime it was too. I didn't know what day it was. You held my hand, warm like the month of May it was, and I'll say it was grand to be alive, to be young, to be mad, to be yours alone. Grand to see your face, feel your touch, hear your voice, say I'm all your own. I didn't know what year it was. Life was no prize. I wanted love, and here it was, shining out of your eyes. I'm wise, and I know what time it is now.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to call your attention, one very particular item on our agenda.
Fred, what's an agenda?
Well, Harry, I was under the impression that education was practically compulsory in these United States.
I know, Fred, but I must have missed that one.
Well, Harry, agenda means items that must be brought to people's attention, things that must be attended to.
Oh, well, now I get it. Tender gums and dingy teeth.
How is that again?
Well, those are things to be brought to people's attention, and they're certainly things that must be attended to.
Say, I think you've got something there, Harry.
Yes, I have, Fred. And it's something for those dingy teeth and tender gums. Ipana toothpaste and massage. An easy, modern help to a far more attractive smile. You see, ladies and gentlemen, your smile seldom reveals teeth that are bright and sparkling when your gums are tender and soft. And today's creamy, well-cooked foods tend to deprive your gums of the vigorous chewing they need for health. That's why they often grow flabby and weak and flash that warning signal of pink toothbrush. When you see that, by all means, see your dentist. You may not be in for serious trouble, but let him decide. Usually, his verdict will be,
Your gums have grown lazy from lack of exercise. They need more stimulation to keep them firm and healthy.
And very often, as so many dentists do, he will add,
Your gums will respond to the healthful stimulation of Ipana toothpaste and massage.
So adopt this modern dental health routine. Massage with Ipana. Help to keep your teeth brighter, your gums firmer, and your smile one of winning charm. Get an economical tube of Ipana at your druggist's tomorrow.
Peter Van Steeden and his Melody Madcaps have just played exactly like you, if you happen to be a little off-key. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hello.
Oh, hello, Portland. Say, what is this with you? You're late again tonight.
I'm sorry. Mama and I went to the antique show.
Why don't you tell somebody? Say, what's new at the antique show?
Nothing's new. Antique means old. It comes from the Latin. Antica, anticus, antiquum.
Well, that sounds like a Latin parley to me. Say, how did you come by this extraneous chit-chat or knowledge?
I heard it on information, please.
No kidding.
Uh-huh. Did you know the seventh note in Rubinstein's Melody in F is...
That is the seventh note in Rubinstein. Well, Rubinstein will be surprised to hear that. I know it and you know it, but Rubinstein, wait till he finds it out.
Did you know that the first donut was made in America in 1739?
Say, is that more information, please, Data?
No. Our guest star told me that.
Oh, our guest star tonight is an authority on donuts?
Yes, Mr. Allen. And I want you to meet the Will Hayes of the donut industry, Mr. Alfred L. Plant.
Well, good evening, Mr. Plant.
Good evening, Fred.
Portland refers to you as the Will Hayes of the donut domain. Is that your official title?
Well, not exactly, Fred. Actually, I'm in charge of merchandising research for the donut industry.
Your job is to step up business by checking on the sales technique of donut bakers around the country.
Exactly. I travel from Massachusetts to Miami, interviewing salesmen, grocers, and housewives.
Well, how is your consumer demand holding up these days?
Well, very well, Fred. In New York City alone, 80,000 dozen donuts are eaten every day.
80,000 dozen? Why, that's almost 1 million donuts a day. Say, if all of the fat that is used to fry those donuts was put into one lump, you couldn't tell it from a certain radio comedian's head, Mr. Bland. How Benny gets what little hair he has, how he gets that little bit of tuft of hair to grow in fat is too much for me. Say, how many of your little fried halos were sold in this country last year?
$78 million worth, Fred.
78? Say, there's plenty of dough in the donut, isn't there? Is the russet bagel a product? Is the russet bagel a product of modern civilization?
Oh, no, Fred. Donuts go way back. They're even mentioned in the Bible.
Really? I haven't been in a hotel room for so long.
Well, in Leviticus, there is a passage about a round cake fried in oil with a nut in the center.
Well, what was the purpose of the nut?
Well, that was to keep the center from being soggy and underdone.
Oh, I see. And then some fresh air fiend begat the idea of removing the nut and giving vagrant pastry zephyrs the right of way.
Exactly.
Well, that's news to me. You know that I always thought the hole was added so that people with buck teeth could get a grip on the donut.
No. That's a false rumor that was started some years ago.
It was, excuse me?
That's just a false rumor, Fred.
That started some years ago. I hope you nipped it in the batter before it got too far.
We did.
You know, a certain byproduct of your craft has always worried me, Mr. Plant. It is, to name it, the jelly donut.
Well, what's your problem, Fred?
Now, how is a jelly donut assembled? Do they jack up a little blob of jelly and build a donut around it? Or do they just fry a ball of dough and give it a jelly transfusion later?
No, I'm sorry, Fred. I can't tell you that. You know, it's a trade secret.
Oh, a trade. I wouldn't expect you to divulge it in public, Mr. Plant. A soggy faux pas, excuse me. But getting back to the regular, or the Mayflower donut, as we know it around here, it's made by machinery, isn't it?
Yes, Fred. Why, some of our larger machines will turn out 400 dozen donuts an hour.
4,800 donuts an hour. Well, do all of the donuts have a uniform size?
Yes, the standard Mayflower model measures 3 inches in diameter. The hole is 3/4 of an inch across.
Well, is the industry contemplating any changes in the standard size?
Well, they are. Next year, we're going to put out a slightly larger donut. The diameter will be 3.5 inches.
And the hole will be larger?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, the hole will measure a full inch next year.
Well, is there any particular reason for this radical change, Mr. Plant?
Well, yes, there is, Fred. After many surveys, I find that for the same money, we can give the public more donuts.
And more hole as well. That brings us to the one question you, as a donut authority, Mr. Plant, should certainly be able to answer. Is it proper to dunk?
Oh, yes, it certainly is, Fred. Why, haven't you heard of the NDA?
NDA? Well, what is the NDA?
Why, the National Dunking Association.
Really?
Yep, we have 350,000 members listed, including male LaGuardia.
That would be 350,001, wouldn't it?
That's
well,
right.
I didn't know. Well, you can tell me then, Mr. Plant, which dunking technique does the NDA favor? The huckster's plunge? That wholly submerges the metacarpus? Or the debutante's dip that merely sprays the cuticle?
Well, personally, Fred, I prefer my own method. It's simple, but it's effective.
Well, what is the Plant method? How do you dunk, Mr. Plant?
Well, first I take a sip or two of my coffee.
That would be to prevent any slopping over.
Exactly. Then I break my donut in half. Yeah. You see, breaking assures a jagged end.
Oh, of course. The jagged end being more porous gives you super suction, as it were.
Correct. But then I immerse my donut, penetrating the coffee to a 1-inch depth.
Now, what a just 2-inch depth. You're ever so frugal and prudent, aren't you? Now, what about your dunking grip?
Well, my fingers are arched and spread slightly to avoid any caffeine contact.
Ah, the master touch. But how do you remove your dank tidbit from the cup? How do you avoid the seepage, that Maxwell House lavalier about the shirt front? See on the novice.
That's not so hard. You see, I just wobble my donut about.
Yes?
And this drains off the surplus coffee right back into the cup.
And then a hole-in-one, unless you've got a beard and divot trouble. And the dunking operation is consummated.
That's all there is to it, Fred.
Fine. That is your technique. Have you ever heard of my dunking method? The good old horn and hard at plop?
The horn and hard at plop?
Yes. I'll tell you how it operates. When no one is looking, 2 donuts are plopped into the cup of coffee surreptitiously. After the donuts sink gently to the bottom and absorption is consummated, the dank hulk is eaten with a knife and fork.
That's definitely bad form, Fred.
Ah, but it's definitely good taste, Mr. Plant. Well, thank you a lot for this instructive little discourse.
It's really been a pleasure to be here.
You had to make up your mind on that. Yes, anyone who's ever been here, Mr. Plant, has to mull it over before they decide whether it's been a pleasure or not. Well, I'm going to tell you, to show you my appreciation, I am going to have Harry's Trio sing you a dunking farewell. All right, boys.
Dunks for the memory, a donut in your cup to slop your coffee up. Dunks
to the patter of these singing drips, we bid our guest of the evening aloha.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Alfred Plant.
So dunk you so much.
Thank you. And now the Merrimacs hurriedly assemble to sing for us, to take the curse off of that singing you just heard, Volvistu Gaily Star.
Volvistu Gaily Star, Volvistu Gaily Star, Volvistu Gaily Star, Lambelo. Volvistu Gaily Star, I found my lucky star. Volvistu Gaily Star, Lambelo. I told my lucky star, Volvistu Gaily Star, Volvistu Gaily Star, Lambelo. Manya, 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 me, manya, 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 si, manya, manya, Lambelo. There is no magic like the magic of a lucky song. Should things go tragic, it'll surely straighten every wrong. You'll feel its magic if you follow me and sing along. Follow me and sing along. My lucky star is shining from afar, just like an angel with a golden halo. Manya, 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 see, manya means good luck for me. Manya, manya, lambelo. Volvistu Gaily Star, Volvistu Gaily Star, Lambelo.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, ever since the trend toward quizzing began, a sure way to be the life of any party is to have on hand a few startling facts. Then you can toss them into the conversational hurly-burly whenever you get a chance. For instance, did you know that if a flea was as big as a man, he could jump half a mile?
Oh. Well, I don't think that is particularly startling, Fred.
You're rather blasé, aren't you, Herschel? What is your idea of a startling fact?
Well, something like this. Did you know that 8 out of 10 people in the United States do not take proper and sufficient care of their teeth and gums? And, ladies and gentlemen, that is one big fans. We constantly remind you to see your dentist regularly and to faithfully care for your teeth and gums by using iPana toothpaste and massage. Now, that's a simple but important routine you should always follow, and for this reason.
Teeth are seldom bright and lustrous when gums are tender and soft. And today's soft foods deny your gums the stimulation and exercise that come from vigorous chewing. As a result, they often become tender and more susceptible to gum trouble.
Fortunately, you can help supply that needed stimulation with iPana and massage. So every time you brush your teeth, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage your gums with it. It will help your gums grow stronger, more resistant, your mouth healthier, and your teeth cleaner and brighter. And since that naturally increases the attractiveness of your smile, you can see it will certainly pay you to say to your druggist tomorrow, a tube of iPana, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the Fred Allen Show will continue after a short pause for your station identification. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on one question that concerns a prominent issue of the day. These sessions are absolutely unrehearsed. Fred is sitting down now at the table where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready, Fred?
Yes, I am, Harry. We're all ready. And before I announce the question of the week to my committee, I think it's only fitting and proper that I meet the committee. Don't you, Portland?
Yes, I think so.
Well, who is our first member tonight?
First is Mr. Lou Lazarus, a builder from Jamaica, Long Island.
Well, good evening, Mr. Lazarus.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Is your home in Jamaica, is it?
Yes, it is.
Jamaica? Jamaica is the gateway to Long Island in the manner of saying, isn't it? It's built up quite a lot lately, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
I can remember years ago when you could find a place to park in Jamaica. We used to work out there a good many years ago. But you are in the real estate business, are you?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'd like to ask you, what is your conception of the soundest type of investment a person can make in the real estate line at the moment?
Well, I think a family, for a person who invests in a home, is the safest investment today.
Oh, you mean for a fellow who wants to live in the house himself?
Oh, yes.
Well, thank you very much. I haven't gotten to that point yet, but eventually I'll get thrown out of Radio City. I'll have to live someplace. Of course, in radio, we practically live in here all the time. Well, thank you a lot, Mr. Lazarus. And who's next, Portland?
Mrs. Margaret Sass from North Hollywood, California.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Sass.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
You're from North Hollywood, California? You're not a fugitive from the ham and egg plan, are you? What are you, may I ask what you're doing here in New York?
I came on a vacation to visit my family.
Oh, on a vacation. Is this your first trip here?
It's my first trip in 2 years.
Oh, you've been here before?
I lived here all my life.
Oh, did you really? Well, not all your life. You mean up to now?
Well, all of my life in California.
Just because you went to Hollywood, you didn't die, I mean. But I guess you noticed quite a few changes in New York since you've been away.
The only thing I've noticed is 6th Avenue L, the lack of it, I should say.
Oh, it's gone. Well, there are quite a few changes along Broadway. There's a new pineapple hanging up in front of Sloppy Joe. The barker in front of that burlesque theater is much hoarser than he was 2 years ago. Have you noticed all of the new trees on Fifth Avenue given by Major Bowes and Mr. Rockefeller?
No, I don't think I've noticed them. I haven't expected them.
Oh, haven't you noticed the trees?
No, I
Oh, there are a million. There are so many trees on Fifth Avenue now. I hear some of the office buildings have signs in them now. Do not throw lighted cigarettes out the window. You may start a forest fire. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Saz. And our next member.
Mr. Bob Walters from Newark, New Jersey.
Well, good evening, Mr. Walters.
Good evening, Miss Rowland.
May I ask your profession?
Why, I'm a gag man.
A radio gag man?
Yes.
Oh, you don't write serious things. You just write comedy material, huh?
Yes, I do.
Of course, a great many of the comedy routines turn out to be serious when you get them on the air. You haven't got a joke offhand you'd like to tell?
I got one, yeah.
I mean, for nothing?
Yeah.
You won't put in... You won't send the bill around here later?
No.
Is it a good joke?
It's a good joke.
All right. You want to tell it?
Yeah.
All right. Is it all?
Yeah, it's a good joke.
Well, Sabo, I tell you what we do. We'll get on with how am I doing for time, Jim? Have I got time? All right, Mr. Walters. Just want to make sure.
2 fleas retired and bought a dog.
Well, I know. I heard a joke about two Scotch fleas who bought a dog and opened a subdivision on the dog. But that shows. I mean, that shows. Mr. Walters, you should be on the air, and I should be. Well, now I guess we're ready for our question of the week. It's probably going to start a lot of trouble this week. Husbands and wives have been arguing about this particular matter for a great many years. Our question tonight is, do you think women drivers operate their cars as efficiently as men? Do you drive a car, Mr. Lazarus?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that women they drive as well as men, do you?
Oh, definitely not.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Well, this is rather an unfair question. Have you ever had any distressing experiences on the road with lady drivers?
So many that I can't remember any definite one.
Oh, it's too bad. You should have kept a... You should have kept a file or a diary or something. Well, I did. I tell you, I saw a woman put out her hand to turn left on 46th Street today and make a right turn. And the policeman went over and spoke to her about it. She says, I wasn't making any signal. I just had a manicure, and I put out my hand to let my nail enamel dry. But, of course, that's only hearsay. Mrs. Saz, do you drive a car, do you?
Yes, I do.
Well, how do you feel? Do you think that women drivers are as skilled at the wheel as men?
Yes, I think women are just as good as men at the wheel.
You think that women...
Yes, definitely.
You drive a car out in Hollywood, do you?
Yes.
Well, you must be.
Well, I read in one of the national magazines that women have no more accidents than men.
Women have...
So that should count in the final analysis.
Well, of course, you can't say that. They might
men
be
need
fewer.
us for an alibi when they're out and driving.
Oh, no, you can't. Now, wait a minute. If you, Mrs. Saz, if you drive out in Hollywood, you don't need any further recommendation. Out there, those drivers do 60 in parking spaces. Well, how do you feel about it, Mr. Walters? Do you drive a car?
No, I don't, Mr. Rowland.
Well, neither do I. We have something in common. And how do you feel about lady drivers?
Well, I'm non-committal.
You're not? Well, now we've got a deadlock. Mrs. Saz says that women drive better, and Mr. Lazarus says that women don't drive quite as well. You haven't, as a radio gag man, you haven't got an odd joke around that could get us out of this routine, have you? About a lady driver? I had another joke today that might finish the whole thing for us. You know, yesterday here in New York, the people voted on and passed the Pari Mutual machine in spite of the fact that the mayor said that he didn't want the thing passed. So I heard that this morning Mayor LaGuardia says that now the bookmakers have made their bets, they can lie in them. Well, apparently we have reached a deadlock in our forum tonight. Mr. Lazarus says aye, Mrs. Saz says nay, and Mr. Walters is noncommittal. I want to thank you all a lot for your kind cooperation tonight, And our forum closes and rests until next week. Thank you a lot. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Wynne Murray returns to sing for us Blow, Gabriel, Blow.
Do you hear that playing? Do you know who's playing? Gabriel, Gabriel's playing. Will you be ready to go when I blow my horn? Blow, Gabriel, blow. Go on and blow, Gabriel, blow. I've been a sinner and I've been a scamp, but now I'm willing to trim my lamp, so blow, Gabriel, blow. I was low, Gabriel, low. Mighty low, Gabriel, low. But now since I have seen the light, I'm good by day and I'm good by night, so blow, Gabriel, blow. Once I was headed for Hades. Once I was headed for Hades. But when I got to Satan's door, I heard you blowing on your horn. So I said, Satan, fare thee well. And now I'm all ready to fly. Yes, to fly higher and higher. 'Cause I've gone through brimstone and I've been through fire. And I've purged my soul and my heart to climb up the mountain top and start to blow, Gabriel, blow. Go on and blow, Gabriel, blow. I want to join your happy band and play all day in the promised land, so blow, Gabriel, blow.
Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to make a very important announcement, one that throws new light on an old subject. And I can assure you that your close attention will be more than repaid by what you hear. All right, Harry.
Recently, ladies and gentlemen, 7 leading medical journals joined in sending out questionnaires to physicians. They asked, do you recommend a laxative in treating a cold? If so, what type do you prescribe? And here is the result of that impartial survey.
7 out of every 10 physicians said they prescribe a saline laxative.
And, ladies and gentlemen, Sal Hepatica is, we believe, the outstanding saline laxative in America today. It is speedy, yet gentle. And speed is mighty important in fighting a cold. In addition, Sal Hepatica helps nature counteract the acidity that so frequently accompanies a cold. So, in 2 ways, sparkling Sal Hepatica helps fight colds, and helps faster. Check these statements with your doctor. And before another day goes by, get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist. Then, whenever a cold threatens, do as so many physicians recommend. Take 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water. Help nature help you to get through this winter with less time out for colds. With gentle, quick-acting Sal Hepatica.
Van Steeden. Peter Van Steeden and his Ipana Rhythm 16 have just played Go Fly a Kite. How you can fly a kite with no strings in the orchestra, I don't know. And now, say, Harry, before we go any farther, let's clean this up. What you were trying to say a minute ago.
I can get it straight for
All
you
right,
now.
you want it? Let's straighten it out.
2 tablespoons.
That's all we wanted to know. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just as long as everything is thoroughly understood. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Mastodonic Allen Art Group. Tonight they present a radio calamity entitled The Sound Man's Revenge, or He Only Pulled the Trigger a Little Way, because the leading man was half shot already. Peter.
This is station FOO. Through the courtesy of the Leffingwell Loan Company, we bring you the correct time. When you hear the client's body fall, it will be 9:48 Leffingwell Loan Shark time.
What? 90% interest. I'm ruined.
9:48 Leffingwell Loan Shark time. Men, do you need cash? Call Leffingwell, the friendly financier. Leffingwell doesn't attach your salary or your automobile. All Leffingwell takes is your right eye. The left eye still belongs to you. Digby Livid, a satisfied Leffingwell client, right?
6 months ago, I didn't have no shirt on me back. I made a loan from Leffingwell's. Now I ain't got no skin on me back.
You, too, can get scun, folks. Remember our slogan, we aim to squeeze. Borrow the Leffingwell way, spelled W-A-Y.
And now Station FOO presents The Finnegan Playhouse, starring Dawson Bell.
Good evening. This is Dawson Bells coming to you through the courtesy of Finnegan's Fish Cakes. Tonight, Finnegan's Fish Cakes and Dawson Bells celebrate our first anniversary on the air. We are thrilled tonight to have as our guest Hollywood's most famous screen star, Miss Kitty Droopy. Audience, meet Miss Kitty Droopy.
Hello, everyone. I'm charmed to be here, really am. Charmed with this, charmed with that, charmed with dear Dawson, charmed with... Ow, who pinched me?
Thank you. Thank you, divine Miss Droopy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, another anniversary treat. My program is famous, and rightly so, for my sound effects, conceived in solitude by me. I now present the man who has so faithfully executed my sound effects man, Theodore Slade. Speak to your public, Slade. No, dear boy. Say something yourself.
Hello.
Thank you, Slade. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission, Dawson Bells presents...
Act 1 of our Finnegan Fish Cake Playhouse. Tonight's masterpiece is entitled Jack and Jill. The radio version is by Dawson Bells from the Mother Goose rhyme of the same name. Prologue is by Dawson Bells.
Thank you. To most of us, Jack and Jill is a simple nursery rhyme. Jack and Jill went up the hill, and so on ad infinitum. Ah, but what tragedy lies behind this innocuous little rhyme? The heartbreaks of a country boy and his simple rustic sweetheart. Tonight, as your narrator, I, Dawson Bells, acquaint you with the true story of Jack and Jill. I am Jack Jordan. I live somewhere in New England. New England, land of penury, misery, frustration. My father is a cruel man, cold and bitter as a December morning. One night, I am in the barn alone. My father has given me no supper. I am making a popover of owl's eggs. As I licked the albumin of owl egg from my fingers, the barn door opens. My father enters.
Jack!
Here, Pa.
Go up the hill and fetch a pail of water.
Pail of water? No, siree. Not on no bitter cold night like this.
I said get a pail of water. Now get.
Pa said get, so I gat. Outside that barn door I stood, seething with rage. Over and over again I said to myself, what shall I do? What shall I do? A voice within me answered.
Don't get that water. Don't get that water. Kill your father. Kill your father.
Yes, I would kill my father. Inside our squalid house, my father sat, his back to the door. I picked up an axe. Stealthily, I crept to the house. Silently, I opened the door. I lost my nerve. Quietly, I closed the door. Slade, I said quietly.
Sorrow, Mr. Phelps. I got so many sound effects here.
Well, concentrate, Slade.
Yes, sir.
Do that. I decided to forgive my father and fetch the pail of water. Yonder into the cold night I went. Up the steep hill with my heavy oaken pail I toiled. What was that huddled form crouching in my path? Was it a girl? It was. I stopped. The girl spoke.
Hello.
Howdy.
I've lost my way, sir. Help me, please. I need warmth, shelter.
You with the Bose unit?
Oh, no. I'm not lost with a group. I'm just lost.
Oh.
What's your name?
Jack Jordan. What's yours?
Jillibacue Muck and Fuss.
Jillibacue Muck and Fuss?
Yes.
Mind if I call you Jill?
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill.
This dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, is not to be found in the original Mother Goose version. It has been interpolated by Dawson Bells. We return you now to the play.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill, I love you, Jill. Yes, love had crept into my bleak little world on rosy, dimpled knees. As Jill and I sat there on that hill, the music of her musical name ran musically through my head like music. All about me, the trees, the bushes seemed to be singing.
Jillibacue Muck and Fuss. Jillibacue Muck and Fuss. Jillibacue Muck and Fuss.
Yes, Jillibacue Muck and Fuss. Ah, ecstasy, our very spirit seemed to embrace. As Jill and I prepared to learn something from our spirits, a figure burst upon us from out the gloom. It was my father. My father spoke.
I told you to fetch a pail of water. I'll teach you to disobey your pa.
My father lunged at me. I parried his thrust. His hand flashed to his belt. I asked myself one question. Was my father pulling his knife?
You're doggone right I'm pulling my knife.
Yes, I was doggone right. Father was pulling his knife. Jill screamed. Father advanced. Father said,
Drat you, son!
I felled my father with a blow.
Oh!
Blind with rage, I snatched the knife. I was no longer master of myself. I stood over Father's prostrate form. I raised the knife and
so ends Act 1 in our Finnegan Playhouse, folks. Jack's father doesn't like that upraised knife, does he? But what would he say if on the end of that upraised knife he saw a delicious Finnegan fish cake? He'd say, shoot the fish cake to me, Jack boy. Housewives, take a tip from Pa Jordan. Stop in at your grocer's tomorrow. Buy a box of these appetizing, golden brown, tangy fresh, butter soft, creamy smooth, mellow rich, honey sweet, oven crisp, fluffy flake, Finnegan's fish cakes. And now, Act 2 of the Finnegan Playhouse, presenting Jack and Jill, and starring Dawson Bell.
The scene, the top of the hill. Jill is discovered sitting. I, Jack Jordan, had just killed my father. Into the night, Jill and I fled. A storm came up. The wind howled. The thunder roared. The rain came down in torrents. Slade! Turn that seltzer bottle the other way.
I'm sorry, sir. These sound effects, I'm going dippy.
Man yourself, Slade.
Yes, sir.
Jill and I fled down the hill, onward, ever onward. My father's body had been discovered. The long arm of the law reached out to grasp us. From the south came the county sheriff on horseback. From the east came the deputy by train. From the west came the G-men by aeroplane. And from the north, the Mounties in their sleigh. Could Jill and I escape? We grew mad with fear. The law was closing in. Airplanes zoomed. Sleigh bells jangled. Horses hoofed. Slade! What is going on here?
Sorrow, sir. These sound effects is getting me screwy.
Where was I?
You were here with us.
Oh, yes, the sheriff on horseback. The sheriff pulled up his horse and spoke.
Hold on there, Jack Jordan. I'm arresting you for murder.
Well, I ain't submitting, Sheriff.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Come with me, Jack Jordan.
I was resolved that sheriff would never take me alive. I pulled my father's knife. I stabbed that sheriff to the heart. I stabbed him, Slade, not shot him.
Sorrow, Mr. Phelps. I'm going nuts here.
What was that, Slade?
I killed him again.
This is confusing.
You're telling me.
And now, Jill spoke.
Jack, I can't stand it.
Jill, put down that gun.
No, I'll end it all. Goodbye, Crowell.
Slade, the gun! The gun!
Oh, sorrow, sir.
Oh.
Jill is dead. The sheriff dead. My father dead. I alone live.
Yeah, but not for long, Dawson Bells.
Slade, what does this mean?
I'm going nuts, Bells. Horses' hooves, bodies falling, sleigh bells. Ever since you went on the air, you've driven me crazy with your sound effects. I can't stand it no more.
Put down that gun, Slade. What are you doing?
I'm getting my revenge. That's what I'm doing. Take this, Bell.
Oh, this is Dawson Bells signing off permanently, ladies and gentlemen. Pending rigor mortis, I remain obediently yours. Oh.
And this is Slade, the sound effects man, quitting for good, folks. And I remain disobediently yours. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's no news to you that at the onset of a cold, most physicians prescribe a laxative. But do you know what type they recommend? In a very recent impartial survey among physicians conducted by leading medical journals, it was found that 7 out of 10 physicians prescribe a saline laxative for colds. And Sal Hepatica is, we believe, the outstanding saline laxative in America. Now, there are 2 very good reasons for this. First,
Sal Hepatica acts quickly, yet it is exceptionally gentle.
And remember, since the progress of a cold is quick, this greater speed of Sal Hepatica is especially important in fighting it. Second,
Sal Hepatica also helps nature counteract the acidity that so often accompanies a cold.
So you see, Sal Hepatica helps in 2 ways, and helps faster. Check these facts with your doctor. Get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica at your nearest drugstore tomorrow, or even tonight. And always keep it on hand for special cold-fighting service. Remember, for faster action against colds, take sparkling Sal Hepatica.
Now, before we go, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that on next Wednesday night, the Fred Allen Hour will bring you Health Hints.
How can I get rid of a pain in the neck?
Send your wife to Reno.
Your song of the week.
Oh, the Jim Ump jump is the jumping jive. Oh, the Jim Ump, the jump
just a minute. That's Jim Jam, not Jim Ump, isn't it?
I gotta leave out the jam, but I'm dieting.
Oh, I see. Our guest star will be
Dr. Rockwell, direct from his tour of Maine.
Hear Dr. Rockwell's thrilling story.
My 4 years in the lobster pot.
Hear Dr. Rockwell's exciting tale.
The night I spent in a seagull's nest with a good egg.
Next Wednesday, for one night only, Dr. Rockwell.
And music.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now, some 450 American cities are raising funds to maintain their hospitals, visiting nurses, child and family welfare, and other humanitarian services. These community chests deserve our support. Let's give it generously.
Thank you.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, the story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Chester, do you have to do that? You're just stirring up a lot of dust.
Well, cleanliness is next to godliness, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know, Chester, but all you're doing is getting it off the floor into the air. Man can hardly breathe in here.
All right, Mr. Dillon. I'll do my sweeping later.
Yeah, good.
My mother taught me that, Mr. Dillon.
Taught you what, Chester?
That cleanliness is next to godliness. She was a fine woman, too.
Oh, look, Chester, it's a good saying, and it's probably true, and I got nothing against your mother, except that she also should have taught you how to sweep.
Well, maybe she just didn't have the time, Mr. Dillon. You see, there was an awful lot of us, and what with chores and...
Oh, hello, Doc.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
What?
Doc said he'd buy you a drink, Mr. Dillon.
He really said that?
You coming?
Doc, you got to quit throwing your money around the way you do.
Maybe you don't need a drink.
No, wait a minute, Doc. I'm with you. I'll tell you all about it when I get back, Chester.
I'd be mighty interested, Mr. Dillon. Oh, sure be glad when it gets winter again.
Why, Doc? You'll just complain about the cold, then.
I suppose. You go sit with Kitty, Matt. I'll bring a bottle.
Okay, Doc. Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Matt.
What are you and Doc up to?
Hey, he wants someone to talk to, so he picked me. And you.
Fine. I'm a good listener. Lots of practice. What are we celebrating?
Let's see here. We'll drink to a fellow that you don't know.
Huh?
Cain Vestal.
Well, here's to him.
Yeah?
Here's to him. Yes, he'll be dead in a couple of months.
What?
That's what I told him.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, I'm not the only one who's told him that. I'm just the last.
Well, who is this Cain Vestal, Doc?
Oh, he's just a fella. Came in on the train last night, leaving for Arizona to die in Arizona. He's a musician. He plays the guitar, he tells me.
Well, how's he gonna die?
Consumption. He's got it bad. I'm the last doctor who's going to ask about it, he says.
Poor fella.
Yes, the climate out there keep him going for a little while longer. I don't know. He's such a sad man for some reason.
Well, who wouldn't be, Doc?
No, Kitty. I think Cain's been sad for a long, long time. He's a very nice fellow, too.
Nothing can help him, huh?
No, nothing.
You know, it's a funny thing, Doc. I'm just sitting here thinking. Sometimes you have to tell men they're going to die. Sometimes I have to.
Yeah, that's right, man. Oh, let's see. There he is. See that fellow with the car there? He just came in.
No.
Yeah, I don't think he knows anyone around here. You mind if I ask him over?
Sure. Your party, Doc.
Oh, good. Cain? Cain? Over here? Sit down. Sit down. Cain, this is Kitty.
Hello, Cain.
Kitty. This is Marshall Dillon.
Hello, Marshall. Pleasure to meet you.
He's doing it, yeah. Sit down. There we are. Have a drink.
Well, thank you, Doc.
This your first trip west, Cain?
Yes, Marshall, it is.
Oh, well, where are you from?
No place in particular, Miss Kitty. I seem to spend most of my life on the Mississippi River.
I thought you were a musician.
I am. I was hired to ride the river boats and play my guitar for the passengers.
Oh.
Well, at least you've had a constant change of scenery.
Yeah.
After 20 years of going up and down that river, it got pretty familiar, Marshal.
Well, Cain, I knew a young fellow back in St. Louis before the war, and he was learning to be a river pilot. Say, I wonder if you ever ran into him. Name of Clemens, Sam Clemens?
No, Doc, I don't believe I did.
Oh, he was a very amusing fellow. He was just chock full of stories.
You leaving Dodge tomorrow, Cain?
I'm headed for Arizona, Miss Kitty. No reflection on Dodge, though.
If you hit a place out there called Tombstone, I wish you'd look up Virgil Earp for me. Tell him I sent you, huh?
Thanks, Marshal. I'll do that.
Say, Cain, I wonder, could I ask you a favor?
Why, certainly, Miss Kitty. Anything at all.
Or would you play something for us?
I had an idea that's what it'd be. Anything in particular?
Oh, play something you like, Cain.
Another girl I knew used to like this one. Thank you, Miss Kitty.
I wish you were going to stay here a while. Maybe you could teach me to play like that, huh?
It'd be a pleasure, Miss Kitty. But I'm afraid I won't be around for long.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
It's, noon, Chester.
Yes, sir, I know, but you went off with Doc yesterday, so I figured I had a little time coming today.
Well, that depends on how you spent it. Now, if you've been gambling,
Now, Mr. Dillon, you know I never gamble. No, sirree. I was out helping a fellow learn to shoot a 6-gun, that's all.
Now? You mean there's a man in Dodge who doesn't know how?
This fellow don't. Never had one in his hand before. He's a musician.
What?
Plays the guitar, he told me.
You mean Kane? Kane Vestal?
Yes, sir, that's his name. Nice a fellow as you'd ever want to meet.
Yeah. But he was supposed to leave on the stage this morning. And what's he done with his 6-gun anyway?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. He just come by here early this morning and asked me if I'd teach him.
Now, where'd he get the gun?
Said he'd just bought it. Anything wrong, Mr. Dillon?
No. It just doesn't add up somehow, that's all.
Oh, well, he won't cause any trouble. He's not the sort.
You never know, Chester.
No, sir. My Kitty looks pretty this morning. She's got a yellow parasol, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty? All right, I think I'll go see her for a minute. I'll be right back, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty?
Hello, Matt.
Kitty, I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Well, sure. What is it?
I'm curious about something, Kitty. Maybe you can help me.
Maybe.
How long was Kane Vestal with you yesterday?
Kane? Oh, well, he didn't leave till evening. What?
Well, he didn't go out on the stage this morning, and he's bought himself a 6-gun. You any idea why?
A gun?
Huh?
Doesn't sound like Kane.
Anything happened yesterday, Kitty, or did he tell you anything?
Oh, yeah. There was one thing, Matt. Joel Adams and a couple of his men came in.
Yeah.
Kane got pretty upset when he saw him had a bad coughing spell.
Oh?
Later, he asked a lot of questions about Adams.
Well, what'd you tell him?
Just that Adams is a big landowner around here, that nobody who isn't working for him likes him very much. That's all I know, anyway.
Yeah. They didn't talk, Adams and Kane.
No. I don't think they even know each other.
Well, anyway, he sure isn't the sort to be packing a gun.
Well, you'll just get into trouble, Matt.
Yeah. Where's he staying, did he say?
Dodge House, I think.
Yeah. Thanks, Kitty. I'll see you later.
Come in.
Hello, Kane.
Why, Marshal Dillon. Come in, come in.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
I thought you were leaving Dodge on the stage this morning.
Well, I was, Marshal, but I changed my mind. You know how it is.
Sure, Kane, sure. Now, we're glad to have you around. I'm just curious, though. Your staying have anything to do with that gun you bought this morning?
Oh, Chester told you. I thought he would. He's a good teacher, Marshal.
Yeah. But that doesn't answer my question.
Do I have to answer it?
I'm just trying to help you, that's all.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Marshal, but I'm afraid there's nothing you can do.
Look, Kane, you're new in this country. A man like you just can't pick up a 6-gun and call himself a fighting man. Not and expect to live through it.
I certainly lay no claim to be a fighting man.
Then why did you buy that gun?
There's no law out here against a man having a gun, is there, Marshal?
No. But any man who carries one is expected to use it when the time comes. You'd be a lot safer without one.
Being safe doesn't mean a whole lot to me, Marshal. Not now.
Yeah, I know. Doc told me. What's it all about?
It's a long story. And an old one, I suppose. I'd really rather not talk about it.
Well, I can't force you to. But tell me this. Does it have anything to do with Joel Adams?
Yes, it does, Marshal. I'm going to kill him.
When?
I don't know. Anytime.
Well, why?
That's the long story I mentioned.
All right, Kane. But if you try to face him, he'll kill you before you got that gun halfway out of your belt. And if you shoot him any other way, you'll hang for it.
You've forgotten something, Marshal.
What?
No matter what I do, I'm going to die soon anyway. A month or two isn't going to make any difference.
You hate Adams that much?
I wouldn't kill a man I didn't hate, would I?
I didn't think you were the sort of man who'd kill anyone.
Only Joel Adams, Marshal.
Then I gotta warn him about you.
Well, I understand, Marshal. It's all right. He doesn't know me anyway. Never even saw me before.
But you want to kill him?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll take your gun away from you, but you'll just find another one. And I can't arrest you unless I catch you trying to bushwhack him.
Well, I'm sorry for the trouble I'm causing you, Marshal.
You know, I've never had to deal with a man like you before, Kane. Maybe I ought to just tie you up and throw you on that stage.
You could. But I'd just come right back.
Yeah, I guess you would.
I'm sorry this has to happen here in Dodge, Marshal.
Then why don't you leave?
I guess I hate Joel Adams too much.
All right, Kane, I'm through trying to convince you. So long.
Goodbye, Marshal.
I never heard of Kane Vestal, Marshal, and I never saw him before last night.
You must have known him somewhere, Adams.
You're trying to make me out a liar, Marshal.
I'm trying to save Kane's life and yours, maybe.
No, he ain't gonna shoot me. I'll kill him first time he looks sidewise.
Maybe you won't see him.
Oh? Shoot me in the back, eh? Well, in that case,
In that case, what?
Why, nothing, Dillon, nothing. Forget it.
If Kane's shot in the back, you'll be the first man I'd take in, Adams.
I don't even know him. Why should I shoot him?
I'm only warning you.
Well, just leave me be, Marshal. I can take care of myself.
See that you do, Adams, and only yourself.
Why, sure, Marshal. Only I don't much like the idea of some stranger gunning for me. Makes me sort of uneasy.
There must be some reason for it.
Don't start it again, Marshal. Ain't no reason.
I know. You've led a blameless life. You never hurt anyone.
I told you twice.
There are
now,
men around here who'd shoot you on sight if they thought they could get by with it. I don't think you were ever any good, Adams, so don't tell me Kane's got no reason. I don't
You're
believe it.
You're pushing me now,
I'm
Marshal.
tired of your talk, that's all. Maybe it's true you don't know him, but he sure knows something about you.
Well, then he'll wish you didn't. That's all I got to say.
Well, just keep out of his way. Give it a little time, and maybe there won't be any killing at all.
Why, sure. All the time in the world.
All right, Adams. I've done all I can.
Just don't worry about me.
I'm not.
Then goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, the poignant story of Jane Froman, adapted from the movie With a Song in My Heart, was selected by you listeners through a national magazine as the one you would like most to hear on Lux Radio Theater. So this Monday night, listen for Susan Hayward, Rory Calhoun, David Wayne, Thelma Ritter, and Bob Wagner of the movie cast when CBS Radio presents Lux Radio Theater. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Sure is quiet around town tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. There's a trail herd due in a couple of days. I suppose business will pick up then.
You'd think those cowboys be too tuckered out after a ride like that to have any juice left in them at all, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, they're too poor to cut loose any other time.
Well, that don't stop them down in Texas, Mr. Dillon.
No?
No. It's just like an uncle of mine back in Waco. He was poor, oh, he was mean poor. But he always said the only good money was to have fun with.
Oh, did he have fun?
But no, sir. He was too poor, like I said.
All right, Chester, all right. All I ask is that you don't try to explain it to me.
Well, but there's nothing to explain, Mr. Dillon. It's just that he was the one poorest
Chester.
man you'd ever...
Marshal, say, you want to talk to Cain Bestel?
What?
Cain is upstairs in my office.
He been shot?
No, not shot. Beat up.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Well, it's not too bad. A couple of cowboys found him just outside of town. They heard a shot and said two men rode off before they could stop them.
Yeah?
And I guess whoever it was, they didn't have time to finish the job. They just got started working on it.
So Adams made the first move, huh? I'll be back soon, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
They hit him on the head with a gun butt. Scratched him up some. Outside of that, he's fine.
It's still assault, even if they didn't kill him, Doc.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Anyway, they took a shot at him when they heard those riders coming along. Went right through his coat.
Yeah. They probably think he's dead.
So that's where you went, Doc. I might have known.
Didn't even give you a chance to use that gun, did he, Cain?
I didn't have a gun on me, Marshal, but it wasn't he. It was they.
Huh? Do you recognize them?
Well, I don't know many people around here.
You know Joel Adams, so you told me.
It wasn't Adam.
Could you pick him out if you saw him again?
No, Marshal, I don't believe I could.
Where were you when they grabbed you, Cain?
End of Front Street. I was taking a walk after supper. They rode up behind me, one on each side, lifted me up, and carried me out of town a ways.
You must have got a good look at them, at least when they got off their horses.
It was too dark, Marshal.
Yeah. Doc, how long has he been here?
Oh, about half an hour, Marshal. Why?
Those cowboys who saw you, Cain, they brought you right in here, didn't they?
Yes.
So it was maybe an hour ago when those two men hauled you out of town? It was plenty light enough then.
Was it, Marshal?
You're going to fight it yourself, aren't you?
Yes, Marshal. It's my affair.
It was, Cain, but you've been assaulted and shot at, so it's the law's business now.
I won't prefer any charges, Marshal.
You don't have to. I've seen you, and I know who did it, or who hired it done, as well as you do.
Please, Marshal, I got to handle this my own way.
There's a law that says you can't murder a man, Cain, and the same law says he can't murder you. Are you so full of hate you can't get that through your head?
I guess that's it, Marshal.
All right, Cain. You do what you have to do. So will I. Hello, Adams. I've been looking for you.
That's late, Dillon. Can't you see me tomorrow?
It's not even midnight. That's early for you.
You see how this marshal's always trying to get me on the prod, boys?
These boys of yours play pretty rough themselves, Adams.
Meaning?
Didn't they tell you?
Tell me what?
What they did to Cain Vestal?
They did not kill Cain Vestal, and you can't prove it.
No, Adams, I can't. Cain isn't even dead.
What?
You know, I'm curious, Adams. Why do you think he might be?
Why, somebody said he got himself hurt.
Joel Adams.
You arranged this, Marshal.
You know I didn't.
Who is he? What does he want?
Hello, Joel Adams. Don't strain yourself so you don't know me.
Who are you?
Cain Vestal. But my name doesn't matter.
What are you haunting me for? I never saw you before in my life.
That's true. You didn't. But we had a friend in common once.
A friend? Who?
Julie Travis.
What about Julie?
You were a riverboat gambler then, Adams, and you had money and fine clothes and a way with women, especially young girls. Julie was only 16 at the time.
Never mind all that.
So she went away with you. To be married, you told her.
Oh. I think I guessed the rest. You wanted to marry her, but I got her instead. Is that it?
That's it, Adams. That's exactly it.
Oh, no, I thought you really had something on your mind, Vestal. Well, all right, why don't you get out of here and quit bothering people while you can still walk?
Julie killed herself, Adams. She committed suicide.
What?
You didn't know that, did you?
Well, it's got nothing to do with me.
Because you never married her after all. It was just a year after you abandoned her in New Orleans. I think it has a lot to do with you, Joel Adams.
What are your plans, mister? I see you got a gun in your belt.
Gonna kill you.
Or so? When?
Now. Right now.
All right, Vestal, draw.
Leave the gun where it is, Cain.
One thing I always promised myself, Adams. Someday I'd spit in your face.
Why, you...
Give me the gun, Adams.
Right.
He's dead.
Well, he was going to kill me. You heard him.
He wanted you dead, Adams, any way he could manage.
I know it. That's what I say.
You're under arrest for murder.
For... What? It was a gunfight.
Cain never even moved for his gun.
Well, then I'll hang for this. He couldn't have got me any other way.
No, don't suppose he could have.
I remember the river gamblers used to say, don't matter how you win, so long as you win. That Cain should have been a gambler.
Maybe he was. Come on, let's go.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. And now for a special announcement. There have been many requests for information regarding our theme. It's called Old Trail, and was written especially for us by Rex Corey, our musical director. If you will write to Gunsmoke in care of your local CBS radio station, we will try to give you whatever specific information you may desire. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This Monday night, on most of these same CBS radio stations, hear William Powell in a startling anti-communist drama titled The Man Who Cried Wolf. Remember to hear Suspense, starring William Powell, on most of these same CBS radio stations this Monday night. This is Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
The Jello Program, starring Jack Benny with John Bester and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Take It Easy. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you that wizard of mirth and wit, that gentleman of gentlemen,
I see.
A man who is a credit to his community, loved and honored by all, Mr. Jack Benny.
I get it. Wilson's not fooling me, folks. Christmas is 9 days off. He knows what he's doing. Yes, sir. This is a time of year when every rat turns into a lamb until after the holidays.
Oh, yeah? Well, it doesn't change me.
No, you're still a rat.
Well, Jack, the Yuletide spirit keeps me from punching you in the nose.
Yes, Don, we must be happy, although I didn't like that last crack.
You're right, Jack. We should forgive our enemies and let joy be unrefined.
Right now, Don, there's no one in the world that I hate. I don't know, I feel so good, I'm afraid I'm overdoing it. How do you feel, Don?
Well, my rheumatism is bothering me terribly.
Well, just ignore it until after the holidays. I've got falling arches, but I'm not going to pick them up until after Christmas.
Well, say, Jack, come here. I'm making out my Christmas list. Now, what do you think I ought to get for Frank Parker?
Parker? Let's see. Gee, there's a hard guy to pick anything for.
How about a shirt?
No, he's got one. Say, I'll tell you what. How about a suit of pajamas?
No, not Parker. He wears a nightgown.
Oh, he does. Well, then get him a yard of blue ribbon.
What are you going to give Parker, Jack?
I've got a necktie for him, Don.
Is it a nice-looking tie?
Sure, the one you gave me last Christmas, remember?
Oh, yes.
Well, here I am, fit as a fiddle, but thin as a flute.
Hey, Parker. Parker, how did you get here so early?
Jake sent me.
Oh.
Say, Jack, I'm making out a Christmas list. Now, what do you think I ought to get Don Wilson for Christmas?
I don't know, Frank.
You know, he and I have been pretty good pals.
Well, I don't know. How much do you want to spend?
Oh, about $50.
Oh. Well, just send your pal a telegram.
Yeah, well, thanks, Jack. Say, what size shirt does Bester wear?
Bester? I don't know. I think he wears 12 and a half. Did you buy it yet?
Yes, but I got size 17.
Well, you've got to allow for shrinking, you know. You can
Well, gee, do you think it's going to shrink that much?
say the shirt you buy will probably evaporate, you know. Oh, you're here, too, huh? Mary, what's killing you?
Oh, will humor never cease? Listen, Jack, why does Santa Claus wear a black suit?
But he doesn't, Mary. He wears a red suit.
I mean, after he gets down the chimney.
Oh, I see. What's the answer?
That's it, the chimney, you dope.
Mary, where do you get those jokes every week?
Jake sends them.
Oh.
Listen, don't bother me for a while, Jack. I've got to make out my Christmas list.
Oh, yeah? Who's on your list, Mary?
All the boys in this program. Listen, Jack, I want to get a shirt for Wilson. What size shirt do you wear?
Well, I wear a 15. What's that got to do with Wilson?
Well, you're always wearing a shirt.
Oh, that's right. Get him a 15, then. What are you going to get your father, Mary?
Oh, I got him this cigar lighter, but I've got to change it.
Why, Mary, that's a beautiful cigar lighter. Why do you have to change it?
I just remember he smoked cigarettes.
Oh, yes. It would be hard to light a cigarette from a cigar lighter, yes. By the way, Mary, what happened to that gold ring I gave you last Christmas? I never see you wear it.
Well, I was afraid to tell you, Jack. I lost it.
Oh, that's fine. And you said you'd take such good care of it.
I did.
Well, then how did you lose it?
The finance company took it.
Oh. It's the last time I'll buy anything from that company.
You're telling them.
Oh, Wilson, what do you think I ought to get my mother? She's 64 years old and doesn't like spinach.
Here it comes, folks.
Get her some Jell-O in all 6 delicious flavors, and she'll find it twice as rich as last Christmas.
Gee, that fits right into my budget.
Well, now that we got our advertising in, Don Bester will play a medley from the Music Box Review. Are you ready, Don?
Yes, Jack. But come here a minute, will you?
What is it?
I was Christmas shopping all day, and I don't know what to get for Frank Parker. Can you suggest something?
Well, how about a cigarette case or a razor?
That's it. I'll get him a nice, safety razor.
No, Don, get him one of those straight barber's razors.
But he's liable to cut himself.
That's the idea. See, play, Don. Not as long as they keep wearing those spats. You know what I mean. A man who wears spats is a hero.
Then again, he may have holes in his socks.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Don, I wouldn't hurt your boys' feelings for the world. You know, I used to be a musician myself. Well, I had my own orchestra at the Barrison Theater in Waukegan, Illinois.
You did, eh?
Yes, sir.
And how big was your orchestra?
Oh, I had a great bunch, Don. Let's see. There was me. Of course, I was the leader and first fiddle.
I see.
And we had a fella named Heifetz played second fiddle.
Mm-hmm.
I think his name was Yasha. I don't know. Then I had a Polish fella at the piano. He had a funny name like Paderewski, something like that. See, Rudy Valley was my saxophone player. Abe Lyman played drums. And then we had a blues singer, Lily Pond.
Well, that was some. What happened to all those people?
Oh, they're doing little on the country. They can't seem to get anything steady.
Do you still like to play the violin, Jack?
Don, once a violin player, always a violin player. You know, every time I hear your boys tune up their fiddles, I feel like an old fire horse when he hears the bell clang.
You look like one, too.
Mary, who ever heard of a horse playing a fiddle?
What kind of stuff do you play, Jack?
Oh, anything. You know, Rubinstein's Stormy Weather or Mendelssohn's Hold That Tiger. Say, you know what I'd like to do tonight, Don? You see, my dad came on to visit me from Waukegan, and he's up here in the studio watching the program. And I think it'd be kind of nice if I played a violin solo right now. He'd get a big kick out of it.
Sure, Jack. Go right ahead.
Have one of your boys loan me his fiddle, will you, Don?
Certainly. Oh, Spike, loan Mr. Benny your fiddle.
Yes, Mr. Vester.
Spike. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Wait a minute. Ah, this is a nice tone, too. This is a pretty good fiddle, isn't it?
Yes, sir. It has a pedigree.
Oh, I suppose Chrysler played on its uncle. Well, Don, what'll I play?
Oh, anything at all, Jack.
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do, Don. I'll play If I Had $1 Million from the picture I was in. Now, listen to this, Dad. How about a little introduction, Don, huh?
Okay, come on,
nice
fellow.
and slow and soft. Surprised? Mary.
ought to be a tax on that.
Pedigreed. If I had $1 million.
This broken-down genius comes to you through the courtesy of Jell-O with that new extra-rich, fresh fruit flavor, and it tastes twice as good as ever before.
Fine time for advertising. 40, boys. That's... I guess that got him, didn't it, Mary, huh? Thank you. Gee, I pretty put that over with a bang. Oh, Dad, how did you like it?
He left after the first 8 bars.
He must have been tired, huh? And now, ladies and gentlemen, Frank Parker, our soulful soloist, will sing Someday I'll Find You from Private Lives. Say, Frank, how did you like my violin solo?
I can get more music out of a new pair of shoes.
Try and get credit from these guys. And tonight, folks, we are series of Russian art plays. Last week we gave you Shove, and tonight we are giving you an original drama entitled Russia Through a Keyhole, or The Private Life of the Vulgar Boatman. Or if you can think of a better title, use it. This little offering will go on immediate the next number, which is A Needle in a Haystack from the motion picture The Gay Divorce.
Jack, your father just came back with some foam on his mustache.
Mary. Play, Don. Foam on his mustache. That was A Needle in a Haystack, played by Don Bester and his dignitarians. And now for our drama, Russia Through a Keyhole, by Ivan Winchell. I will play the part of Boris Benovich, and Mary Livingston will play the part of Olga, my sweetheart. The first scene takes place in the home of Boris Benovich on Tobacco Road in Kishinev, which is not unlike Grenovich Villavich. All right, boys, curtain. Music, Don. Cha-chanya, cha-chanya, I will phone you, cha-chanya, cha-chanya.
Mr. Benovich.
What is it, Karloff?
There's a telegramovich for Yurovich.
Is it Kolektovich?
No, Paitsky.
Give it to me. It's for my sweetheart, Olga Petrov. Dear Boris, you must come to Odessa at once. Stopovich. The Cossacks have raided our house and taken away my sister Natasha. Merry Christmas. Come at once. Olga. So those Cossacks have taken away Natasha. This is terrible. Terrible. Not the play, folks. The situation. This is awful. Oi, Karloff, bring me a glass of vodka.
What kind of vodka?
Ice vodka. I must go away, Karloff. I must go away. Pack my bag.
What shall I put in it?
2 shirts and a herring. And hurry. I must catch the first boat up the Hudson, or the Volga. Karloff, send for the Volga boatman.
I sent him for him already.
How did you know I wanted him?
I remembered it from rehearsal.
Oh, thank you.
Keep it.
The scene now changes to the Volga River. Quick, boys, make the change. Folks, you should see this river. It's in a pail right here in the studio. Here comes the boatman now. Hey, Volga, I must get to Odessa at once. Snap it up a bit.
Okay, jump in there.
Goodbye, Carlo.
Goodbye, Ski.
Let's go, Volga. There's no time to lose.
Подошва трошка подание мания.
You said it. Hurry.
Oh, Jack, I just happened to think what to buy Parker for Christmas.
Mary, get out of here, will you? Make it quick, Volga. Tell me, Volga, how long will it take to get to Odessa?
Oh, just a few minutes.
Go back to your song. Hey, I'm sick of that song already. Can't you sing something else like Cocktails for Two?
Cocktails for two.
That's better. But please make it quick, Volga. I must go to my sweetheart, Olga.
Olga? You mean Olga Petrov?
Yes. Do you know Olga? I see. How well do you know Olga?
The scene now changes to the home of Olga Petrov on Delancey Boulevard in Odessa.
Half of 8 o'clock. Oy, what a night. Such a miserable night in poor Natasha in the hands of the Cossacks. Oy, what a night. Who's there?
It's me, Boris.
Boris who?
Boris Plester. Can I come in?
I wouldn't leave a dog out on a night like this.
Woof, woof.
Come in.
Hello, Olga, my darling. I got your message and came as quick as I could.
Oh, Boris, I'm so glad you're here. You look tired and cold. Take off your boots and put your feet by the fire.
I'm hungry too, Olga. You got anything to eat?
No, but keep your feet by the fire and we'll have hot dogs.
Oh. Well, can't you fix me up a caviar sandwich?
Where do you see caviar?
You got some in your hand.
It's Freckles.
Oh, excuse me.
Say, maybe you'd like a nice piece of herring?
Herring? Yes, white meat.
Say, Boris, how about a dish of Jell-O?
Do they have Jell-O in Russia?
If they don't, it's their own fault.
Thanks, Mary. Wilson, get off the stage.
All right, Boris. Sit down and be comfortable. I will make some tea for you. I hate to see that evening sun ski go down ski.
Is that Lowski? But tell me, Olga, what happened to Natasha?
Be careful, Boris. Not so loud. There are Cossacks everywhere. They came here early this morning and took Natasha away.
You know which one it was?
Yes, Nikolai Parker.
That low life.
Yes, he came here and wanted either so I gave him Natasha. Wasn't I smart?
You gave him Natasha. Olga, I'm ashamed of you. How can you act like that?
I can act as good as you can.
I don't mean that.
Boris, someone is coming by sleigh.
I wonder who can be. Look to the window, quick.
Boris, it's a Kazakh. They're coming back.
That's all I want to know. Don't worry, Olga. Open the door and let them in.
What will you do?
I will hide in the closet and protect you. Hey, no wind here. I'm just going in the closet.
Come in. Who are you?
Scarface Parker, chief of the Cossacks.
A tenor Cossack.
And who is your friend?
Jello-Face Wilson.
Well, at least that'll please the sponsor, you know.
What do you want now, you brute? You came here this morning and took away my sister Natasha. Isn't that enough, Ski?
Not for the two of us. I want a friend for Jello-Face.
Come on, Babeski, you're coming with us.
No. Boris.
Stop, Who touches a hair on Olga's head dies like a dog.
Who touches a what?
A hair.
I don't get it.
A hair. What's on your head?
It's on my chin now. We're in Russia. Come on, Olga. You are going with Hop.
She is not going with you.
Oh, yes, she is. Come on, Olga.
Over my dead body. They can't take a joke. Olga, they got me.
No, it was me, Boris. Give me the credit.
So it was you, my own sweetheart, who shot me.
Goodbye, Toots. Come on, boys.
Padashka trash, padanya manana.
Oh, they all deserted me. Left me here alone to die. Natasha gone. Olga gone. Here I am all alone. Who's there? Olga, what are you doing here?
Jake sent me.
Oh, Volga.
I'm making out my Christmas list. What size shirt do you wear?
It's too late now. Take me back to Kishinev. And if I die before I get there, I want you to deliver a message to one of the Cossacks.
Which one?
The one with the spat.
What's the message?
Get a pencil and paper quick. I'm going fast.
All right. What's the message? Please, tell me. What's the message?
Play, Don. That was the last number of the 10th program in the new Jell-O series. You see, I didn't die after all, folks. You glad? Oh, I almost forgot. Tonight, I want to welcome Minneapolis and St. Paul to our list of stations as they are hearing us for the first time on this series tonight.
Jell-O Minnie, Jell-O Paul.
Wilson, huh? Say, Mary.
What?
Where did those Cossacks take you to?
To the automat. It's a good thing I had my own nickels. Good night, folks.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, April 19th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Joey Brown, Helen Chandler, Roscoe Carnes, and William Frawley in Alibi Ike. Presents Hollywood. Our stars, Joey Brown, Helen Chandler, Roscoe Carnes, and William Frawley. Our guests, Mr. and Mrs. Babe Ruth, and Russell Patterson, one of America's most famous artists. Our producer, Hollywood's foremost citizen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. This hour of Hollywood stars and personalities comes to you direct from the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard, with good wishes from the makers of Lux Flakes. To everyone, a hearty welcome. Before we start Alibi Ike, I have a tip for the ladies. You don't have to find alibis for Lux Flakes. From time to time, it seems to me I've heard women say, "This dress has never looked the same since I washed it." But I never heard them say that about Lux Flakes. As a matter of fact, I have a letter here about a dress that took first prize in a contest after it had been luxed 9 times. This friend in Massachusetts writes, "I made my 8-year-old daughter a dress of very sheer voile. After the dress had been worn and washed for the 9th time in Lux, I noticed a contest for sewing. Appearance of material was a big factor. My daughter's dress looked so good to me that I entered it in the contest. It won first prize. That was 2 years ago. The dress is still in use and looks splendid, thanks to Lux. When you have a Lux dress winning over brand new ones, that's something. It just goes to prove, as the makers of Lux Flakes have always said, that any material that is safe in water alone is safe in Lux. And now our producer, ladies and gentlemen, director of more than 60 pictures, discoverer of many stars, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow afternoon, when thousands of baseball fans storm grandstands throughout the country, cheering the opening of the 1937 season, they'll be honoring, quite unconsciously, a boy from Cooperstown, New York. 98 years ago, the boy borrowed a few ideas from a game known as rounders, some from another pastime labeled one old cat, and adding a few of his own, gave the nation its most beloved sport, baseball. The boy was Abner Doubleday. Abner had his day, and it was a doubleheader. He not only threw out the first ball in the first baseball game, he aimed the first shot fired from Fort Sumter in the war between the states, in which he became a general. It's to Abner the schoolboy and the game he created that the Lux Radio Theater tonight pays tribute in presenting Joe E. Brown, Helen Chandler, Roscoe Carnes, and William Frawley in Alibi Ike. Our play is based on the Warner Brothers picture, which was based on the story by Ring Lardner, making a two-base hit. Put Lardner's dialogue in the mouth of Joe E. Brown, and there it enjoys a range and scope I am sure no other actor could provide. Joe warmed a bench with the New York Yankees for about 4 years and comes to us tonight as Frank Alibi Ike Farrell. In the part of Dolly, making her 5th appearance before our microphone, is one of the most accomplished and lovely young ladies of the theater and screen, Miss Helen Chandler, applauded recently on Broadway in Pride and Prejudice and Lady Precious Stream. She played in London in Boy Meets Girl and is now starring in the same comedy on Hollywood's legitimate stage. With Joe from the original picture cast, we welcome Roscoe Carnes, to whom I gave his first important part, as Carey, and William Frawley as Cap Finley. And now, let's dust off the Lux Radio Theater's home plate. The players are walking onto the field. The batteries, Joe E. Brown, Helen Chandler, Roscoe Carnes, and William Frawley in Alibi Ike. Batter up. Play ball. We go back a few weeks before the opening of the baseball season. Throughout the country is heard the old familiar thud of the ball in the glove, the sharp crack of the bat as a stinging grounder zips over the infield. In Winter Haven, Florida, the Chicago Cubs are preparing for the National League pennant race. Near the players' dugout, Cap Finley, the manager, is talking to the owner, who is optimistic about the team's prospects.
All right, stick it right in there, Shorty. I see it, Mike. That's the way. Here you are.
If I can make a prophecy the first day of the season, Cap, I have a good hunch we're going to finish a lot stronger this year than last.
Yeah, well, we couldn't finish much worse than 8th.
I have every confidence in you personally, Cap, and I've convinced the other stockholders to let you work it out your own way.
Thanks, Tom. I wish you'd convince them not to sell Pennock.
Well, you're sure to find a pretty likely pitcher among the 10 new rookies. Why, there's one boy alone, Farrell, struck out 20 men in one game last year.
Sure. He was with the Holgate Terriers, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
But did they claim Lou Gehrig was playing against him in Holgate last year? I'll bet I'll have to ring a cowbell to get him off the field.
Well, I'm pinning my hopes on this Farrell boy. If he's as good as they say he is...
Well, wait till he shows up, Tom. That'll be time enough for prophecies.
Telegram for you, Mr. Finley.
Oh, thanks. Let's see it, Mike. I never had a telegram yet that wasn't, well, for the...
What is it?
Get this. It's from your White Hope, Farrell. Listen. Reporting today. Sorry I was late, but my calendar was wrong.
What?
Oh, his calendar was wrong. Now, there's an alibi for you. Maybe you can pin your hopes to that.
Well, it doesn't sound very encouraging.
It sounds to me like we're taking on a screwball.
Well, try not to worry, Cap. It'll all turn out. I'll see you up at the hotel.
Okay, Tom. All right, you guys, get going in there. Come on, Terry. Come on, Mac. Come on, get hustling in there. This ain't no junior prom, you know. What the? Get that car out of here, will you? Get off the field, you bonehead. Get that. Hey!
Hello, boys. Say, what are you trying to do? Murder somebody?
Now, wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute, will you? I'll take care of this guy. Get back to work there, you fellas. Go on, now, all of you. Get back in there, I tell you.
No hard feelings, boys. After all, I didn't hit nobody.
Now, listen, you. Take that sardine can you're driving and get out of here before I kill you.
Hey, maybe you don't realize who I am.
Oh, yes, I do. You're Ty Cobb, but you got your face lifted to fool the pitchers. Now, listen to me. This is a ball club, and you're on the field. Beat it.
Wait a minute. Ain't no ball club without a pitcher, unless they've changed the rules this year.
Well, they've changed them, but not enough to let you into the park unless you're on a leash. Now, get out of here.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm on the team. My name is Farrell. Farrell? Sure. Frank X. Farrell.
Well, Why didn't you come in through the gate and give your name at the office?
Well, I was afraid if I let on who I was, all the help would quit work and come out and watch me. That's what used to happen when I played with the Holgate Terriers.
Oh, I see. Is that why you put on a disguise?
Disguise? Hey, this ain't no disguise. This is my baseball suit.
You don't say.
Yep.
Well, you ought to put a sign on it so folks would know.
Hey, that's a good one, mister. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Where are you going?
I'm going out and slug a few.
Never mind that. Come over here and loosen up your arm.
Well, all right. You want me to loosen it? Gosh, it's as loose as goose grease right now.
Hey, Carrie.
Yeah?
Handle a few for this guy, will you?
Sure. Yeah, wait a minute. You better put a batter up there, too. Give me something to aim at.
All right, Farrell. Toss up a couple.
Sure. What'd you like to see first? My zipper or my clipper?
Well, now, I don't know. Just suppose you just try your fadeaway speedball with a slow-up twist and a drop hook on the end.
Sure. That's my special. Well, there she goes.
Hey, easy on the speed, wise guy.
What's the matter, catcher? Sting your hands?
Hey, Farrell, your calendar is still wrong. This ain't July.
I know it. It's hot in July.
Well, your arm ain't going to be hot in July if you don't take it easy.
I am taking it easy. I never open up the first few weeks.
Oh, look at that wind-up. Boy, if you ain't open now... Say, how many games did you win last year?
Only 28. Had malaria most of the season.
Malaria, huh? Well, where can I send the rest of my pitchers to get it?
Huh?
Never mind. Okay, Carrie.
All right, Cap.
Come on over here, Farrell, and let's see you hit a few.
Well, wait, I ain't warm yet. I could do this all day.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to save the catcher.
Oh.
Grab a bat there. Hey, Tex.
Yeah?
Whip up a couple here, will you?
Sure.
Go ahead, Farrell.
Well, I never hit my best on Wednesdays.
Now, don't you worry about that. I'll cancel all our Wednesday games.
That's a good one, Cap.
Just show us how you hit on the 4th of July when it comes in leap year.
Sure. Okay, pitcher. Come on. Throw her in there and put something on that potato. Come on. Holy.
Boy, what a clout. Over the fence, boys.
Well, I told you I wasn't so good on Wednesdays.
Yeah, it only cleared the fence by about 8 feet, that's all.
Well, I twisted my ankle when I swung. Say, when I'm in form, I can clear that fence about 30 feet every time. And if I don't clear it...
And if you don't clear it, then what?
I'll knock a hole in it.
One moment, please. Hello, Winter Haven Hotel. I'll see if he's in. Hello.
Page you, Mr. Sullivan. Page you, Mr. Blake.
I tell you, Cap, this guy Farrell is the best rookie pitcher I ever saw. Why, he's terrific.
That was only an exhibition game this afternoon, Tom.
But he was good. Why, he struck out 12 men.
Yeah. He looks good pitching strikes. But the first wild pitch he ever throws will cost us the game.
Huh? What do you mean?
The game will be called for darkness while he still apologizes.
Hello, Cap.
Oh, are you ready to go, Cap?
Yeah, sure. Tom, you know my wife.
Of course. How are you, Mrs. Finley?
Fine, thanks.
And this is my sister-in-law, Dolly Stevens, Mr. Johnson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Well, if you folks will excuse me.
Sure. We were just going to the movies.
Have a good time. See you in the morning, Cap.
Okay.
Something on his mind, Cap?
No. We were just talking about Farrell. You see the game this afternoon?
Oh, I did. And I can tell you right now the women are going to love him. He's awfully cute.
Who?
Why, Farrell, the rookie pitcher.
Cute. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. We've got to get someone for Dolly.
Oh, okay. Who do you like, Dolly?
Cap, you're as blind as an umpire. Can't you see she's crazy to meet Farrell?
Crazy to meet... Well, she'd have to be.
Now, but Bess, I didn't... Go on, Cap. Round him up.
All right. The last I saw of him, he was heading for the billiard room with Mac and Carrie. I'll see if I can find him.
Well, that's a nice shot, Carrie.
Yeah, now let me see now. The 11 ball in the side pocket. Say, Farrell, is it absolutely necessary for you to crack peanuts while I'm making a shot?
Well, it's necessary for me to crack them if I want to eat them.
But not while I'm making a shot.
Well, all right. Go ahead, Mr. Carey. You don't bother me none.
You missed, Carrie. Well, who wouldn't miss a guy cracking peanuts? All right, your shot, Farrell.
Well, let's see. What's the layout? Gosh, looks pretty impossible, don't it?
Now, wait a minute. Call your shot.
Gosh, I can't see so very good without my spectacles.
Well, why don't you wear them then?
Gosh, I never thought of that. There, that's a lot better. Let's see now. The 4 ball in the side pocket, the 8 in the corner, the 6 down on the end, and any others that happen to fall.
What? You'll never make it.
Well, a man can only try.
Holy smoke.
5 balls in 1 shot.
Is that all? This stick must be crooked.
Say, I'd use a hockey stick if I could make shots like that.
Well, I quit. I'm not playing with no champion.
Now, wait a minute, Kerry. Wait a minute. Hey, let me see those spectacles of yours, Farrell.
Sure. Here you are.
I thought so. There ain't even any glass in them.
I know it. I had to take the glass out on account it hurt my eyes. Guess I'll put this cue back in the rack.
He'd like to go to bed, but he can't think up an excuse.
Well, guess I'll say goodnight, boys. I ain't sleepy, but got some gravel in my shoes, and it's just killing my feet.
I should think they'd take them gravel pits out of the billiard room.
Hey, that's a good one, Mr. Carey.
Hey, Farrell.
Yeah, Cap?
Come here, will you?
Sure. Good night, fellas.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Oh, boy. That guy is the original Alibi Ike.
Yeah, he's got an alibi no matter what he does, good or bad.
Yeah, but at that, he ought to make us a good man, Kerry.
Yeah, unless that gravel in his shoes brings back his malaria and throws his eyes out of focus so he can't read the calendar and find the home plate.
So we thought you'd like to come along with us, Farrell. It's a swell picture.
Well, I'd like to, Cap, only...
You ain't turning in yet.
Who, me? No. But I ought to stay around the hotel in case there's a telegram.
Why, you expecting one?
No, not exactly. But there's lots of times that comes when you ain't expecting them.
Oh, here's the girls now.
Oh, you all set, Cap? Oh, evening, Mr. Farrell.
Good evening, Mrs. Finley.
Come here, Dolly. I guess you recognize Farrell from seeing him play. This is my sister-in-law, Farrell, Dolly Stevens.
Huh?
How do you do, Mr. Farrell?
Well, gosh, I mean, how do you do?
I hope you've been telling Cap you can go to the show with us tonight.
Well, sure
No,
I
he
can.
can't come, Dolly. He's got to stick around for a telegram.
Oh, yeah. But I guess it's no use anyway. You see, the office where that telegram might come from ain't open after 6 o'clock.
Oh, I see. Come on, folks. The car's outside.
Well, let's hop in and get going.
I like riding in a rumble seat. Don't you, Mr. Farrell? Some people don't, but I do.
Well, keeps you out in the fresh air. Ball players need a lot of fresh air, you know.
Yeah. I saw you play this afternoon. You struck out 12 men. Oh, it was wonderful.
I had an off day on account of my lumbago. Say, if I'd known you was watching, I'd have struck 'em all out.
Would you really?
Sure. I was just taking it easy because it was an exhibition game.
Oh, now you're just being modest.
No, I ain't modest. Only I don't never brag. Because if a guy's really got the stuff, he don't have to brag.
Uh-huh. I guess that's right.
Say, are you going to be around much? I mean, well, are you going to be around much?
Well, I'm staying for another week or so.
Oh, gosh, that's swell. Then maybe I can be seeing you around, around the hotel. That is, if you're going to be around much.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, maybe we could sort of get together, go to a show or out for a walk.
Oh, I just love to walk, Mr. Farrell, don't you?
Well, they say it's awful good exercise.
Mr. Short, paging Mr. Beaver.
Your deal, Mac.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Kerry. Kerry, look who's coming across the lobby. Alibi Ike himself.
I'll bet he's got another date with the Cap's sister-in-law.
Yeah.
Hiya there, Ike.
Oh, hello, fellas.
Where you going, Ike?
Oh, no place special. Just out.
Well, it's raining cats and dogs, Ike. You'll get soaked.
Oh, I don't mind that. Nothing like walking in the rain to keep your arm in shape.
Well, how about Mac and I coming with you?
Yeah. No, you better not. You fellas might get a cold.
Oh, Francis, I'm ready to go if you are, Francis.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, so long, boys. This way, Miss Stevens.
All right, Francis.
Did you get that? Francis. He's alibied himself out of his name.
If you're getting wet, we can go back to the hotel, Francis.
Gosh, no. I like sitting in the rain with you.
The park is kind of deserted.
Sure. That's why I like it.
Yeah, I like it, too.
Do you? No kidding?
Yes, Francis.
Oh, gee, I wish...
What?
I wish it wasn't going north tomorrow.
Oh. Yeah, but the team's leaving in a few days, too. You know you're crazy for the season to begin. Oh, I do hope the team does well, Francis. Cap's whole future depends on this season.
Oh, Cap ought to stop worrying. I feel fine.
I just can't wait to read about your winning that opening game.
Yeah, but you won't be there to see it.
No. Oh, I hate going home and leaving... leaving the club. You'll write to me, won't you?
Right? Oh, sure. But gee, Dolly, I wish I could tell you.
What, Francis?
Well, how much
How much you what?
Well, how much I...
Well, Francis, you're getting a cold.
No. I ain't...
Oh, come on, Francis. We've got to get back to the hotel.
Well, I guess maybe we got to go back. I'd hate to ruin the team's chances by getting sick. Well, Dolly, your train ought to be here pretty soon now.
Yes, pretty soon.
Of course, sometimes they're late, you know.
Yeah, they don't always run on time, do they?
No, you see, sometimes they get behind in their schedules.
Oh, I see. And that's what makes them late.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Gosh, Dolly, I wish this train wouldn't never come.
Oh, do you really, Francis?
Yeah. Oh, gee, Dolly. Oh, gosh, there it comes, and it's right on time.
Oh, then I guess it isn't late.
No, right on time, just like I said.
Well?
Well?
Francis, I think there's something in my eye. Would you look?
Sure. Wait till I get my handkerchief. Which eye is it?
Oh, you'll have to come closer, Francis, much closer. Francis. Well, Francis?
I don't see nothing.
Oh, well, never mind. I guess it's all right now.
Say, I wish you'd keep my handkerchief, though. You might get something in the other eye.
Yeah, but you might need it.
No, not me. Say, when I see something coming, I always duck.
Oh.
And anyway, I'd kind of like to have you keep it, in case you need it.
I'd love to keep it, Francis.
Oh, gee, that's great. Well,
I guess there's nothing more to say.
No, I guess that's about... No, it ain't either.
Oh, Francis.
Dolly, I gotta tell you something. I hope you don't get mad or nothing, but...
Yeah, go on, Francis, quickly.
Dolly, listen. Listen, Dolly, because it's awful important.
Oh, Francis, hurry.
Dolly, I...
Francis, I've got to go.
No, I... Dolly.
Oh, goodbye, Francis.
No, Wait.
Goodbye.
Wait, Dolly, wait, Dolly, listen, shucks.
We will continue with Alibi Ike in just a moment. to take you to a kitchen shower the girls are giving for Betty Ann, who is to be married on June 5th.
You girls are perfect darlings to give me all these grand shiny pans and things.
Oh, look. There's still a package you haven't opened.
So there is. Why, it's a big box of Lux Flakes. And here's a card. It says, the most valuable thing I could give you. Ask me why. Signed, Helen. All right, Helen, tell us.
When the girls told me about your shower, Betty, I said to myself, there's one thing this old married woman has found out, and I think it's something a bride should know.
I'm all ears. Out with it.
Well, you may not think it's not important now, but honestly, it makes a big difference how you wash your dishes.
Oh.
No, really, I mean it. There's just no romance in dishpan hands. Men may respect them, but they don't admire them. So, my advice to you is to steer clear of kitchen soaps for dishes. I found them very drying. Sooner or later, they give you dishpan hands. But you can bet your life Lux never will.
Thanks a lot, darling. I'll stick to Lux.
Remember, Lux has no harmful alkali, nothing to dry and roughen the skin, and it costs next to nothing, hardly 1 cent a day for all your dishes. And now, Mr. DeMille.
On with the story of Alibi Ike, starring Joe E. Brown, Helen Chandler, Roscoe Carnes, and William Frawley. It's 2 weeks later, the night before the big opening game. In his hotel room in Boston, Alibi Ike Farrell is sprawled face down across the bed, reading a letter. The letter is from Dolly Stevens, and Ike's expression is the essence of bliss as he reads softly.
Dear Francis, I'm so thrilled I can hardly write. Bess tells me that Cap may let you pitch the opening game. How I wish I could be there to see you win.
Hiya, Ike.
Hiya, boy. Oh, hello, fellas. Hiya, Carrie. Hiya, Mac.
Say, what are you reading there, Ike?
This? Oh, it's just a kind of a letter.
A bill?
No, it's not exactly a bill. It's a letter from a fellow I used to go to school with.
Thought you told us you never went to school.
Yeah, but this wasn't no school. It was a college.
Well, how could you have gone to college if you didn't go to school?
I didn't. It was the other fellow that went to college. I would have went, but there wasn't no college where I lived.
No? Thought you said you lived in Kansas City.
Well, I did, but we moved.
Uh-huh. Where'd you move to?
Nebraska.
Well, they got colleges there, ain't they?
Yeah, well, we didn't live right in Nebraska. Near there.
Oh. Say, you get one of them letters every day. What does your friend write you so much about?
Oh, he's telling me about a ball player, a friend of ours. Tells me what he does every day.
Yeah? That looks like a girl's writing to me.
Well, a girl did write it. You see, that's my friend's sister writing for him.
Well, didn't they teach writing at this college where he went?
Sure, but he got his hand cut off in a railroad wreck.
Well, I should think he'd have learned to write with his left hand by this time.
Well, it's his left hand that's cut off. And he was left-handed. Good night, boys.
Yeah, good night.
Paper! Cubs win opener. Farrell pitches no hit game. Here, read all about it.
Hey, y'all, paper! Farrell wins 14 straight games. Paper!
Here, what do you read, paper? Farrell wins again. Cubs in second place. Farrell wins again.
And so you see, Dolly, Cubs and me has practically cinched the pennant. Almost. Period. Next 2 weeks we'll tell story, and as I will pitch 2 times in next 2 weeks, all is over but shouting. Semicola. Yeah, who is it? Come in.
Good evening, Mr. Farrell.
Hiya.
My name's Crawford. You don't know me, Mr. Farrell, but I'd go through fire and water to shake hands with you.
Oh, you don't have to go to all that trouble. I'm glad to shake hands with you.
Well, thanks. You're the best pitcher I ever saw.
Well, maybe I ain't the best, but I won an awful lot of games this year.
You sure have, boy. You're on your way to big money.
Yeah, but...
And you'll get it. You're a smart boy.
Well, it ain't only that I'm smart, just that I got the stuff that fools these other fellas.
You sure do.
Yeah.
I guess there isn't anybody a guy like you couldn't fool. Mr. Farrell, I'd like to ask a real favor of you. I'm president of the Young Men's High Ideals Club. I guess you've heard about it, haven't you?
No. Not exactly.
There's one or two of our boys, we caught them drinking and things like that.
Drinking? Say they oughtn't to do that if they want to make good.
Well, now, that's just what I was telling them. And what they need is an example, Mr. Farrell. I want you to come over and meet them tonight and tell them some of the secrets of your success.
Well, mister, it's getting kind of late.
Yes, I know, but we're having a special night. In your honor, we're going to let the boys stay up until 10:30 if you'll just come and talk to them.
Well, okay, mister. I don't like to stay up late myself, but if it's to do good, I'm with you.
Oh,
come on,
I knew I could count on you, Mr. Farrell. I've got my car right downstairs.
Get my hat here.
This is it, Mr. Farrell. Right up these steps.
You mean this is a house where they're holding a convention?
That's right.
Gosh, it's kind of dark, ain't it?
Right in here, Mr. Farrell. What did I tell you boys about smoking and drinking in my absence? Now put those bottles away and douse those cigarettes. And don't let this happen again.
Okay, Chief. Come on out with the butts, you mug. Come on out with them. That's all right. Bust somebody in the snoot.
Hey, wait a minute, boys. Your president is right. Where would I have been today if I'd have smoked?
I give up. Where?
Quiet, Muggsy. Boys, I had a little talk with Mr. Farrell on the way over, and he says his next two games are in the bag right now.
That's right, fellas. I can't lose.
Oh, no?
I neglected to tell Mr. Farrell that continuous winning is against the principles of the Young Men's High Ideals Club.
Oh, yeah. What do you mean, against the principles?
Well, you see, Mr. Farrell, our motto is live and let live. Now, what we'd like you to do is ease up a little in your next two games. Let the other team get a few hits once in a while. Maybe even let them win, just for the sport of it. That's the idea, isn't it, boys?
Certainly, that's the way.
Wait a minute. That's what. Just a minute, boys. I know it couldn't be true, but this sounds like maybe you fellas was trying to bribe me or something.
Bribe you? Oh, no. Of course, we might make you a little present, say $10,000 or $12,000.
I see. Good night, boys.
Now, Mr. Farrell.
Now, wait a minute. Let me go. I'm wise to you fellas. You got me over here so as you could talk me into losing for you. You're nothing but a bunch of gamblers and cheats. Let me out of here.
Grab him, Lefty.
Come here, you.
Wait a minute. Out.
Now, Farrell, we don't want to be nasty about this, and you're interested in health, aren't you?
Well, sure I am.
Think a man ought to keep his strength up, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, let me show you one of my strength secrets.
Ow! Hey, let go! Let go my arm.
Now, just imagine me doing that to your pitching arm, only finishing by breaking it off. Understand?
Ow! Let me go. I understood all the time. I just wanted to be sure you fellas wasn't kidding me.
Good.
That's all.
Now, here it is. We want you to lose your next two games. There's $12,000 in it for you. How about it?
Not on your... What? Well, sure. I know just what you mean.
You better. And remember, Farrell, this is your last chance for an easy lesson. You lose the next two games you pitch or else. Understand? Or else.
Telegram to Mr. Frank Farrell, Hotel Continental, Boston, Massachusetts. Dear Francis, arriving tonight to watch you win your next two games. Thrilled at thought of seeing you again. Signed, Dolly.
Francis, it's beautiful out here tonight. I love rowing.
You do? Well, I'll let you handle the oars for a while if you want.
Oh, no, I mean, well, just being out here on the lake with you.
Yeah, sure is nice.
Yeah. I'm glad we didn't go to the show with Cap and Bess.
So am I. We couldn't have seen the moon so good in there.
Is that the only reason you didn't want to go?
No. Gee, I wanted to be alone with you. I didn't want no other people around us.
Do you mean it, Francis?
Mean it? Gosh, I wish I could tell you how much I mean it. Dolly, I got something for you. Maybe that'll show you.
Oh, you got something for me?
Yep. Now, where is it? Let's see. Gosh, I had it right here in my vest pocket.
Oh, Francis, what is it?
Well, but first I want to ask you something.
Yes, Francis.
Dolly, do you like me well enough to be alone with me for a long time?
Forever, Francis.
You mean it?
Of course I do.
Sink or swim?
Yes, Francis, dear. Sink or swim.
Then look, Dolly.
Oh, Francis, don't stand up in the boat. Francis! Oh, Francis, where are you?
Help! Throw me a rope. I'm sinking.
Francis, try standing up.
Huh? Oh, gosh, I can stand up. Gosh, it's only up to my knees.
Are you all right?
Sure, but I'm all wet. Look, Dolly, here's what I had to give you. It's an engagement ring.
Oh, an engagement ring. Yeah. Oh, an engagement ring. Francis.
Look out. Dolly, don't stand up in the...
tipping over.
Gosh, now we're both all wet.
Hello, Hotel Continental. One moment, please. Hello, Hotel Continental.
So that's the sparkler. Well, it certainly is a peach, Dolly.
Oh, Bess, I'm so thrilled. Where is Francis? Do you know?
They're over in the card room with a couple of the boys. You going out tonight?
Well, we were going to the theater if the boys will let him get away. Yeah, I'd better go and call them all.
No, you ain't leaving yet, are you, Ike?
Sorry, fellas, but I just got to. Well, where are you going? Oh, just to the theater, I guess.
All by yourself?
No. Friend of mine's going with me.
Well, what do you say if we go along?
Yeah. Well, I ain't only got 2 tickets.
We can get some more seats.
They're all sold out.
Well, the scalpers will have some.
Sure. Yeah, but you don't want them. Show's rotten.
Well, I'll buy your tickets from you if you don't want them.
Nope. I wouldn't cheat you. Well, say, what are you going to do with your girl? Leave her here at the hotel? Girl? What girl?
The girl you had supper with.
Oh, her. Oh, gosh. She just happened to sit down on my table, that's all.
Uh-huh. Is that why you gave her that ring, for sitting down?
I give her the ring?
Well, didn't you?
No, I didn't exactly give it to her. I lent it to her.
Oh, yeah? Well, I wouldn't lend no ring to no strange girl if I was you.
Oh, I guess she's all right. I'm kind of tired of the rock anyway. When a girl asks you for something, well, what are you going to do? Well, so long, boys.
Now, wait a minute, Ike. I got a bet with Mac, and it's up to you to settle it. I bet that you and Dolly were engaged to be married.
Huh? Oh, no. Not exactly engaged.
Now, look here, Ike. This costs me real dough if I lose. Now, cut out the alibis and give it to us straight. Cap's wife told us you was roped.
Well, I don't want it to cost you no money, Carrie. You win. Oh, you got a swell girl, Ike.
Yeah, she's a peach. You're a lucky guy, Ike.
Well, I guess she's okay. I don't know much about girls. Never seen none that I'd fall for. That is till you seen this one. Oh, well, she's okay. But I wasn't thinking about getting married yet a while.
Say, who done the asking? Her?
No, not exactly her, but sometimes a man don't know what he's getting into. You take a good-looking girl, and a man generally always does just about what she wants him to. Say, the girl isn't living that could lasso me. That is, unless I wanted to be lassoed. Oh, I don't know. When a fella gets to feeling sorry for one of them, it's all off. Well, so long, boys.
So long. See you later, Ike. So long.
What, Dolly? I I didn't know you was waiting out here.
No? Well, it happens that I was. And it also happens that I heard every word you said in that room.
Dolly, oh gosh, listen.
I didn't understand you were just feeling sorry for me. But you're right about one thing. It's all off. Here's your ring, Mr. Farrell.
Oh, gee, Dolly, wait a minute, Dolly. I didn't mean it. Honest, I didn't. Dolly, you gotta listen to me. Let me explain.
I don't ever want to speak to you again. I'm sick of your alibis. And I've no intention of spending my life with a man who apologizes for me every other word. Goodbye.
Dolly, wait. You gotta... Wait a minute. You can't do this. You don't understand. It's all a mistake.
Going up?
Dolly. Gosh.
Identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Alibi Ike will be back in the box pitching for the Lux Radio Theater again in just a moment. For that moment, we will talk with a real baseball player, considered by many the greatest of all time, Babe Ruth. You know him, of course, as the Home Run King, with 714 home runs in his crown. But when Babe started out with the Boston Red Sox in 1914, he was a pitcher. And to this day, he holds the record for pitching the greatest number of consecutive scoreless innings in a World Series. In 3 games, he pitched 29 innings without allowing 1 run. At this moment, Babe Ruth and his charming wife are listening in the trophy room of their home on Riverside Drive in New York City. They're going to speak to you from there. The Sultan of Swat and his lady, Mr. and Mrs. George Herman Babe Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I would like to tell you that Mrs. Ruth and myself are certainly enjoying the game you're umpiring out there in Hollywood. Joey Brown is pitching them right across the platter every time. And it's a great show from the stands there.
At the end of the first inning, they made a point that certainly meant a lot to me. That was when they talked about Lux Flakes. I've used them for years to cut down on runs. Not the home runs that Babe Ruth hits either. I mean the stocking runs that hit me.
Ah, that's right, Claire. I saw a box of Lux on the kitchen shelf last night.
Were you in the kitchen dieting again?
No. I didn't even go near the icebox. I was looking for the sport page of the paper you threw out. You see, we're getting into baseball season very fast here. According to my scores today, my prediction of the last 3 or 4 days are showing that we're going to have a great season with plenty of thrills. Philadelphia Nationals beat the Boston Bees in the first game today. They played 11 innings and won by 2-1. And in the second game, they won by 1-0. The Athletics beat the Senators 4-3, imagine, in 11 innings.
Babe, if you're going to tell them who is going to win the pennant, I'm through.
Well, I might be through myself. Suppose you tell them.
Well, on his radio program the other night, I heard Babe Ruth say the Cardinals would win it in the National League and the Yanks in the American. But I noticed he made no predictions on his golf game.
Have you heard anyone predict a golf game right? I've been playing golf for several years. I think it's a great idea for a ball player to have 2 sports. But even if he has 2, don't try to combine them. But when you're playing baseball, stick to baseball. But on the off season, I think golf is a great conditioner for your legs.
That may be true, dear, but very often I've heard you come off the golf course saying, baseball certainly is a great game.
All right, Clara, you win. Good night, Mr. DeMille, and thank you for letting us play on your league program tonight.
I think if anyone deserves the pennant, it's the Lux Radio Theater League. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Babe Ruth. We're back in Hollywood now with Joey Brown, Helen Chandler, Roscoe Carnes, and William Frawley in Alibi Ike. Sick at heart because Dolly broke their engagement, Farrell went out the next day and pitched a losing game. Pitched so badly it aroused suspicion in the minds of Cap and the owner of the club. They've gone to his room to question him. They find him slumped dejectedly in an armchair.
Ike, we want to talk to you.
Yeah? Well, I don't want to talk to you.
Now, just a minute, son. Don't you feel well?
Yeah, I feel all right.
Well, is there anything we can do?
Yeah, you can get out of here and let me alone.
You know, Farrell, that was a pretty bad game you pitched today. Looked like you weren't even trying.
What do you mean I wasn't trying?
I'd answer that door if I were you.
I was just going to. Well, what do you want?
The chief told me to give you this envelope.
Hmm?
You'll catch on when you open it. So long, kid.
Who was that, Farrell?
Well, I don't know. Never seen him before. Brought me a letter.
Well, he didn't look like a postman to me. Why don't you open it?
All right, I will. Gosh, it's getting so a fella can't even open his mail in private. Hey, what's this?
I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Farrell. It's a roll of greenbacks. Let me see that. Look, Tom, a half a dozen $1,000 bills.
A half dozen $1,000 bills. What? Say, that's $6,000, ain't it?
Yeah, and there seems to be a little note attached to it. Listen to this, Cap. Nice going, kid. Keep up the good work. How do you like that? What about it, Farrell?
Oh, I don't know nothing about it. Gosh. Say, they must have thought that I was losing that game on purpose for them.
Who sent this?
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember his name.
Oh, you can't. Farrell, I never thought you'd do a dirty trick like this.
Say, you don't think I threw the game?
No, this is just a coincidence. If it wasn't for the scandal, I'd let you explain it to the judge.
Wait a minute. Say, I wouldn't throw a game if my mother was playing on the other side.
You won't have a chance in this club. Pack your things and get out. And if you ever put on a baseball suit again, I'll put stripes on it for you.
You mean I'm canned?
Yeah, and it starts right now.
All right, then let it start. A couple of fine fellas you are. When I was winning, you thought I was a hero. And then the first time I lose a game in 2 months, you come around claiming I'm a crook. Well, you can keep your ball club. I'm through with you for good. Now get out of here. Get out of here and let me pack my suitcase. Fine fellows they are. I'll show them.
Frank Farrell. Frank Farrell, wait.
What?
Frank, wait.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Finley.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going back to Holgate. That's where I'm going.
Oh, no, you're not.
No?
I just spoke to Cap. I told him the real reason why you lost that game. Because you was worried sick about Dolly. They want you back, Farrell.
Well, I ain't going.
You got to come back, for Dolly's sake, if not your own.
Dolly? Gosh, she don't care if I never come back.
Yes, she does.
Yeah?
I spoke to her long distance last night. She's been almost frantic since she walked out on you.
Well, gee, if you think that...
I don't think. I know. But if you go off now, you'll be disgraced. And if I tell Dolly that your comeback depends on her, she'll be back tomorrow cheering for you.
But do you think she'll really forgive me?
Sure. If you'll promise to give up those alibis.
Well, promise? Gee, I'd get right down on my knees now. Only I got such a bad case of Charlie horse.
Never mind that. Come on back to the hotel. Cap and Mr. Johnson are there waiting for you.
And we're sorry, son. Yeah. We should have known better than to think you'd throw a game.
Oh, shucks, that's all right. It's all over as far as I'm concerned.
But it isn't. Not yet. I want to get those crooks and get them right. Do you know where to find them?
Sure I do. At their clubhouse.
Okay. I want you to go and see them the day before your next game. And tell them you're going to throw it. But you won't do it unless their man meets you with the money just before the game. Then we'll have a couple of federal men there and catch them red-handed, giving you the dough.
Oh, boy, say, that's pretty slick. I'll be pitching next Thursday. I'll go and see him Wednesday night.
Get this straight, Farrell. Just why do you want the money in advance?
Well, I tell you, they're looking at me funny. I got to have that dough so I can get out fast if they do come after me.
Are you trying to put the cross on us, Farrell?
Say, ain't I done everything you told me to so far?
Okay. We'll have the dough for you. Now scram.
Sure. Well, good night, boys. Don't forget.
Well, what do you think, Chief?
He's pulling a fast one on us, but he's not going to get away with it.
We got everything sunk on tomorrow's game. If Farrell wins, it means the pennant for the Cubs.
Farrell isn't going to win, Lefty, because Farrell isn't going to pitch.
Huh?
You and Charlie are going to pay Mr. Farrell a little visit tonight, see? Don't mess him up if you can help it, but get him away from the hotel. You know what I mean, Lefty?
Yeah. Maybe a little chloroform will help.
Handle it any way you want. But get him out to the farm and see that he don't wake up until the game's on.
Leave it to me, boss. When I get finished with him, he'll be lucky if he ever wakes up.
PR paper, Farrell disappears. Ace Cup pitcher disappears on eve of the game. Read all about it.
But I tell you, Beth, something has happened to him.
Yeah? Well, something else will happen to him if he doesn't show up for the game.
Game? All you think about is the game. What worries me is Francis.
Oh, now calm yourself, Dolly. He'll be all right. He'll probably show up at the last minute with an alibi.
Oh, but he isn't all right. He'd never do a thing like this. Oh, if I only knew where he was.
Come on. It's almost time for the game.
Yes, sir, folks, it's a great game. At the end of the fourth inning, the Cubs are trailing the Giants by 1 run. Now it's a shame that Farrell is near to pitch today.
Turn that off,
There seems
Charlie.
to be no indication as to his...
I think the sap is waking up.
Oh.
Hiya, Farrell.
Huh? Hey.
Take it easy, boy. Lay down there.
Hey, what is this?
Just a little game we got up, Frank, and you're it.
Where am I?
Why, this is the health farm, Sonny. We brought you out here for your health.
My health? Say, quit kidding me. I got to get to the ballpark.
Boy, you're so far from the ballpark, you'll do well to get there by next season.
Oh, I will I?
Get in, Charlie.
Come here, you.
Look at that. Now, sit down. There. That's better. Now, Farrell, if you're a good boy, you can go home. Just like you come here. All in one piece. You get it?
Yeah, okay, boys. I guess you win.
Now you're showing sense. Have a drink?
Me? Say, I wouldn't touch that stuff. Well, maybe I will have one, thanks.
Say when, Farrell.
I'll pour it myself if you don't mind.
Sure. Here.
Thanks. Gosh, the bottle's almost empty. Pretty color when you hold it up to the light, ain't it?
I don't pay much attention to the outside of the bottle.
Look at there. It's all greenish. Boy, sure is pretty.
Huh? Let me see it.
Sure. Take a good look, mister.
Gonna
keep me in there, are you? Gonna make us lose the game, huh? I'll show you, you... Give it to him. All right,
half of the ninth inning, folks, and the Cubs are at bat. There's 2 runs behind, and there's 2 out, but there's a man on second, and that crowd down there is going mad. It looks as if the Cubs are licked, but you never can tell.
Right, 2!
Well, it looks like the finish, Harry.
Yeah, here goes the pennant, Cap.
Wait till I find that guy Farrell. I'll kill him. So help me, I'll murder him with my bare hands.
Ball 3!
Oh, 3 and 2 on Mac with a pitcher coming up.
I'll have to put in a pinch hitter if I get the chance.
Hey, Cap! Cap!
Look! Who is it? Holy... Why, it's Farrell.
Hiya, Cap! Hiya, Gary!
Come here.
Fellas!
Come here, you. Where have you been?
Don't ask me now. Just give me a bat, that's all. Give me a bat.
Ball 4! Take the base!
That's what's up to me, Cap. Hey, somebody give me a bat.
Wait a minute, Farrell. Listen to me. Are you on the level? Do you want to win this game?
Do I want to win it, guys? Let go of me.
All right, but remember this. You've got to get a hit. 2 runs will tie the score, and there's 2 men on.
I know it.
If you strike out or pop a fly, I'll murder.
Oh, listen, Cap, I'll sock that peel so hard, it'll rip the horsehide off of it. Let me out of there.
Batter up.
That's me, ump. Farrell, pinch hitting for Rossi.
Farrell, batting in face of Rossi. Farrell, batting in face of Rossi. Farrell, batting in face of Rossi.
Thanks, folks. All right there, Mr. Eckhart. Just put her in there and duck.
Strike 1!
You're right, ump. It looked all right to me, too.
Get up to the plate.
Okay. Gee, I hope you can put another one in the same place. My gosh, you did it. 2 strikes, huh? Hey, I better get down to business. Don't worry, Cap. Only takes 1 to smack it.
Get in the batter's box.
He hit it.
gives us the game, Cap.
And the pennant. Come here, Farrell.
Hiya, boys! Hiya, Cap.
Farrell, that was terrific.
Oh,
Hey,
well,
stick
where's
with
my
my
hand? Oh, shucks, that was easy. I didn't even knock it over the fence.
Cap, we did it, Tom. We did it.
I'll say you did it. And listen, we got that crook, Crawford. We traced the money to him and nabbed him a few minutes ago.
Nice work, Mr. Johnson. I'll help you get the rest of them myself.
Oh, Francis.
Dolly. Oh, gosh, you come back.
Of course I did. And oh, Francis, I was so worried about you, but you're safe, aren't you, darling?
Safe? Say, I was safe a mile. And Dolly, if you'll stick by me, I'll be a new guy. From now on, I'll change completely. Honest, I will.
Oh, Francis, of course I'll stick by you.
And the engagement is on again?
Oh, yes, Francis.
Oh, gosh. Dolly, I'll never alibi myself again as long as I live.
Hey, let us through here. Hey, Farrell, give us a story for the paper, will you?
Boy, sure. What do you want to know, boys?
Well, I want to know why you let 2 strikes go by without moving your bat.
Why? Say, how'd you like to be hitting when you got a big cinder in your eye?
The game's over and won, but we play an extra inning a little later with Joe E. Brown and Helen Chandler. When Paramount Studios decided to make a picture called Artists and Models, they enlisted the services of one of the country's most versatile illustrators, Russell Patterson, creator with John Held Jr. of the famous flapper type. You've seen his drawings many times in our leading publications. But his talents go much further than the drawing board. He's created stage sets, costumes, men's styles, industrial designs, pioneered in plastic photography, and is largely responsible for the current popularity of puppet shows. Ladies and gentlemen, Russell Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but I'm only one of the several illustrators who will be working in Artists and Models. By that I mean you'll actually see on the screen James Montgomery Flagg, John Legata, McClellan Barkley, Arthur William Brown, Jefferson McEmer, and Rube Goldberg.
A fine group of artists, but what about the models?
Well, it's difficult to find perfect models even in Hollywood. Since we started our search for beauty, Mr. Ruel Walsh, the director, Mr. Louis Gensler, the producer, and Mr. Leroy Prinz, the dance director of Artists and Models, saw more than 1,000 girls. We wanted about 100 of the most beautiful models. You'd be surprised at the small number in this group who met our requirements.
What are the requirements?
Well, I would say 4 in number. Grace, the ability to wear clothes, figure, and, of course, the beauty of the face. Why it's so hard to pick outstanding girls today is because most of them are standard types. They all want to look alike, and we look for individual types. Beauty, like everything else, seems to run in cycles. After the war, there was the collegiate and then the flapper types. The platinum blondes, the redheads, and last year, the brunettes had their day.
And this year?
Oh, I would say the smooth-haired, dark, natural blonde with blue eyes and sunburned skin. I think she's the typical American girl of 1937.
Since you preach individuality, I suppose you'd hesitate to tell the girls in our radio audience what kind of clothes to wear.
Well, that's like a doctor trying to cure a patient without knowing the ailment. I would recommend the best fashion magazines and to follow the best-dressed picture stars. And above all, as much of one's own personality as possible. I can safely say that whatever they wear, women will keep on caring for their clothes in the most effective, economical way there is, with Lux Flakes. Lux is the safest, surest wardrobe care I know of. And that's why we're using it in Artists and Models. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thank you, Miss Patterson. In just a few minutes, Joe E. Brown boards a plane and flies from Hollywood to Chicago. But we still have time to bring back Joe and Helen Chandler to answer their curtain call. All right, Helen. And remember, Joe, no alibis.
Thanks, C.B. Of course, I'm not in very good voice.
Beginning already? Now what's the matter? Did the play take it out of you?
Play? Gosh, no, but I've got to protect my voice for tomorrow.
Didn't you hear, Mr. DeMille? Joe's going to Chicago to become a radio announcer. He's describing the game there tomorrow between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Chicago Cubs.
Oh, Helen, it's nothing at all. Nothing at all.
How long are you going to be a sports commentator, Joe?
Oh, about a month, I guess. Unless I find that I've bit off more than I can chew.
I'd say that was impossible.
Huh? Cut it out, will you? No, CB.
Joe, I think it'd be awfully nice if you'd say something about our product.
Product? What product?
You don't know what our product is?
Well, it seems that I do kind of recollect hearing tell of it.
Yes, of course you do. Why, everybody uses it for keeping clothes nice. You know, and washing dishes.
Clothes? Washing dishes?
You know, Joe. You know, it comes in a box. You get it at the grocery store. Big letters on it. L-U-X.
L-U-X. Now tell me. I'm sorry. Oh, Lux, sure. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place instead of beating around the bush? Guys, our house is just about filled with Lux. I say, those flakes are a home run in the ninth inning with 2 out and the bases loaded. Of course, I don't do the washing, but it seems to me...
No, that's enough. That's enough. Don't spoil it. Joe, I understand you're a sports writer, too.
Yes. I'm writing a column for the Los Angeles Examiner. They picked the craziest name for my column, though. They call it Saying a Mouthful. Gosh, that don't seem to fit me.
Not if it's only a column, Joe.
Oh, you too, huh?
Yeah, it ought to be a full page.
Oh, I see. And Helen, just before I kiss you goodbye, before we say Dolly, guys, there I'm all confused. Before I walk off the field, I want to wish a speedy recovery to one of baseball's immortals, now in Lakeside Hospital, Cleveland. He was banged up pretty badly in an accident the other day, and I know that you all join me in wishing the best to a great sportsman, our friend Tris Speaker. And now, CB and everyone, including you, Helen, goodbye.
Goodbye, thank you.
Goodbye, Alibi. Mr. Brown, Miss Chandler, our thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. The program arranged for you next Monday night will be revealed in a moment by Mr. DeMille. Tonight's cast included Wally Mayer as Mac, Leora Thatcher as Bess Finley, Cy Kendall as Crawford, Lou Merrill as club owner, Joe Franz as Lefty, Charles Emerson as reporter, Frank Nelson as radio announcer, Ross Forrester as Tex, Ingeborg Dillish as telephone operator, and Marion Dennis as telephone girl. Joe E. Brown appeared through courtesy of David L. Lowe Productions. Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film That I May Live. Mr. DeMille, Mr. Carnes, and Mr. Frawley, Paramount. Mr. Frawley's new picture is High, Wide, and Handsome, and Mr. Carnes, Night of Mystery.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater brings you 2 of the most outstanding personalities Hollywood has ever given the world. Robert Taylor and Irene Dunn. Our play, Magnificent Obsession, based on Universal's picture from the celebrated novel by Dr. Lloyd C. Douglas, one of the most inspired stories of our day. Our radio version will find both stars resuming the same roles they filled with such distinction on the screen. Miss Dunn as Helen Hudson, Mr. Taylor as Bob Merrick.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Sometimes young people make mistakes, and one big mistake is that of getting in with the wrong crowd. This is the story of young George Bruce. It's a story of how George made a very serious mistake and was sent away for a while to think about it. And when he came back to Knotty Pine, the good folk there didn't think they should let George forget that he's been away to reform school. It's also a story of how Ranger Bill tried to help young George make the grade, and then got in the middle of what looked like a double cross. But let's go back a couple of months and look inside the office of the principal of the reform school. He's talking to young George Bruce.
Now, George, you're going back out into the outside world to try to live a normal life again.
Yes, sir.
You got to try hard, my boy. It isn't going to be easy. Too many folks know about you, and they don't forget.
Yes, I know.
You know, society is very quick to call for punishment on the heads of those who make mistakes. But sometimes they're slow in offering a helping hand to those who've paid for their mistake.
Well, I'll try my best to make the grade, sir. I don't want to come back here, ever.
That's the spirit. I don't want you to come back either. This is one place where I don't extend a return invitation. Well, goodbye, George.
Goodbye, sir. And thanks for helping me.
That's quite all right, son. Keep your chin up and look 'em square in the eye. You've nothing to be ashamed of.
You advertise for an office boy here, mister?
Why, yes. Come in. We'll talk it over. What's your name, son?
George Bruce, sir.
Oh, yes. You were in the papers, weren't you? I'm sorry, but we can't use you right now. Maybe some other time.
I see. All right. Thanks anyway. Say, mister, you advertised for a gas station assistant?
Yep. Want the job?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you look like a strong, intelligent lad. Not afraid of work, are you?
Oh, no, sir.
All right. When can you start?
Right now, if you want me to.
Okay with me. Grab a rag and get them coveralls on over there.
Sure, right away, mister.
Or say, what's your name?
My name's George.
George what? Did you have a last name?
Yes, it's Bruce.
George Bruce, eh? Oh, say, you ain't the kid that just got out of reform school, are you?
Yes, sir, I am.
Oh, I'm sorry, boy. No job. Bad for business to have you around here. Got to think of a business.
Bill, you know who I am, don't you?
Sure, you're Wayne Bruce, George Bruce's dad.
You sure got a head for remembering.
Well, guess I've got a head, all right. Place to hang my hat, anyway. Can I help you, Wayne?
Yes, Bill, you can. It's about George. He's not doing so good.
Can't get a job, is that it, Wayne?
That's right, Bill. Nobody will give the boy a break. Trouble is, they'll be sending him back to reform school if he doesn't get work pretty soon. You know, people are cruel, Bill. Just downright cruel.
Yes, Wayne, a lot of people are. But it may make you feel better to know that I want to help the lad make a clean new start in life. Now, you tell George I want to see him tomorrow afternoon. And not to worry about getting a job.
Bill, you're a real friend. I won't forget this, believe me. Not in your life. Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Hey, Bill, wait up, will you?
Sure thing. What do you want, Cal?
Where you been keeping yourself, boy? Haven't seen you for a coon's age.
The question is mutual. I guess the sheriff leads a busy life just like the Rangers, eh?
Boy, you're not joking. Right now I'm checking on the Bruce lad. See if he's behaving himself.
George Bruce? You needn't worry about George. Boy hasn't been able to find work yet, but that won't be for long. I'm going to talk to a friend of mine about giving the fella a job.
Wasting your time, Bill. Once these kids turn bad, they stay bad. I've seen it happen too often.
Yeah, maybe you have, Cal. The thing is, I never see anybody giving these fellas a hand. Oh, we all make mistakes. Some make worse mistakes than others, that's all. They need help to get on their feet. But nobody wants to help.
Now, look, Bill, you take it from me. I know about these things. As sheriff, I've seen a lot of them come out of reform school, and they always go back. Only when they do, they go to prison instead.
We'll see that this doesn't happen to George, Cal. Take it easy on the kid and give him his chance to make good, will you?
Oh, sure. Sure I will, Bill. Well, gotta run along.
Same here. Drop around the office when you get time.
Yeah, first chance I get, Bill. So long.
So long, Cal. And don't believe the worst about George. We'll see if we can't make him an exception to the rule. Hello, Frenchie. How you doing, big fella?
Oh, Bill, my friend. It is so good to see you.
That's good to see you, too, Frenchie. How you doing? Still cutting them down to your size?
Oh, Frenchie, he always swings the odds. What you say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Say, by the way, you come up on the social visit or business?
Well, a little of each. Mostly business, Frenchie.
Yeah, and what kind of business you want with Frenchie? You buy timber?
No, Frenchie. I want to build some.
What you mean, Bill?
Frenchie, there's a young friend of mine. Name is George Bruce. George got into a little trouble a while back. Made a mistake, but he's paid for it. Now he's trying to start over again. Only the folks in town won't give him a break.
He just get out of reform school?
Yes, a couple of months ago. And he hasn't been able to land a job yet. How about it, Frenchie? You give this boy a break, I'll vouch for him.
Oh, you no need vouch for him, Bill. Frenchie, remember when he not so hot himself some time ago now. Bring the young fella around. Frenchie, do shall give him job and give him good name again.
Thanks, Frenchie. You're an understanding man. If the world had more people in it like you, it would be a lot happier place to live in. I'll bring the boy up in the morning. How do you feel about this, George?
Great. I sure owe you a lot, Bill. And you won't be sorry. I'll make good.
I know you will. Frenchie will see to that. Now, I don't want you to be afraid of Frenchie. He's a big bulk of a man, French-Canadian, but he's got a heart as big as his body. And he'll understand. You see, George, Frenchie's made some mistakes, too.
You mean that, Bill?
Yeah. And he's made good, especially since he became a Christian.
Oh?
He's the top foreman of this big lumbering outfit. He's doing very well. So you see, young fella, it can be done.
Sure it can, Bill. If they'll only give a fella a chance.
That's right. They'll only do that little thing. Let's see. We'll be at the camp in about 10 minutes.
I'm glad Bill helped young George Bruce. It makes big difference, all right.
Yeah. The way these people in town act, they'd just as soon send him back to reform school.
Tom, we ought to send some of them pumpkin heads off the clink. Maybe they wouldn't be so snooty when they got out. Well, some of these eggheads here in town ought to be glad it ain't raining.
What's rain got to do with it, Stumpy?
Why, they'd all drown because they got their noses turned up so high.
Old-timer, I think you've got something there.
Well, thank you, Grey Wolf. Them's mighty kind words.
Hey, Bill should be back soon. We'd better pack up. You know, he says we're going out on the trail for a couple of weeks.
Yep. We're going to look for a big diamondback rattler for the zoo. They need one, you know. The old one died.
Now, I've got a feeling that I shouldn't ask this question. I can kind of tell by the look in Stumpy's eye.
You might as well ask it. because he'll tell us anyhow.
Yeah, that's right. He can't take a hint. Okay, Stumpy, tell me how the old rattler died.
Well, sir, he got caught in the front door of the snake house. Thought he was a doorbell and buzzed himself to death.
Oh.
Hey, just a minute. Hey, listen. I think I hear the boss man driving up out front.
Oh, good. Now we find out how young George made out on his first day on new job.
Hi, Bill.
Hello, fellas. How's Trent?
What's the good news about George, Bill?
Well, it's all good, I'm happy to say. He's doing fine, even better than I expected.
Great.
Yes, sir, it sure is. Just shows that if you have faith in human beings, they won't let you down. That is, the Lord's guiding them.
Say, George, maybe you'd like to run the errand for Frenchy, eh?
Well, sure, Frenchy. Anything you say.
That is a good boy. Look, I want you to take the 1.5-ton truck into town. Drop the saw at the freight depot. I send it back for repairs.
Anything else you want me to do?
More work, eh? You can do something else. Go over to the bank and pick up the payroll on your way back.
You mean me? You trust me with the payroll, Frenchy?
Oh, you tell Frenchy why not. Frenchy trusts you. The big boss, he trusts you. You bring the payroll back, huh?
Oh, sure, Frenchy, sure. Is there much money?
$2,500 in the manila envelope.
Whew, that's a lot of money. Maybe I should have protection.
Maybe you'd like to take the Count Muscat along, huh?
Well, sure, I'll take Blackie along. That's a good idea. Here, Blackie. Come on, boy. Here, boy.
Go now, so you're back before dark.
Okay, Frenchy. Come on, Blackie. We're going for a ride.
Well, here's the lumberjack's payroll, young fella. $2,500.
Wow, that's a lot of money, isn't it?
That's right. Now, I'll put the money in this heavy manila envelope and seal it, okay? There you are.
Well, thanks. I'm all set. Let's go, Blackie. Some pretty bad downgrades going back to camp, Blackie, old fella. I sure hope the brakes on this truck are okay. Well, we ought to be back to camp in about half an hour. Say, I'd better slow up for that turn. Hey, this isn't funny. Say, what's wrong? I can't slow down. The brakes. Here, I'll try the emergency. Blackie, we'll never make that turn down there. We'll go off the road, sure. Come here, Pup. You can't go out through the windshield. Hold it. We're going to crash.
Ranger Tom calling headquarters. Tom calling headquarters. Come in, headquarters. Over.
Come in, Tom. Bill to Tom. Come in, old boy.
I'm flying the copter along the Lumberjacks Highway, and right now I'm looking at a 1.5-ton truck. Crashed into some trees on a curve. Better take a look, Bill.
Right. We'll be on our way at once. Any sign of life?
No, not a sign.
There's a truck up ahead, Bill. Yeah, that looks like one of Frenchy's trucks. Hey, I wonder who was driving it.
We'll know in a minute.
His brakes must have give out. Nobody in his right mind come barreling down here at that fast a clip. Here's the driver. It's George. Get a crowbar out of the truck, Stumpy, and we'll pry this door open and get him to the hospital. How are you feeling now, George?
Oh, pretty good, Bill. Kind of trembly.
The doc says you just got bruised up a bit. Nothing serious. Sure thankful for that.
You had close call, George.
You said it, Grey Wolf. Boy, I sure was scared when I found out the brakes wouldn't hold.
Cal, what brings you here? Checking up on the accident?
No, Bill. Something much more serious.
Huh? What's the matter? What's wrong?
Only this, Bill. My theory's proved itself right again. These reform school kids are no good.
Now, just a minute, Cal. We've been friends a long time, but let me tell you...
No, Bill. You let me tell you. You know there's a $2,500 payroll missing from the truck this kid was driving?
No.
You heard me.
George, is this true?
I don't know. I forgot about the payroll. It was in the truck when I crashed. That's all I can remember until I woke up here in the hospital. But I didn't take it. Please believe me, I didn't take the payroll. Honest, I didn't. I don't do things like that anymore.
Yeah, sure. That's what they all say when they're caught in a trap.
Cal, are you sure the payroll's missing?
Absolutely sure. And George Bruce, just as soon as the doctor releases you, I'm locking you up. You're under arrest for robbery.
All right, fellas. Now let's get out and search the whole area around the smashed truck. We've got to find that money.
Or that kid's headed if we don't.
Yeah. Hey, this is going to take some looking, young feller. There must be 1,000 places that money could be. And every nook and cranny's been gone over already.
Not true. Manila envelopes shouldn't be hard to find this time of year.
Let's work out from around the truck into an ever-widening circle. Search for about 200 yards around.
I don't know, Bill. It looks like money isn't here.
We've got to make sure. Let's start all over again.
Okay, Bill, you're the doctor, but we looked pretty carefully the first time.
Yes, Tom, I realize that. The one place we didn't look on the first search may be just the place where we'll find it.
Yeah, you could be right.
Why, you low-down, sideline and polecat trying to bite me with your...
Hey, Stumpy's in trouble. Let's go.
Stumpy, what matter? What you shoot?
I shot this here side-winded copperhead. Trying to use my hand for a pincushion, ornery critter.
Look at the size of that copperhead. You don't see them that big usually.
I'll say not. You were fortunate, Stumpy. They don't give any warning before they strike.
Their body coloring perfect for this time of year.
Yeah. Well, this one will have to get along without his head for the rest of his life. Come on, fellas. One more careful search, and then we'll head back to town. I want to go over to the jail and have another talk with George. George, you're sure you're telling the truth? You wouldn't let me down, would you?
Please believe me, Bill. I didn't take the money, and I don't have the slightest idea where it is. I guess you didn't find it either, did you?
No, young fellow, we didn't. We didn't leave a stone, stick, rock, or log unturned. I'm certain now that the money's gone.
Well, it looks pretty bad, doesn't it?
Yes, George, I'm afraid it does look bad for you. All the evidence points one way. And the worst fact of it all is that only you and Frenchie and the paying teller knew you had the money.
Oh, if only I hadn't been knocked unconscious.
Yeah. Well, there's only one thing you can count on.
What's that?
I believe you. And I won't rest until I find out where that money went.
Say, did you hear the story that's going around town about Bill Jefferson backing up the Bruce kid as being innocent in this lumberjack payroll robbery?
I think that ranger's crazy. He'll only get himself in bad trying to defend that boy.
Hello, Bill.
Hi, Ed. How's the banker these days?
Well, I'm fine. But I can tell you of one ranger that's not doing so hot.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean this, Bill. You're way off base with the Bruce boy. He's guilty, Bill. And if you're wise, you'll drop the whole business before you get yourself in bad with the folks in town.
Thanks for the advice, Ed. I believe the lad's innocent. I aim to prove it.
How are you going to do that?
Right now, I don't know. But I'm going to do it, and I will. You know something, fellers? I'm just a mite bit worried about Bill. I think he's jumped on the wrong wild horse this time, and he's liable to get throwed.
I think maybe you're right, Stumpy.
Now, wait a minute. Bill's never wrong about one thing, and that's his judgment of human nature.
No, that's right. But, young feller, a man has to be wrong sometime in his life. And I'm beginning to believe this is it.
I'm afraid Stumpy right, Tom. After all, look how carefully we searched the area of crash and found nothing. George says he was knocked out all time until we got there. He could be stalling behind good excuse like that.
No, I don't agree with you. There's some other answer to this whole thing. An easy answer, maybe. But where it is, I don't know.
I don't either, Tom. But I'm going to find it.
Now, Bill.
Bill.
Hey, how'd you get in here, Bill? I didn't hear the door open, and I ain't deep yet.
I reckon you heard what we said.
Yes, fellas. I can't say that I blame you very much. Only I'm sorry you don't have more faith in George.
Well, I hope we're wrong, Bill. But it's beginning to look like George took the money.
Hey!
Carl, what's the matter?
What's the matter? Look at this newspaper. You'll see what's the matter.
Huh? Great Scott. Look at those headlines. They're really out to get me, aren't they?
Well, you're the whole front page. Everybody wants to know what's wrong with Ranger Bill Jefferson.
This proves it, fellas.
Proves what, Bill?
We've got to find that missing money. And remember, in this country, a man's innocent until he's been proved guilty. I don't want to make you keep going over and over this story, George. It's no more pleasant for me than it is for you.
Sure, I know, Bill. You're trying to help me.
Now, think hard. What little detail have you missed that might trip the answer for us? Start from the beginning.
Well, let's see. Frenchie told me to go to town, and I called Blackie, and we got in the truck.
Blackie? Who's Blackie? You never mentioned anyone else in the truck besides yourself.
There wasn't. Blackie is the lumberjack's mascot dog.
Oh, that's it. That's the clue we've been waiting for.
You mean the dog might have something to do with it?
Well, it's possible.
But how would he...
I don't know, George. I don't know anything. But I'm going to find out. I'm going to the lumber camp right now and have a talk with Frenchie's boss.
You've got a lot of nerve, Bill. You and my big-hearted foreman. Why, if he wasn't so essential to my operation, I'd fire him right now. Not only have you been responsible for the loss of my payroll, but you want me to take part in some crazy harebrained stunt.
Well, are you through ranting and raving now, Jim?
I'm sorry.
What are friends for unless they understand one another, huh? You haven't hurt my feelings just because you let off some steam. I'm glad you did let it off in front of me because I understand how you feel.
You really mean that, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Then that rates you my cooperation. Let's get the dog and make the test.
Wonderful. Now, you say the dog is taking messages back and forth from time to time. Then this has got to work. Now, here's a manila envelope, just like the one the bank teller put the money in.
Okay, let's go.
You get the idea, don't you, Jim? Just take the dog to the scene of the crash, put the envelope in his mouth, and see where he goes.
Mm-hmm, if you want it that way. Sounds crazy to me.
Here, Blackie. You got it? Atta boy.
Great Scott, Bill. You may be right. He's heading right for the camp.
What'd I tell you?
But we still haven't got the money.
Just be patient for 10 more minutes. I think we'll have the answer to that one. Let's get in the car. Well, here we are, Jim.
Bill, I can't believe it's that simple.
Well, maybe not. Here's a kennel right over here. Blackie. Give me that envelope, Blackie. Come on, boy. Atta boy, thank you. Well, there's one envelope, Jim.
That's the one we just gave him. It's empty.
Yeah, I know. Blackie, the other envelope. Come on, boy. Bring it out here. Come on, boy. Atta boy. Well, Jim, there we are. The lost payroll.
Bill, that's wonderful. Oh, the most beautiful $2,500 you ever saw.
Jim, there's something more wonderful than that. The reputation of an honest boy.
George, you're free. And let me be the first to apologize for being a stubborn fool.
It's all right, Sheriff. You were only doing your job, I guess.
Come along, son. Let's go home.
Sure, Dad, but just a minute, please.
All right, son.
Bill, I want to thank you for all you've done for me. You've proved to me that it pays to be honest and straightforward. You've shown me that the truth always wins out in the end.
You can't always believe the facts, can you, boys and girls? That is, not unless you're absolutely certain you have all the facts. Because one missing fact can throw the whole truth out of balance. We'll see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, the romantic French singer Jean Sablon, yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Hans Conried, Meredith Wilson of the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, It's Maxwell House. Today, more Americans buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. Yes, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Friends have been invited to the Burns house for Thanksgiving dinner today, and Gracie has just finished stuffing the turkey. We find her now relaxing in the living room as she glances through the morning paper.
Is the dinner coming along all right, dear?
Oh, yes, everything except the pumpkin pie. I'm afraid we'll have to do without one.
Why?
Well, I finally got the dough around the pumpkin, but it kept rolling out of the oven.
You're supposed to... Well, never mind. It's too late. What are you reading?
The movie news. Here's an item about Jean Sablon. He has just arrived in Hollywood to make a picture.
Oh, yeah. He's that French crooner.
Mm-hmm. The women are crazy about him.
They go for him,
huh? Oh, yeah, just like Sinatra. You know, Blanche Morton has taken lessons so she can learn to squeal in French.
Sablon must be quite a sensation.
Mm-hmm. And it burns me up. He's not half the singer you are, Sugar Throat.
You really think I'm better?
Why, you can out-sing Jean Sablon with one tonsil tied behind you.
Oh, honey,
Nobody can make a song as believable as you. When you sing Chibaba, Chibaba, Chihuahua, you sound like a Chihuahua.
I guess I'm convincing. Yes.
Your voice is intoxicating, just like wine. Sing for me now, George. Uncork the bottleneck of your throat and pour me out a quart of fermented melody.
Chibaba, Chibaba, Chihuahua, and Shalawa, Cookalaguma.
Oh, and they want Sablon to make a picture. Well, you're much better.
Chibaba. Come in.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Oh, same to you, Dr. Miller.
Oh, you're joining us for dinner, aren't you, Doctor?
Yes, I thought I'd drop over and see if I could be of any help. Perhaps I can clean and dress the turkey.
Oh, no, thanks. He's clean, and I don't see any point in dressing him. We'd only have to undress him to eat him.
Yes, of course.
George and I were just talking about Jean Sablon. We can't understand why he's a more popular singer than George.
George sings?
Like a nightingale.
Well, I'd like to hear you, John.
Oh, I've got an idea. I'll play this record of Jean Sablon, and then George will sing, and you can compare them.
Wonderful. Have you studied voice, George?
No, it's just a natural talent, Doctor. I've sung practically all my life.
Well, haven't you even studied breathing?
No, he's done that practically all his life, too.
I missed 2 years.
Here's Jean Sablon singing Mamselle.
A small café, mademoiselle. Un rendez-vous, mademoiselle. The violins are warm and sweet, and so were you, mademoiselle. And as the night danced by, the keys became a sigh. Your lovely eyes seems to sparkle just like wonder. No heart ever yearned the way that mine does for you. And yet I know too well someday you'll say goodbye. The violins will cry, and so will I. Mademoiselle.
Now, what has he got that George hasn't got? Just a French accent.
That's right.
Dr. Miller, you're a psychiatrist. Why is the French accent so appealing to women?
Well, you see, French is a very romantic language. Mm-hmm. It makes everything sound naughty. Suppose a Frenchman said to you,
Allez me chercher un terrain d'eau chaud. Je veux tremper mes pieds.
Well, I'd tell him I was married.
What he said to you was, get me a pan of hot water. I want to soak my feet.
What a language.
Now, you see, George, that's why the women mob Jean Sablon.
Well, George, now I'm waiting to hear you sing.
Okay. Of course, I won't have any accompaniment.
Well, I'll bear in mind that you're singing a cappella.
What's that?
A cappella means without an orchestra.
Oh, I thought that was a Petrillo.
George, sing.
All right. Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving, I'm happy on the chauffeur.
Oh, Sablon, you fool, go back to France.
Yes. The scram, toot sweet.
Well, Dr. Miller, analyze that. Why don't people mob George?
You mean to say they don't?
Well, no, and I can't understand it. Why isn't he as popular as Jean Sablon?
Yeah, how come?
Well, of course, this is more pathological than psychological, but I would say that you're retarded by a status arytenoideus, coupled with a laryngeal cachexia, and augmented by a diaphragmatic flexidity, rendering a severe trauma to the acoustical organs.
What does that mean?
Your voice stinks.
Well, I'm not limbered up yet. Get a load of this. From time to time, in every climb, blessings come from above. To some a name, to others fame. Why, come in.
Look, Burns says, I know you have to kill a turkey to eat it, but do you have to choke the poor thing?
Nobody's choking a turkey.
No, Bill, George was singing for Dr. Miller.
Doc, you want to wind up in one of your own straitjackets?
I didn't realize the full extent of my request.
Now, the two of you stop teasing George. I'll bet if he were in Jean Sablon's picture, he'd steal it right from under him.
Well, there's no use daydreaming. It'll never happen.
Well, why not? I'll invite Mr. Sablon to have Thanksgiving dinner with us.
Yes, swell. Then after dinner, I'll sing for him.
Well, that'll be a fair exchange, George. You'll give him the cranberry, and he'll give you the raspberry.
Oh, quiet. Gracie, go get Sablon.
Yes?
Oh, hello, Mr. Sablon.
Voici une jolie demoiselle, très chic, très charmante, très belle.
Now, if you want to soak your feet, get your own hot water. You can't fool me with that sexy-sounding French.
But I do not understand. I said you were a beautiful little lady.
Oh, you really think so?
Yes.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll be glad to get you hot water.
Please, I do not wish to soak my feet.
Oh, all right.
Won't you come in, Miss?
Mrs. Burns.
Oh, you are married.
Yes, to George Burns.
I'm very sorry.
Well, it's the best I could do. Oh, you mean you're sorry I'm not single?
Yes.
Oh, well, thank you. Mr. Sablon, I'd like you to meet my husband and hear him sing. Could you join us for Thanksgiving dinner?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Oh, please. In your honor, I'll serve the turkey with French dressing. Even the green salad will be French. I'll make it with Paris green. How about it?
Why, it sounds very tempting. But I have already accepted an invitation to dine with my friend Charles Boyer.
Charles Boyer?
Yes, so I will dine with him, and you will dine with your husband.
Oh. You wouldn't like to trade, would you?
No.
But you've just got to come over and hear my husband sing.
Well, some other time, perhaps. Today I am lonely for the companionship of another Frenchman.
Oh, I see. Another Frenchman. Uh-huh. Didn't I tell you my husband was French?
No?
Oh, well, I'll fix that right now. My husband is French. He was born and raised in Paris.
Oh, Paris? Which quarter?
Which quarter? All of them. Now, will you come and hear him sing?
No, really, I can't. Mr. Boyer is having a guest I'm most anxious to meet. He was a hero of the French underground during the war.
Oh, I see. A hero. Well, didn't I tell you my husband was an underground hero?
No?
Well, we'll fix that right now. He was an underground hero.
Under the gold?
No, under the ground. What a hero.
But Mr. Boyer's guest spent 5 years in the French underground. They call him the Avenger.
Well, my husband was underground even longer. They called him the Gopher. Won't you come and listen to him sing?
All right. I drove by on my way to Boyer's. But I can't stay for dinner.
Well, at least you can meet our friends and have an appetizer.
I enjoy that. Are you having pâté de foie gras?
No, but if you give me her number, I'll call her. The more the merrier.
No, pâté is a sausage.
Well, we all can't have good figures. Now, here's our address, Mr. Sablon. See you in a half hour.
Au revoir, madame. Je vous remercie de votre charmante invitation.
Oh, your feet still bothering you, huh?
Yes, they are killing me. I'll see you later.
The hills of home, friendly American hills. From the gently rolling eastern slopes to the towering western mountains, they look down today on a grateful nation offering thanks. Yes, across the length and the breadth of this fortunate land, happy families are gathered together celebrating this Thanksgiving holiday in a feasting and good cheer, enjoying the warm fellowship and generous hospitality that are such a traditional part of our friendly American scene. And the makers of Maxwell House Coffee are happy indeed that their coffee is such a familiar part of this American Thanksgiving Day scene. And they earnestly hope that their unceasing efforts to bring you the very best in coffee drinking pleasure will continue to add enjoyment to your Thanksgiving and to every day in the year.
Jean Sablon is really coming by to hear me sing.
Yes, George. And I'm sure he'll put you in his picture.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself.
Oh, by the way, George, to get him to come over, I had to tell him you were French. So be sure to sing in French.
But I only know one French word. Oui.
Well, throw that in. Sing Ain't Misbehaving All by My Oui.
I don't think it'll fool him.
Well, don't you know any other French?
Bonjour.
Oh. Well, can't you work that into a song?
Oh, sure. I'll sing I Came from Alabama with a banjo on my neck. I better stick to English.
Well, at least use a French accent.
Okay, I'll use an accent. I wish you wouldn't make up these stories about me. I don't like the idea of...
Oh, here he is. Come in.
Bonjour, madame. Oh, cet homme doit être votre mari, le soldat qui a une conduite magnifique en France.
Oh, still didn't get to soak your feet, huh?
No, I said this man must be your husband.
Oh, yes. This is my husband, George Burns.
Bonjour. Is the pleasure?
The pleasure is mine, Mr. Burns. It is a real honor to meet the gopher.
Gopher?
George, I smell the turkey burning. Run into the kitchen and turn the fire down quick.
Okay. Excuse the moment. Gopher?
Well?
Madame Burns, are you sure your husband is a Frenchman?
Oh, yes. He's as French as Pierre's pig. You believe he was in the underground, don't you?
Yes, but why did you dig him up?
Gracie, the turkey was not burning.
Oh, good. Now, Mr. Sablon is ready to hear you sing, dear. Give him the best you've got.
Oui, oui.
Oh, you can do better than that.
That was the door buzzer.
Oh, come in.
Howdy, little lady.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, Burns. Hello. Sounds like you picked up a cold in the head.
Oh, no, he's all right. Mr. Judson, I'd like you to meet Jean Sablon.
Right happy to meet you, Johnny.
Mr. Sablon, this is our friend from Texas, Mr. Judson.
Why, I'm charmed, Monsieur Judson.
I can't quite place that accent. You must be from a part of Texas I ain't visited.
Mr. Sablon is from France.
Is that near Waco?
No, France is in Europe.
Europe? Well, now, that just goes to show how big Texas is. You know, I never even heard of that county. Say, you in the cattle business, Johnny?
Oh, no, Mr. Judson. This is Jean Sablon, the singer.
Oh, singer. Well, I'd admire to listen to a piece. Let's hear Deep in the Heart of Texas, Johnny.
But I'm sorry, I do not know that song.
Oh, you know, the eyes of Texas are upon you?
No.
On the Alamo?
No.
Can you yodel?
No.
You better get in the cattle business, Johnny.
But I'm sure the songs you name are very lovely, but I do know what might please you. It is called Vous qui passez sans me voir, while you pass me by.
Okay, let her rip.
Passez sans me voir, sans même me dire bonsoir. Donnez-moi un peu d'espoir ce soir. J'ai tant de peine, dont je guette un regard. Pour quelle raison ce soir passez-vous sans me voir? Un mot, je vais le dire, je vous aime. C'est ridicule, c'est bohème, c'est jeune et c'est triste aussi. Sans me voir, sans me donner d'espoir. Adieu, bonsoir.
Mr. Sablon, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, nice ditty. Hey, speak up, Burns. Tell your friend how good he sung.
This was good the way you sing that song.
Say, you're hissing pretty bad. You got up a plate trouble?
Oh, no, he's all right. Will you stay and have Thanksgiving dinner with us, Mr. Judson?
Oh, I'm obliged to you, little lady, but I'm flying home to Texas. Got a great big old fat gobbler waiting for me.
Oh, I bet you don't call your wife that to her face.
Oh, my wife. Oh, I like your sense of humor, ma'am. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Now I am ready to sing the song.
Oh, good. Now listen to this, Mr. Sablon. Now, George, you're not trying.
That was again the door buzzer.
Oh, come in.
Well,
Well, happy Thanksgiving, Burnses.
Oh, same to you, Bill. Do you know Mr. Jean Sablon?
Oh, sure. We met at the studio. Good to see you again, John.
Same to you, Bill. Are you a friend of this talented Frenchman? Who? The hero of France. Who? The gopher.
Oh, George,
Hiya, Goph. I do not like this calling me the gopher.
Well, I don't blame you, George. Hey, George, your upper plate is loose. As I started to say, I don't blame you, George. Sablon, I dare you to step outside and call him a gopher. You'll get torn to pieces.
By whom?
By the gophers.
Thank you.
Now, boys, no more talking. Mr. Sablon is waiting to hear a song from that glorious entertainer, the male Hildegard.
Well, but Gracie, I'm not prepared.
Yeah, Bill, not...
But I recite almost as well as I sing, so I'll do a little dramatic recitation. The boy stood on the burning deck. The flames he would not douse, for he was holding over them a pot of Maxwell House. It's rich, delicious, and mellow, he cried. Good to the last drop. I'll stay right here, though I may get a hot foot all the way out. It's coffee at its very best. Gracie, I was just coming to the best part. The part where the boy says that more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
But, Bill, Mr. Sablon came to hear George sing.
Yes, Bill, I want to hear this gallant hero.
Hero?
Monsieur Burns was in the underground.
Underground, huh? You know, I knew lots of people told him to go there, but I didn't think he ever went. Well, happy Turkey Day. So long, Goph.
What is this underground talk?
Why, you...
Oops, I smell the turkey again.
I smell something, too. But isn't that turkey?
Quick, George, to the kitchen.
Stop shoving me. Tell her.
Oh, you know, he's so modest he hates to talk about his war experiences.
Madame Burns, are you sure your husband was in the underground?
Oh, yes, he has a medal from the French government.
Well, I find that hard to believe.
Why?
For in France, when a man gets a medal, the general kisses him. Now I ask you, who would kiss the gopher?
Oh, so you don't think a French general would present him with a medal, huh? Well, you just wait right here. Now, have you got everything straight, Meredith?
I think so, Gracie. I'm a French general who has a medal for George.
Yes.
I'll use this medal of mine for the presentation.
Wonderful.
Oh, what French general shall I be?
Oh, the most famous one you can think of. Now, count to 10 and come in. Sorry I had to leave you for a moment, Mr. Sablon. Where's George?
He is still in the kitchen.
Oh, good.
Hello, all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am that famous French general, Meredith W. Napoleon. I have come to present La Medal to La gallant son of La Belle France, George La Burns.
I'm his wife. I'll take it. Goodbye.
Now, 1 minute, please. You are Napoleon?
Yeah. Pretty famous, huh?
Oh, very famous indeed. Tell me, how is Josephine?
Josephine who?
Josephine Bonaparte.
I don't believe I've met her.
She's your wife.
Oh, her. Oh, she's fine, thanks.
But I'm so glad to hear it. Could you give me any news of Waterloo?
Oh, she's fine, too. Well, here's the medal.
Now, let me see it, please. This medal says to Meredith Wilson, 4th place in the Mason City, Iowa corn shucking contest.
Following year, I won 3rd place.
I say the turkey is cooked.
And so is your goose.
Huh?
Mr. Burns, you are not a Frenchman.
Okay, I'm tired of pretending anyhow. It was all Gracie's idea. She said if you thought I was French, you'd like my voice better.
No, not at all. I will be happy to judge your voice on its own merit.
Well, that's fair enough. Get a load of this. Boom, 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 downing the garden where the red rose grows. Fine. Love you so. Love me like a flower. Don't you dare to holler. Lord, come and learn that. Well, how do you like it?
Sir, you should have a medal. The highest honor of France, la Légion d'honneur.
Oh, how wonderful.
Any man who is brave enough to sing with a voice like yours deserves it.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Keith Fowler and Paul Henning. And now, here are our stars.
Well, Gracie, next week our guest star will be the groaner himself, Bing Crosby.
Oh, yes, what a duel of voices that'll be. Bing Crosby versus Sugar Throat Burns. Don't show him up too badly, George.
Might make the kid jealous, huh?
Oh, when Crosby hears you sing, he'll turn green.
You think so?
Naturally. When you sing, everybody turns green.
Chababa, chababa, chihuahua.
Oh, you dog.
See you next Thursday,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that millions of Americans today have given thanks that they live in a free country. But that's not enough. Having freedom is like having a good job. If you want to keep it, you have to work at it. Here's what we must do. Take a more active part in our national life. Use the vote and the other rights the Constitution gives us. Take more pride in our accomplishments as a people. At the present time, many nations are swaying between the idea of a totalitarian state and democracy, not knowing which to choose. That their decision should be in favor of freedom is of the utmost importance to us. So let's set an example that'll make their choice the right one. Remember, freedom is everybody's job.
Hey, where do you live now, Flo?
I live in Idaho.
And what do you eat now, Flo?
Eat? I eat Jell-O.
Jell-O in those 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. And tonight, Jell-O wants to send you Thanksgiving greetings. We hope you all had a wonderful day with a big family get-together and all the happiness and fun that belongs to Thanksgiving. That's the greeting we send you from
Jell-O, 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 J-E-L-L-O.
Be sure to listen next week when our guest will be Bing Crosby. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash a smuggling racket.
This is the customs office right here, Axford.
Golly, it's a big place, Lowry. What's all this courtyard for? Did they hold parades or something?
You lug, don't you know what a customs office is?
What are you trying to do? Make me out to be ignorant?
Now, with you, that's not necessary. I can see the proof right before my eyes.
I ain't been a detective for nothing, Lowry.
The police department would give you an argument on that.
The customs office is where, well, golly, it's where the customs inspectors hang out.
Surprise, you do know something.
And if that ain't the answer, I... Holy crow, you mean I hit it right?
For you, it's a bullseye. The customs office is where people coming into the country make their declarations.
Declarations of independence?
No, you sap. Declarations of the stuff they're bringing into the country. Now, look, see that guy with the cap ahead of us?
Yeah?
Standing next to the truck?
Is he a customs officer?
Yep.
The guy with him is giving him some kind of argument, huh?
It looks that way.
Suffering snakes, Lowry. Look at that trunk. It fell off the truck and got all smashed open.
Say, maybe there is some news here.
Huh?
Gunnigan gave me this as a routine assignment because things were dull. But who knows? Maybe that guy's important enough to give us a story for the Sentinel. Come on, let's go over there and listen in.
This is outrageous. I shall notify my government. I am the vice consul for my country in this city. You have no right to inspect my luggage.
It was a mistake, Mr. Sneed.
You did it deliberately. Even a blind man could see the diplomatic seals on my baggage.
You brought in 8 trunks. That's a lot even for a diplomat.
I shall report this occurrence.
There's no harm done. We'll send your stuff to your home.
No harm? What is this trunk here? You deliberately let it smash open.
Okay, I did. As a matter of fact, Mr. Sneed, I wanted to see what was in that trunk.
This is an outrage.
There's been plenty of smuggling going on. Look at the contents of this trunk.
What of it?
Nothing in it but lace handkerchiefs. Imported lace. What are you doing with a trunk full of imported lace handkerchiefs?
You have no right to ask questions.
Yeah, I know. Diplomatic immunity.
Those handkerchiefs are for the consulate. I may give some away as gifts.
If you ask me, you're smuggling them in.
For the last time, you have no right to question me. I will lodge a protest against this. It will be
Hey, this is pretty expensive lace, isn't it?
How dare you?
Golly, look at all the decorations on it.
Give me that.
Hey, take it easy.
For the last time, I've had enough of this prying. Who are these two?
Search me.
We're reporters, mister. From the Daily Sentinel.
Reporters, sir. There is no story here. Go back to your paper.
Golly, what's eating you?
This oaf.
Meaning me, Mr. Sneed?
You and no other. I am leaving. I'm going to the consulate, and I warn you, unless these trunks are delivered at once, with none of the diplomatic seals tampered with, I shall see that you lose your job. Your government will pay damages for that broken trunk as well.
Holy crow, he's mad enough to chew nails.
Hey, what's all this talk about smuggling? Who is that guy?
Name's Sneed. He's a foreign diplomat. If you ask me, the guy's using his diplomatic job as a cover for smuggling.
Huh? Well, what are you going to do?
Me? I can't do a thing. You heard him yelling about his immunity.
Holy crow, you mean he's bringing in stuff without paying no duty?
Yeah, but just try and pin it on him. I'll be lucky if he doesn't get my badge for this. You guys might as well go peddle your papers. I'm in hot water and up already.
Well, that's what I call reporting, Lowry. I send you out to cover a customs house. And what happens?
Gunnigan,
I'm two-bit diplomat gets riled when a trunk busts. And you're told to go peddle your papers, and you go.
Sure, I went, Gunnigan, because I had something better.
I see. You're too important for a little assignment like the customs house, eh? Wearing a balloon where your head ought to be, huh? Or is your work on the Daily Sentinel beginning to bore you, Lowry?
Oh, for Pete's sake, Gunnigan, give me a break. I tell you, I got something.
Yeah?
And maybe I can prove it right now.
Maybe. You better.
Casey. Hey, Casey.
Have you two finished your word battle?
Final round, Casey. Did you tell the boss we wanted to see him?
I don't see why Reed has to be...
It's my inning, Gunnigan. Well?
He said he'd be right out. Oh, here he is now.
Yes, what's this about?
Okay, Lowry. Give.
Boss, I swiped a handkerchief this afternoon. I want
Good grief, Lowry. Swipe.
See? Now he's a kleptomaniac.
Okay, then, borrowed. But Sneed doesn't know I have it.
Sneed?
At the customs house. He's some half-pint vice consul. When Axford and I got there, he was having a terrific argument with one of the customs officials.
A diplomat shouldn't have to argue with the customs.
That's what he said. There was a busted trunk, and I took this handkerchief from it.
Gosh, that's a beauty.
This guy Sneed had a dozen trunks, and the one I saw was jammed full of lace hankies.
So instead of a story, Lowry comes home with a lace hanky.
It's one of the loveliest I've ever seen. Well, what
Hey,
do you
Casey, you don't have to grab it out of my hand.
know? Lowry, are you sure you're not pulling a gag?
Huh?
Are you sure this hanky didn't come from Creevy's?
Creevy's? The department store?
They've made a feature of imported lace handkerchiefs like this at a swell price.
Miss Case, you're sure they're the same as this one?
Mr. Reed, that's one thing a woman knows. Materials.
And you got this at the customs house, Lowry?
Out of Sneed's trunk, boss.
What is this, a memory test?
It's more than that, Gunnigan.
Huh?
Lowry said he had a story, and I believe he has. Right, Lowry?
Check, boss. I have the same idea about this guy, Sneed, that the customs official had.
Customs official?
And he didn't mince any words either. He told this guy off, even though it may mean his job.
Hush, Mr. Reed. I smell a mouse.
Not a mouse, Casey. What you smell is a smuggling racket.
What?
Lowry, you're suggesting Sneed is smuggling these in?
He had plenty, and Casey saw him in that store.
Well, maybe you are a reporter.
But, Mr. Reed, the department store may have gotten the hankies some other way. Some honest way.
Why not? This guy hasn't got a corner on lace hankies.
What about the price, Miss Case? Did Creevy's offer them at a low price?
Yes, Mr. Reed. It was much cheaper than anywhere else.
It's a natural, boss. Creevy's is a big firm. They sell plenty of these things. Who's going to trace them?
Yeah, that's true, Lowry. It would be difficult.
Sure.
Larry, you missed your calling. You're not a reporter. You're an amateur sleuth.
What reporter isn't Gunnigan?
Gosh, Mr. Reed, if this is true, think of the thousands of people that are buying smuggled goods.
And the thousands this guy Sneed is picking up.
Reed, can't you turn any place without running into a racket of some kind?
I'm afraid not, Gunnigan.
Every place you look, somebody is raking in the chips.
I'm doing it by stacking the cards.
Smuggling in lace. What can be done about it?
Can't Sneed be arrested?
Without proof, Casey?
Even with proof, Miss Case. Remember, Sneed is a foreigner in this country under diplomatic immunity. All the police could do is make him leave the country.
I see.
People who purchase these handkerchiefs will be out of luck.
Why?
For possessing smuggled goods, Casey.
It'll be a mess all around, Miss Case.
One thing gets me, boss. How does Sneed deliver this goods to the department store? Who's he working with?
Gunnigan Lowry dug this up. Can you keep him on it?
You think there's a story?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Where do I start?
I got the police in on this. Give them the tip. Cover Sneed.
Like a temp, boss.
You find out who he's dealing with, there's something for the police.
And plenty for the Daily Sentinel.
Whatever you get, phone it in.
I'll have a rewrite man handy.
Sneed's going to have to move those goods fast, and the Sentinel wants to know how.
That evening, Britt Reed returned to his apartment and gave certain instructions to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
You understand what I want, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
A chemical ink that'll be invisible for a certain period and then begin to show up. You can do that?
It's easy, Mr. Britt.
Lowry and Dax are with the police shadowing Sneed's home. Even if they have some idea about who's working with Sneed in this smuggling racket, they may be unable to get proof. And that puts it up to us.
You go out tonight?
Tonight, Cato, as the Green Hornet. Get down to the hiding place of the Black Beauty and start preparing the chemical. I'll join you as soon as I hear from Lowry. Hello?
Boss,
Yes, Lowry, what is it?
I called Gunnigan. He said you left word to ring your apartment.
The police have any news?
Sneed's throwing a party, boss. Axford and Moran and I have been checking the guests.
Come on, get to the point.
Moran spotted one of the guests. Looks like our hunch was right.
Don't tell me Sneed's trying to move that lace now.
No, not yet, boss. But one of the guests was from the department store.
Was it Creevy himself?
Not Creevy, boss. Creevy's daughter.
Creevy's daughter? Oh, looks like you may have a story, Lowry.
If we get anything else, I'll give it to Gunnigan tomorrow.
Yes, do that. Good night.
Night, boss.
Creevy's daughter, huh? Yeah, if anyone can get goods smuggled into the department store, she could. I think I'll go to that party myself.
Britt Reed went through a sliding panel in the rear of his clothes press, then along a narrow passageway hidden within the wall of the apartment house, which led directly to the supposedly abandoned building where Cato's laboratory stood, next to the sleek, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Are you almost through with the chemical, Cato?
Yes, sir.
Here, pour it in this container as soon as you add the reagent.
I'm adding it now, Mr. Britt.
Your knowledge of chemistry comes in handy, Cato. Here, I'll hold the funnel. Now cap this container and put it in your pocket. You have the Hornet mask and the gun?
In the car.
I'll drive the Black Beauty, Cato. We can't get too close to Sneed's place with the police watching. We'll leave the Black Beauty a little distance off and trust to the darkness to get in.
It's dangerous, Mr. Britt.
Now, Lowry called after you left the apartment. Sneed is having a party, and one of the guests is Miss Creevy.
Creevy?
When she and Sneed start discussing the smuggled lace, there's going to be another guest present, Cato. An uninvited guest called the Green Hornet.
Miss Creevy.
Mr. Sneed, this is a lovely party.
I'm so glad that you enjoy it. Would you care to dance?
No, thanks. I'm rather tired. Can't we just, talk?
Surely, Miss Creevy. Here, through this door. Now we can talk privately.
You brought in the lace?
8 large trunks crammed full. There was almost some difficulty.
What?
The blundering customs inspector let the trunks fall off the truck.
Does anyone suspect?
One of the trunks burst open. There was a snooping reporter present at the time.
He saw the lace?
Oh, it is nothing. He doesn't suspect. I sent him away hurriedly. But we must be extremely cautious how we transfer the lace to your department store.
There's no trouble about that. This particular department happens to be my job at the store. You have the lace here?
Below in the basement. When will you pick it up?
Tomorrow night, midnight. I'll have the truck.
As usual, eh?
Yes, the back entrance.
We must be extremely careful.
Haven't we always? We got away with it before. We can do it again.
Fine, then. Tomorrow midnight. Now, perhaps it is best for us to return to the main room and mingle with it.
What's that?
Excitement from outside. Here this way, through the French windows.
I seen him, Moran. Who's this way?
Hey, he's on the round now, expert.
Who are these people?
He was going across the lawn.
Who are you? What do you want?
Ain't you been seeing nobody around?
What does this mean? I am having some people in. What is the disturbance?
Sorry, Mr. Sneed. Moran, police headquarters. There's been a prowler around your place.
A prowler?
Golly, lady, ain't doubting it.
You can have him, Moran.
He must have got away, Lowry.
You are that reporter. Why are you here?
Well, Holy crow, I tell you why we're hanging around, Sneed. It's on the
Never mind,
outward.
expert.
But
I said never mind. It's nothing, Mr. Sneed. We're just covering police news for the paper, that's all.
You've been prying, snooping around.
Sneed.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. You must forgive me. I'm a little disturbed.
So much excitement. Was it, a robber?
I guess so, lady. You got a lot of jewels in that crowd.
Thank you very much for frightening this prowler away, Sergeant. If he has gone.
Sure he has.
Suffering snakes, we seen him too fast for him to try nothing. Whoever the crook was, he ain't hanging around. Not with Michael Axford to nab him.
Have you any idea who it was?
All we seen was the shadow, lady. Might have been any one of 100 crooks.
Sure,
Holy mackerel. Listen to that.
That strange buzzing. What is it?
There it goes, way down at the corner.
It's a car.
But it's going so fast. I never saw a car like that.
Well, take a good look while you can.
There's your prowler.
But who?
Who? Holy crow, who do you think? That's the car of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet at Sneed's party. Has Britt Reed's plan gotten underway? Before the next exciting scenes of our Green Hornet adventure, please permit us to pause briefly.
Green Hornet fans, please stand by for an important announcement. Next Thursday night, November 30th, the Green Hornet is going to inaugurate a new feature on this program when he calls into session for the first time on the air the Law and Order Roundtable, your forum of discussion on vicious rackets, the clever men behind them who victimize you and your neighbors, and what he thinks you can do to remedy the situation. Be sure to be on hand when the gavel sounds next Thursday night on this program and calls to order the first meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable. It's a feature for you and for every high-minded citizen in this great country of ours, and the Green Hornet's counting on you to be present.
Now to continue our story. As the huge, streamlined Black Beauty sped away from Sneed's home through dark alleys, Britt Reed spoke briefly to Cato.
The time will be tomorrow night at midnight, Cato.
I'll be ready, Mr. Britt.
Fortunately, Axford didn't get a close look at me. He spotted me there at the window, but the mask in the darkness gave me a chance to warn you.
Just in time, Mr. Britt.
You got into the basement.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to mark the lace handkerchiefs with a chemical?
I stumped in.
You used that rubber stamp we found on Sneed's desk, is that right?
Yes.
Good. Even though we were interrupted, there was still time enough to mark plenty of the lace. You went through each trunk.
That's right.
And the stage is set, Cato. I'll be at the Daily Sentinel tomorrow during the day to keep checking what the police know. Tomorrow night, we'll see if we can trap these smugglers without trapping the Green Hornet.
Hey, Casey. Oh, golly, Casey, where's I tell Reed?
Put the brakes on, Axford. You'll go through the wall.
Casey, did anyone ever tell you about what a great detective I am?
You did, but I still don't believe it.
You will when you hear what I dug up.
The only thing you ever dug up was a garden.
It's news, Casey.
Go ahead. Convince me.
Suffering snakes, you don't take me serious. So help me, Hosanna. It's real news. News with a capital G.
Capital G? You big lug. News isn't spelled with a G.
Who said so?
Mr. Webster. That's his dictionary right there.
Never mind that. This here news does start with a G.
G for what?
G for Green Hornet, that's what. But it's excited.
Not anymore.
But Casey, didn't you hear me? The Green Hornet.
Axford, what time is it now?
Huh?
It's 4:00 in the afternoon.
Golly, what's that got to do with it?
Anyone else would have been calmed down by now.
What are you talking about?
The same thing you are.
I'm talking about the Green Hornet.
Just it. You've been talking about him ever since last night when you spotted his car at Sneed's place. Axford, don't you realize that's old stuff by now?
Holy crow, Casey, I ain't talking about last night.
I can't figure out why you keep up. What?
It ain't about last night.
The Hornet's popped up again?
Sure he has. A telephone call to public headquarters. That's what I want to see Reed about.
Well, that's different.
Yes?
Axford's here, Mr. Reed.
Axford?
With a mouthful of news about the Green Hornet.
The Hornet? Late development?
He's champing at the bit with it. Does he go in?
Yes, send him right in, Miss Cage. Now.
Okay, Axford, that's your signal. But not too fast. Mr. Reed has company.
Company?
Lowry and Gunnigan are in there.
Ah, them two.
Go up, Axford.
What do you mean?
If you're going through that door, open it first. It's easier.
Ah, you and your gags. Hey, Reed.
What's this about the Hornet, Axford?
It better be good. You're interrupting something.
I came right over from headquarters.
What's the scoop?
Reed, the Hornet's going to be over to Sneed's.
Well, I thought that was last night, Axford.
So what's next? I just finished going through that once with Casey. He's going to be there again.
Holy mackerel, boss. What's he after?
Well, there's the smuggling business.
Don't tell me the Hornet's interested in that.
Why not?
Reed, you seem mighty sure of yourself.
Do I?
From what Lowry said, this smuggling was a team of two. Sneed and Miss Creevy. Now you're ringing in the Hornet.
Well, he was there last night, Gunnigan.
Sure, we seen him.
So it seems logical to suppose he's concerned in some way with this racket.
Yeah, that's true.
Who took this phone call, Axford?
Over at headquarters, Reed. Moran took it. But he couldn't find out who was giving the tip-off.
Do we stand another watch, boss?
You do, Lowry.
The Sentinel can use a good story. Help circulation.
Golly, Reed, why don't you come along? It's going to be a lot of excitement.
Yes, perhaps I will, Axford.
Perhaps I will.
I'm telling you, I've been in training. If I get near that Green Hornet, I'll...
You'll do nothing. You guys remember one thing. You're newspaper men.
Good.
Your business is getting the news. Leave the Green Hornet to the police. You get the story into the Daily Sentinel. What are you doing here, Casey? 8 o'clock. You closed up your typewriter long ago.
Didn't you know, Gunnigan? I wanted to go along with Axford and Lowry.
Oh, I get it. You couldn't be right on the scene, so you...
I'm staying here at the Sentinel to learn the news when they phone you.
Well, maybe a long wait, Casey.
I don't mind. I have my knitting.
Okay. We'll hold down the lobster shift together.
Holy crow, Moran, there's the clock hit 9 already. Ain't we going out to nab the Hornet?
According to that phone call, we got 3 hours yet.
You ought to provide softer benches for the working press. I'll bet this bench is hardwood.
Do you think Reed is going to be there tonight, Lowry?
I don't know, Axford. He said maybe. Your guess is as good as mine. All I hope is that the Hornet is there.
What do you say, Creevy? 10 o'clock?
It's too early. I'll give the orders.
Joe's downstairs with a truck waiting.
Then he waits. We leave for Sneed's when I say so, not before.
Mr. Brett, 11 o'clock.
Yes, time for us to start moving, Cato. You understand what you're to do?
Yes, sir.
We'll use both cars tonight. You'll drive the Black Beauty. I'll take the small sedan. If I'm going to come in at the finish, I can't have Lowry and Axford wondering how I got there.
I understand.
I'll meet you at the entrance to the alley 2 blocks south of Sneed's place. Keep the Hornet mask and the gun and the Black Beauty with you so I can pick them up.
I have them.
The gun is loaded?
Yes.
That's all, Cato. Get going. Take the Black Beauty out of here. I'll meet you in a few minutes.
Okay, here's the squad car. Pile in.
Come on, Axford. Move those dogs.
We're going to Sneed's place now?
Sure. Us and half the police force. Step.
That's you, Butch? All set, Joe.
3 of us can sit up in front here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We're going to pick up them laces, huh? Get this bus rolling. Sneed's expecting us.
This is far enough, Cato. Where are we, Mr. Bates? In the alley behind Sneed's house. It's almost midnight. As soon as that truck pulls in here, we have to get busy.
Mr. Bates.
Yes, I hear it, Keto. A truck. That must be the one we're waiting for.
Listen now.
Give me the hornet mask. Put yours on.
Yes, sir.
And the gun.
Here.
Remember, as soon as we're through here, we race for the Black Beauty fast. I need you, the mask and gun, get in the small sedan and come back here. We'll make sure the Black Beauty gets away with you in it.
I understand.
Get back out of sight. The truck has no headlights on it, but it's going to pass right by us. Back.
All clear.
Where's Sneed? He knows we're due.
Who's that? Is that you, Creevy?
You fool, turn out that basement light. It's glaring right at us.
So what difference? No one suspects that you were here for the smuggled goods, no?
Come on, cut the talk and let's get going.
Yeah, you amateur crooks give me a pain.
If you're talking about me,
Shut up. This ain't no time for argument. Butch and me'll get the stuff out. You stay at the wheel.
I stay at the wheel.
Yeah, them trunks is heavy.
I will open the back of the truck.
Here, better take this.
A gun.
In case there's some trouble.
Very well, but there will be no trouble. I shall watch from a little further down the alley.
Come on, we gotta grab them trunks and load them in.
As the two men worked fast, making a trip for each trunk, Britt Reed and Cato moved closer to Sneed, sticking to the shadows.
There. One more. Okay, Sneed. We'll be out of here in a minute.
I will watch. Those fools. What reason is there to keep a lookout? There is no one here.
I'll take that gun.
Who are you?
A gun.
That mask. I've seen pictures of it. The Green Hornet.
You're going in that truck, Sneed.
No, what for?
Now, before your thugs return with that last trunk.
You cannot do this.
Take it.
You shoot. Yes, I cannot breathe.
They're coming.
Quick, give me a hand. Into the truck with him. Way back where he can't be seen. Good luck, Cato. Now, hurry, time for us to get out of here.
Okay, heave it in. Slam the doors. All through, Sneed. That's the works. Hey, where is Sneed? I don't know. Yeah, he maybe don't like the dark. He's got my get. I'll go in and hurry him up. No time. Come on, we got to get this stuff rolling around the front. All set, Miss Creevy. We can get moving.
Where's Sneed?
Come on. We ain't got no time for saying goodbye. We got the goods. Let's deliver it to your store.
But he always...
didn't this time. This stuff's hot. Come on. Yeah, step on it. It's 12 o'clock.
As soon as we get out of this alley, you better snap on the light so nobody won't suspect nothing.
As the huge truck rumbled out from the alley, the squad car carrying Moran with Lowry and Axford approached from the main street.
No sign of the Hornet yet.
Harley, you think it was a false alarm, Moran?
Hey, what's that truck doing coming out of that alley?
Whoever it is, Moran, it can't be the Hornet. He gives us something a little faster than that.
Yeah, you're right.
Are you going to look into that truck, Moran?
What for?
What for? Holy mackerel, you dumb flatfoot. Don't forget what started this whole business.
Huh?
You're after smugglers as well as the Hornet. That alley is right behind Sneed's place.
Sneed? Hey, you're right.
Holy crow, step on it. They're going around the corner.
We'll get them.
Hey, pull over there.
Get to the curb.
Crowd them in.
They won't stop.
Swing your wheel and smash into their fingers.
Hold on. Here we go. Come on. Go right.
What are you doing?
What's the idea of smashing into that?
That's far enough. Don't none of you move.
What's this? Hey, it's a squad car.
We've done nothing wrong.
It's Creevy, huh?
That's my name. What of it?
What have you got in this truck?
It ain't nothing.
I'll tell you, it's late.
Holy crow, you're admitting it. You're admitting you smuggled the stuff in with Sneed.
I know, Mr. Sneed, but I have nothing to do with smuggling. This charge is ridiculous. These lace goods are for the department store.
I'll say this for you, sister. You're a pretty smooth customer.
Go ahead, search the truck. You can't prove anything.
I think that's a fine idea, Sergeant. Why not do that?
Who's this mug? Reed, good gravy. Where did you come from?
My sedan, Axford. Parked right behind you. I saw the crash and came over.
Okay, you. Open up this truck. Hold the flashlight on it, Axford.
That's a gun the sergeant's holding. You'd be smarter to do as you're told.
Okay.
Those trunks are full of lace, but if you think you can pin anything on us, you're badly mistaken.
Help! Let me out. Sneed!
Well, this looks like quite a party.
Creevy, I was gassed. The Hornet. Did you get the lace?
Shut up, you fool. They're police.
Police?
Yes, Sneed. Too bad your eyes were blinded by that flashlight.
I am innocent. I have nothing to do with this.
Nothing to do with what?
You can't make any of us talk by these third-degree methods. I tell you, those laces are mine by rights, and you can't prove they've been smuggled in.
Hey, Reed, here's one of the handkerchiefs from the trunk. It sure looks like the ones we seen in Sneed's possession the other day.
What of it?
Let me see that, Axford. I'd like to... Well, Sergeant Moran, take a look at this.
Oh?
Holy mackerel. It's got Sneed's name written right across the corner.
Oh.
My name?
Yes, right here.
But that's impossible. When I brought these handkerchiefs in, there were no names on them at all. And That is my signature from my rubber stamp.
You fool.
Let me at that rat. No, you don't.
You've ruined everything.
Take it easy, Miss Creevy. It would have made no difference if Sneed hadn't torched.
I know better than that.
You'd have been sunk plenty. These signatures were all the proof any court would need.
Yes, the signatures. I do not understand.
Holy glory!
What is it?
Will you take a sniff at this handkerchief?
Whoever did it must have used invisible ink for those signatures.
Invisible ink?
Yes, you can tell by the characteristic odor. This was done with a chemical that doesn't begin to show up until 24 hours after it's applied.
Well, what do you know?
Invisible ink.
Daddy, who was it? Come on, Sneed, spill it.
There is only one answer for that. It was the man who gassed me, the man who ruined our plans, the Green Hornet.
Police mass smuggling racket! Foreign diplomat involved! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Sentinel Extra paper!
You have just heard the adventurer, the smuggler, signs his name. These exciting dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ, Detroit, and are sent to you each Thursday and Saturday at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The events and characters in tonight's drama are fictitious. Any similarity to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is the National. 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 This.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Around lonely campfires throughout the western United States, cowboys still tell of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains. He fought crime relentlessly. His blazing guns brought law and order to the frontier in the days when men openly defied the rules of society. And now, adventure is brought to life once more as Silver thunders down the trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! The town of Cottonwood is in danger! We must hurry! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
hills surrounding the town of Cottonwood, the old river beds were filled to overflowing. By a steady rain which had continued for several days, water roared down countless streams to pour into the artificial lake and overtax the dam. As our story begins, we find the masked man and his faithful Indian companion Tonto riding through the downpour. The driving force of the rain blinded them. They had dropped their reins, trusting to the instinct of their horses to find shelter.
It's impossible to see where we're going, Tonto. We'll have to let our horses find some shelter.
Then it's we're home, maybe. Rain that stuff a long time.
You think it'll continue through the night?
That's right.
If it keeps on much longer, the town will be in danger.
Maybe floods come.
The people dammed the river to form Cottonwood Lake. That dam breaks, the entire lake will flood the town.
What them make lake for?
To store water for the dry spells. It was a fine idea, Tonto. They never thought the dam would have to stand the strain of a storm like this.
It's worse storm than many moon.
The worst those pioneers in Cottonwood have ever seen.
Cottonwood means hurry.
That's just it, Kimosabe. The settlers would be trapped in the valley if the dam broke. They'd have to race for the hills to save their lives.
That's right.
What is it, Silver, old boy? No. Silver's found something ahead.
Maybe it's place to wait.
Go ahead, Silver. If only we could see through the dark and storm.
There, wait.
You see it, Tonto?
Old shed there.
Good.
Now you see him?
Yes. Now I see it. It's a sheep lean-to, Tonto. One entire side is open. Good for you, Silver. You found shelter for us.
This is plenty good.
I'll rest for a little while and get some food from the saddlebags. Build up a small fire, Tonto, and we'll try to fix some warm meal for the horses. They need it after this trip.
Maybe we spend the night here, huh?
No, just to push on. Folks in town may not realize the dangerous condition of the lake. We've seen how high the water is there. What are you doing, Tonto?
He sees what's here. Maybe hay for a horse.
It isn't likely.
Make him sure it'd be safe. Then make him fire.
Very well. Wait. Steady, Silver.
That danger sign.
Someone's coming here.
How long has Dalton been hiding out on this outfit?
Dalton's been hiding with us ever since he busted out of the federal prison. Oh, boy. Over there. Oh, boy. Yeah, but Dalton made a first-class hideout in the barn. I tell you, Kelso, Dalton's a smart man to have for a boss.
You ought to know, Malone. You've been traveling with him for a long time.
Yeah, I know. Now I'll pass the keg of blasting powder up to you.
Right.
Grab a hold.
I got it. Must be 50 pound of powder here.
Yeah, there is. It's got to be wrapped in tarpaulin so it'll keep dry on the trip to the dam.
Yeah. I wish someone besides me was slated for the job of blowing up a dam.
You do the job and you're in the gang for keeps.
He'll let go on his own hook if the storm keeps on.
Dalton won't wait for that. He wants a flood when he wants it. That'll give us a chance to get the best of the loot that'll be left by the settlers and get it in our hiding place before we clear out.
I savvy. When the water's down, we'll sneak back and get it from the hiding place, huh?
That's it. Now get for the barn.
Wait.
Huh?
Hold your horse quiet a minute.
What's the matter?
Were you alone in the shed?
Sure, we're alone. But give you any other ID.
Thought I heard another horse in here.
There, you're loco. Who'd be in the saddle this sort of weather?
Anyone here? If you are, speak up.
That your horse?
My horse is still.
Mine ain't moved neither.
I'm going to strike a light and have a look.
You keep a hold of that powder. I'll strike a light.
Go ahead.
Watch now and hold your gun ready.
Come, Tonto. What the?
Who is it?
Fire!
Where did it go?
Right past us.
Drop him. Fire some more.
Can't see a thing. No, you're shooting blindly.
They got away. There was two of them.
Wait till the boss hears of this.
Who was them two, and how much did they hear? So then the two of them lit out and raced right past us, Dalton.
Yeah, did you see them?
A fine pair of two-gun men you are.
Well, I couldn't shoot fast because the horses was between me and them two. And Kelso couldn't shoot fast because he held that keg of powder.
I tell you, though, Dalton, they must have been hiding from the law. They wouldn't have been there. Hiding from the law or hunting me. One or the other.
No one has any idea where to hunt you, boss.
I don't know about that. Shucks, who'd worry about hunting you down this sort of storm? Everyone in town's got their hands full of their own trouble. Kelso, you got too blame much to say for a new man.
Well, I didn't...
Shut up! Yeah, boss, sure thing. You men get that powder wrap so it'll stay dry. If we get that wet, I don't know where we'll get any more. Now, look. If anyone comes here, I'll get out of sight, Savvy. You don't know nothing about me. Meantime, we got to get organized for the cleanup. When do you figure on having the dam blowed up? As soon as it can be arranged. You'll set the blast, Kelso. Yeah, so Malone told me. Each of you men will have some place to go to as soon as the folks are panicked by the flood. Malone will take the general store. Get cash and ammunition.
Put it in the hiding place and then hightail.
Yeah. Link and Hardy will do the same for the bank. And Hank and Red will take the express office and go to the assay office. Now, get it straight. Listen to what's to be done if someone else comes snooping around here.
It was morning when the Lone Ranger and Tonto reached the threatened town. Their tired horses splashed through the muddy streets, halting before the office of Sheriff Bristol. Inside, they saw a group of men, and they could hear the sheriff giving orders.
We got to do one or two things, boys, and do it quick. We might try and reinforce the dam with rocks and mud, or try and move them boulders from the south outlet of the lake and let the water flow out that way.
Them boulders weigh tons, Sheriff.
I know they do, Tom.
Besides that, the water's rushing out between them already. We'd have to work again the force of the water.
Tom, trying to reinforce the dam would be as tough, if not tougher.
Well, it's a toss-up.
Whatever we do, we got to do it quick. That dam won't stand much more strain.
If she ever lets go, the whole lake will be poured onto the town.
Boys, I figure there ain't no use trying to save the town.
What do you mean, Lem?
I take our families and what we can carry and head for the hills.
You doggone quitter,
Well, some of us got more leave behind than you got.
Yeah, some of us got homes.
I'm over trying to save the dam.
Well, I don't. I'm for trying to move them rocks on the south side of the lake. If it wasn't for them, the lake wouldn't have filled up in the first place.
Well, make your minds up.
We might move the rocks if we could only get some blasting powder, but there just ain't any. Wouldn't have no chance of moving them without it.
We'll take iron bars or whatever else we can get to use as levers. Maybe we can move enough rocks to let the water out.
Is that what you're all decided on?
No, I want to get out of here.
All right, then. All you men get your horses hitched. Load anything you got in the way of spades and picks. Meet here in 15 minutes, and we'll head for the south outlet of the lake.
Sheriff.
Huh? What the?
I know where there's some blasting powder.
You do?
Yes, and also an outlaw that's wanted badly. Have you heard of Slick Dalton?
Dalton? Great guns, he's the coyote that busted out of the federal prison.
He's in hiding not far from here.
Hold on. Who are you wearing that mask?
There's no time to discuss that now. Come with me and bring a couple of men. We may be able to capture Dalton and get a keg of powder he's planning to use to blow up your dam.
Blow up the dam?
Yes, to make it possible for him and his men to loot the town during the flood.
Why, that ornery... But hold on, mister. I ain't so sure about being able to trust you.
You have no choice. You need that powder. You can't move those rocks without it.
You say there's a scheme afoot to loot the town?
Yes.
How'd you learn about it?
Don't waste time with questions. Come with me.
Well, maybe I'll profit by wasting time. Maybe you're just doing this to get me where I won't be on hand to help the boys.
I have no time to argue the point. Come with me or I'll take you by force.
Put up them guns.
Come with me.
You...
Tonto will stay here and give the men any message you want.
Well, they...
Tonto, tell the men to head for the south outlet. The sheriff will meet them there with blasting powder.
Tonto, tell them.
Now, come along, Sheriff, and hope we're not too late. If we meet any men on the way, we'll take them with us.
All right, I'll go. But put that gun down. If I find you're trying to...
Your men will go to the lake.
All right, I'll take the chance. We need that blasting powder mighty bad. Lead the way, stranger.
hurried to the lake, hoping to clear away the rocks that blocked its southern outlet. In the meantime, the sheriff, although still not convinced of the masked man's story, followed the Lone Ranger to the old barn where the Dalton gang was stationed.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, we're in here, eh?
Yes. You'd better keep your guns handy.
Hope the other boys are heading for the rocks. They'll need all the time they can get.
I'll call to those men to surrender.
Howdy there, Sheriff. Good work.
Looks like they're coming out on their own hook.
Didn't think you'd manage them like that, Sheriff.
Huh?
You men are wanted by the law. Come on, Sheriff. The leader is somewhere inside here. Look for him and a man named Kelso.
Don't fall for his line of palaver, gents. Sheriff, that there fellow is Dalton, but I reckon you know that.
This masked man?
You don't believe
Keep him covered. Better take them guns of his. I guess you had word to turn him over to us, didn't you, Sheriff?
Now, hold on. Just who is Slick Dalton?
That mask hombre, of course.
Slick Dalton is the boss of these men. This one is named Malone. He's one of the gang.
That's a good line of talk. My name is Malone, all right, Sheriff. But me and my pards were sent here by the federal government to corral Dalton. We chased him here and sent word on to you. Reckon the rains must have held up our letters some.
How about that blasting powder you got here?
Why, we don't have any blasting powder, Sheriff.
You had some here last night? Sheriff, search this barn. Kelso and Dalton are missing. They might be inside here someplace.
You're welcome to search all your mind, Sheriff. But don't let this hombre get loose. Thought he could hoodwink us, eh?
You got any badge of office?
There's my federal badge.
Stolen from the man Dalton killed.
You're free to have a look inside the barn, Sheriff.
It's no use. By this time, Kelso and Dalton have gone. They're probably on their way to plant the blasting powder at the dam.
Doggone it, I'm going to take you all into custody.
And lose priceless time.
I'll take that chance.
Well, I won't. Someone has to go to the dam and stop those men.
You're covered.
Up with that gun. Come on, old boy. Fire on the The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger overheard a plot to destroy the dam holding back the floodwaters that threatened the town of Cottonwood. But when the masked man led the sheriff to the hideout of the outlaws, they claimed the Lone Ranger was an escaped prisoner who had killed a federal officer while shooting his way to freedom. Before the sheriff could prevent him, however, the masked man leaped to the saddle and raced toward the Cottonwood Dam.
Come on there, Silver, old boy! Hi-yo, Silver!
The townsmen were working desperately, where a landslide had filled in the lake's southern outlet. Hip deep in the rushing flood, they labored to clear away the rocks and earth which held back the water.
Give me a hand with this bar now. Lie down on it.
Me helping. Can't seem to budge the rocks.
Try harder. Some more, you. Grab hold here.
We gotta move them all together now. Heave. Iron bend them.
Ain't no use trying with this bar.
We gotta get some heavier levers under that rock.
Try another one.
The rest of the rocks are bigger than this one, Tom. Tain't no use.
Where's the sheriff, anyhow?
Him maybe come soon. Maybe fetch powder.
You better come down soon. The dam over yonder won't hold much longer.
Tom, the rain is letting up some. Maybe it's going to stop.
What if it does?
That won't help us none.
Well, if the rain stops, the lake won't be filled no higher than what it is now.
Who says it won't? All them streams of water in the hills are filled to overflowing, ain't they?
That's so.
And they're all running into Cottonwood Lake. We gotta let the water out.
Well, we won't do it this way.
Well, try again.
We gotta have some blasting powder. There ain't no other way to do it.
We can't stay here doing nothing. Keep trying. Now once more. Grab a hold and pull down now.
The men continued their brave but futile efforts to save the town. While the floodwaters relentlessly poured into the lake, they fought with shovels and crowbars. But unknown to them, the outlaws, Slick, Dalton, and Kelso, had gone to the dam at the other end of the lake. There, they prepared the charge of blasting powder that would shatter the dam and flood the town.
Reckon that be all right, boys?
That's it. We gotta fix a little hollow here so the rain won't put the fuse out.
I savvy. Here. I'll do that digging.
Go ahead.
Wonder if that stranger's brought any lawmen to the hideout.
Malone and the rest have their orders if anything like that happens.
Yeah.
And if they know what's good for them, they won't forget them orders.
Yeah. You're in the clear. 5 minutes after this blast lets go, every man in town will be running for his life.
They'll be plenty occupied with their own troubles.
Yeah. That'll do, won't it?
Sure. Now fix the fuse and make it long enough to give us a chance to get away from here.
Right. Yeah. How'll this be?
Good enough.
Come on, Silver! Hey, did you hear that?
Yeah.
The same man that was in the shed last night.
Light that fuse.
Here he comes. Heading up the hill. Come on, Silver! It's coming up here.
Light the fuse. The blast will stop him. Hurry it up.
The fuse is going. Run! Run!
Come on, Silver!
Get for the horses. Hurry it up, Kelso. Leg it.
I am.
He's shooting.
He's masked, boss.
Keep running.
Stand where you are, or I'll drop you.
He's not shooting us. He's shooting at the powder.
How do you know?
Seen him aim. No, he's heading this way.
We can't make the horses.
We better shoot it out with him.
I want you to.
Tell him. Oh, my hand. My gun hand.
Drop that gun, Kelso.
Don't fire. Don't drill me.
Hold this, Silver.
You got us. Let's get away from here. That powder will let go.
The fuse was put out.
With a bullet?
Yes.
Riding like you was?
Dalton, you stay here until the law gets you. I'll rope you.
Let me go. My hands hurt. Take that rope
back, Silver. We'll rope him tight.
Get him, Kelso. Don't let him do this.
Don't try for a gun, Kelso. Keep your hands high. That'll hold you, Dalton.
Listen, stranger, don't rope me. Let me tell you.
Get that powder keg. You're going to take it where it's needed.
Don't leave me here. That dam might bust.
Get that powder, Kelso, and move fast.
Never mind what the Indian says. We ain't no powder, no sign of that.
Powder? Come.
He's keeping right to work, drilling into the ground under the rocks for powder, Tom. We may as well help him.
It's wasting time.
Wasting time to try and move these rocks any other way.
Keep trying. Tackle this rock. Maybe it'll be loose.
I'm plumb wore out with trying.
We can't give up. As long as that dam holds, there's a chance we can save the town.
I'll keep it going.
You, Injun. Come here, give me a hand.
Tonto, picked some pole for powder.
Never mind that.
We need 'em.
We don't need it. We ain't no powder.
Friends say powder come.
Well, he ain't brought it.
Powder come soon.
Come on, Silver!
You hear?
What is that?
There's a couple of men on horses.
Who are they?
That friend. They're powder. Now we blow rock away.
Tonto, get ready to set the blast. Here's the full keg of powder.
Powder! Now we can save the town.
Boys, drop what you're doing. Give the redskin a hand. Thank goodness he's been working like he has.
He saved a heap of time.
Whoa there, boy. Whoa there. There's your powder. Thank gosh we got here.
Take it, Tonto.
Keep on him. And keep an eye on Kelso. He's one of Dalton's gang of outlaws. He'll be glad to save his neck by telling what he knows about Dalton.
I'll watch him. Set that blast. Stranger, how can we thank you?
There's more to be done. I'll be listening for the blast. Hi-yo, Silver!
The sheriff had thrown the rest of the Dalton gang in jail, planning to hold them until he had proof of their innocence. They protested angrily, but the sheriff refused to listen.
I don't give a hang what you say you are, Malone. I ain't taking no chances.
Now, look here. You can't jail us. We're federal men.
You say the masked man's Dalton, and he says he ain't. He says you're part of Dalton's gang, and you say you're government men.
We got a badge to prove it.
When Dalton escaped, he stole a badge from the man he shot. Maybe that's what you got.
You're letting Dalton get away.
Well, I ain't letting you get away. What's more, I didn't know Slick Dalton rid a white horse that he called Silver. And I never knowed a crook of Dalton's breed that'd have the nerve to ride off like he done.
You'll hear about this, Sheriff. You just wait.
Mm-hmm. Now I reckon I'll have to stay here and guard you coyotes and trust to Tom and the rest to do something about averting a flood.
Sheriff!
You!
There he is. That's him. That's Dalton.
You believe that, Sheriff?
Doggone it. I don't know what to believe. Put down them guns and we'll talk it over.
No. I'm not going to take another chance of being put into jail while I'm trying to help you. If the real Dalton and the other man I told about blow up that dam, this town will be flooded, and everyone in jail will be trapped with no hope of escape.
You can't leave us here. Let us go. Let us out.
If you've told the truth, Malone, you've nothing to fear.
You can't leave us here like this.
What if that dam lets go?
It isn't likely to. The rain has stopped.
What if it's blowed up?
Unless you're in the Dalton crowd, and unless my story is a true one, there will be no blast. You yourself said there was no blasting powder, Malone.
Then you didn't find none?
Whose story do you believe, Sheriff?
Well, I'm beginning to decide with you, stranger. That white horse. Seems like I've heard things about...
What's that?
That sounded like a blast.
It was. They blew the dam.
They done it. You was right, stranger. They did have powder.
Let me out. Let me out of here.
Don't leave us to die.
This town will be flooded in no time.
Who blew up that dam?
I won't drown to save him. It's Slick Dalton.
Where was he?
Ain't this him?
No. Slick Dalton's up at the dam.
You admit it now.
Yeah, and so do I.
Slick Dalton and Kelso. The two of them went up there. They took the blasting powder.
They blowed the dam up. They aim to flood the town.
Save us, Sheriff. Let us out of here. We'll confess. We'll tell everything.
You can't leave us drowned like this.
Be quiet a minute.
By thunderation, there's a confession for you.
You admit you were in Slick Dalton's crowd?
Sure. We admit it all.
Unless you were in on the plan, you'd have no way of knowing where that blast was or what it meant.
We was in on it, I tell you. We was in on it. But it was Dalton's idea.
Slick Dalton schemed the whole thing.
What else did he plan to do?
He aimed to have us loot the town. He's got a hiding place.
If you let us go, we'll show you where that hiding place is. We'll have to come back after the flood's gone down.
Just get us out of here, that's all.
So the scheme was just like you said it was, stranger.
You're convinced of that, Sheriff?
I'm convinced. But now we got to get out. We got to run for our lives.
There's no danger,
the
Sheriff.
The town will be flooded.
There will be no flood. The dam won't break now or any other time.
But that blast.
That blast meant that the dam was safe. The blasting powder was moved from the dam, where Kelso and Dalton were planting it, to the south end. The blast you heard meant that the rocks are cleared away, and the lake has found an outlet to relieve the strain on the dam.
And you done that?
Kelso carried the powder for me. I left Dalton tied until you can take him into custody. You'll find him near the dam.
The ornery snake. He got us into this.
And I'll talk my head off to see Dalton go back to jail. His kind ain't safe for no man to associate with.
Stranger, let's get out of here. These crooks are safe. After me not believing anything you told me, there ain't no reason why you should believe me.
I believe what you tell me, Sheriff.
All right, then. Listen here. You know when you escaped from us up by the old barn?
Yes.
I poured lead at you. Remember that?
Yes, but you were a pretty poor shot, Sheriff.
Maybe so. I heard you call that horse Silver. Savvy?
Not exactly.
I don't generally miss the mark I shoot at, but my bullet sure went wild when I fired at you.
Yep.
Come on,
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Really? You bet your life.
Elgin American, creator of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life. The comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
What a ridiculous name. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with the $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
A pair of newlyweds, Groucho, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they come now, Mr. and Mrs. Howard Scala.
Welcome, youngsters, for Elgin American Compacts. And a Happy New Year. And if you say the secret word, you win a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector that sells for $129.50. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Newlyweds, eh? Well, you're the tallest newlyweds I ever saw. Howard Scala. Scala, is that the way you pronounce it?
That's right.
What kind of name is that?
That's a German name.
What did he win?
I'll tell you, Groucho.
Huh? Well, I wish you would, huh?
All right. They won an Apollo 16-millimeter projector.
Which sells?
For $129.50.
That's right.
Hollywood movies or movies they take themselves.
Well, now let's see when I got wiped out by that thing. You're the groom, I presume, huh?
That's right.
How long have you been married?
1 week.
That's 2 weeks between you, huh? Well, Arlene, where are you from, Arlene?
I'm from California.
You're a very beautiful girl, you know that?
Thank you.
Did you know that, too?
I certainly did.
How tall are you?
I'm exactly 6 feet in my stocking feet.
And how tall are you in your bare feet?
The same.
You wear very thin stockings, eh? How tall are you, Boxcar?
6 foot 6.5.
6 foot 6.5, huh? Now, how's the weather up there?
Well, not quite as smoggy as it is down there.
Reminds me of Bob Sherwood, the playwright. He's an old friend of mine, and he's 6'5" and very thin. I said to him one day, I says, Bob, what do you say to people when they ask you how the weather is up there? He says, I spit in their eye and tell them it's raining. How much do you weigh, Howard?
Oh, about 305 pounds.
Arlene, how did you meet this mighty Joe Young?
I met him in the California Tip Toppers.
What's the Tip Toppers?
Well, it's a club for tall people where the girls have to measure at least 6 feet.
Well, whose feet do they measure?
No, the girls have to be at least 6 feet tall, and fellows at least be 6'4".
You were both at the Tip Toppers Club? How did you meet them?
We were washing dishes at a Tip Topper party.
I suppose if you'd had an electric dishwasher there, you'd never met, huh? Shows you how these modern inventions are ruining everything. Where did you go on your honeymoon, Arlene? Mount McKinley?
No. Phoenix, Arizona.
What do you do for a living, Howard?
I play left tackle for the Green Bay Packers professional football team.
Imagine tackling this when it's running down the field. I'd rather stop in front of the Super Chief. Are you as tall now as when you were single? That's odd, really, because after they get married, lots of men find themselves very short. Well, in spite of the fact that you two giants make me feel pretty low, we're happy to have you here. Now, Fenneman, you have some perfect gifts, I presume, for these people.
I'm sure Mrs. Scala will enjoy this lovely sterling silver compact with 14-karat gold engraving. An Elgin American, of course. And for Howard, Elgin American's hand-engraved sterling silver cigarette case that holds 20 regular or 16 king-size cigarettes.
Thank you. It's very nice.
Arlene, where did you work before you were married?
I still do. I work at the Carnation Milk Company accounting.
Oh, I see. You had nothing to do with the cows, though.
No, I don't milk them, thank goodness.
Have to be a pretty high cow for you to milk. Arlene, I've never kissed a real tall girl. Would you mind if I kissed you?
Not at all, if Howard didn't mind.
How about it, big boy?
Well, it'd have to be over my dead body.
Well, that's the way you want it. Fenneman, get the gun, huh? Suppose I kissed her and you didn't know anything about it.
Well, I'd know about it.
Well, I guess I'm going to have to trap you. Howard, I'll bet you $1. I bet you $1 I can kiss your wife and you won't know a thing about it. Bet?
Okay, it's a bet.
Would you mind moving aside there? Just a moment. Well, you saw me kiss her, didn't you?
That's right.
I lose. Here's your $1, huh? Well, I've kidded you, too, about your height, but I'm sure you're tall enough to overlook everything. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But right now, I want you to pay attention to this.
There isn't a ticket for South Pacific.
Kiss Me Kate either.
Cheer up. You can get compacts by the same name. Yes, Elgin American announces 2 new hit show compacts, South Pacific and Kiss Me Kate. South Pacific with a pearl-studded sky comes in a black satin case for $7.50. $10 with a jewel-mounted lipstick case. The Kiss Me Kate compact, at just $5.95, is attractively decorated with a pair of red lips and a whip to tame that shrew. There's a radio hit show compact, too, Queen for a Day, with a royalty design in jeweler's bronze, also $5.95. Be the first to carry and give these new hit show compacts. Buy them tomorrow. The smart new South Pacific, Queen for a Day, and Kiss Me Kate compacts by Elgin American.
All right, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
All right, each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with baby in the title as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
All right, now here's your first question. You have $20. How much you going to bet?
$5.
Jerry Fielding will supply the music. You give me the title. Play, Jerry. Yes, sir, that's My Baby Is Right.
And we're off to a great start with $25, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $25 will you try?
10.
10.
What is the name of this song?
Melancholy Baby.
Melancholy Baby's on the nose.
The timing now, we have $35.
All right, you got $35. Here's your third question. How much of the $35 you going to try?
20.
$20. Give me the title of this baby song. Okay, Jerry. Baby face is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $55.
All right, you're climbing up. You got $55. How much of the $55 you going to try?
30.
$30. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet $30. What is the title of this song?
Pretty Baby.
Pretty Baby is right.
And they wind up with $85.
Thanks and Happy New Year from Elgin American Compacts. Now stick around. You may still get a chance at the big question.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still name. Perhaps our next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a car hop and a married man, and here they come. Mrs. Evelyn Fredrickson and Mr. Larry Stearns. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life.
Hello.
Hello,
And
how are
if
you?
one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Evelyn Fredrickson, is that right?
That's right.
You're the car hop, huh?
Yes, I am.
I knew it. My headlights started flashing the minute you walked in. Where are you from, Miss Fredrickson?
I'm from Shannon's on Pico and Sepulveda. Shannon's Drive-In.
Uh-huh. How are the hamburgers there?
They're terrific.
Well, if they're anything like the car hops. Mr. Steins? Larry Steins?
Larry Steins.
You're the husband?
Yes, I am, sir.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been married to Evelyn?
Oh, that isn't my wife.
Well, don't come and running to me with your troubles. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
You have any kids?
3 and I think 4 pretty soon.
When were you home last? How did you meet your wife?
Well, I decided I'd take some photography at night school. Thought I'd learn something, maybe. And,
Well, don't be too despondent.
I used to go to photography with a friend of mine. Used to fool around in the darkroom. He'd sock me, and I'd sock him, and, well...
How did you know who you were hitting in the dark?
Well, I did, and I hit my wife that time, or she wasn't my wife then. And that's where the trouble began.
You hit your wife, and now you've got 4 kids, huh?
Not quite 4 yet.
It's a very sad story, all right. Evelyn, what is a car hop?
A car hop is a car waitress.
You wait for cars, is that it? Well, why do they call you car hops? Was your mother frightened by a kangaroo?
No, it's because we hop from car to car.
Well, why do drive-in restaurants specialize in hiring beautiful girls?
Because it draws more business.
Nice-looking car hops mean that more business?
Right, much more business.
Well, if you mean business, I'll change my tactics. Is it true that many girls become car hops in order to be noticed by movie producers?
Yes, I believe that is true.
Offhand, I'll bet there are more movie producers trying to get noticed by car hops. Larry, what sort of work do you do?
Well, I was teaching people how to drive.
How long did it last, Larry?
Week and a half.
How'd you lose your job?
Well, I was teaching someone how to drive, and I got a ticket for giving the wrong signal.
My hunch is you've done a lot of teaching around this town. Anything unusual happen around your place?
You mean beside the kids?
Oh, you must have had an eventful life. What's your most unusual story, Larry?
Well, I had a lot of jobs. I never seemed to keep any of them too long.
Well, if you keep putting out the wrong hand, I can understand why.
The most unusual thing, I was selling vacuum cleaners for a little while. And I sort of developed a system. I thought it was pretty smart. I'd leave the machine out in the car, the new machine, and go in and demonstrate with their old one, because if you walk up to the house with a machine, they throw you out. And that's when I lost my job, because I was in the house demonstrating without a cleaner, and her husband came home, and...
Was he amused by this, or...?
I didn't give him much chance to say or be amused at all. I thought I'd better leave.
Was the motor running on your car? Well, we enjoyed having you here tonight. Now we have some ideal gifts for each of you. George, proceed with the honors.
For Miss Fredrickson, pearls. Elgin American's beautiful simulated pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. I'm sure you'll enjoy them.
Thank you very much.
And for Mr. Stearns, Elgin American's long, slim cigarette case in jeweler's bronze that looks like gold.
That's swell.
Now let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. Now, Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The Timber Topper newlyweds won $85.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected dice expressions as your category. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
She says 12.
$12. All right. Snake Eyes is a throw of what number?
2.
2 is right.
And they're on their way with $32.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $32 you're going to try?
25.
Okay. Big Dick is a throw of what number?
10.
10 is correct.
And now they have $57.
Now you have $57. Now, here's your third question. How much are you going to bet?
I like to bet it all.
Bet it all.
You want to bet it all. Okay. Boxcars is a throw of what number?
Oh, that's 12.
12 is correct.
They're really climbing now. They have $114.
All right, you're shooting away up. You got $114, and how much you going to go for?
You want to shoot it all?
Let's shoot it all, shall we?
Shoot it all. All right. It's no more dangerous than going in a house without a vacuum cleaner. Here it is. $114. Little Phoebe is a throw of what number?
5.
5 is correct.
And they wind up with a grand total of $228.
Put it there, kid. Thanks to both of you, and a Happy New Year from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,000 question. But right now, listen to this.
Listen. Those are waves of the Mediterranean, caressing the shores of romantic Mallorca, where Elgin American found the simulated pearls of all time. Pearls flawless in quality, glowing with luster, perfectly matched. And now they're Elgin American pearls, exquisitely styled in ropes, chokers, earrings, bracelets, too, distinctively clasped, superbly packaged in gift and jewel boxes. And these pearls supreme cost only $2 to $20 plus tax. They're sensational values. Buy them tomorrow for the elegance that only pearls of such rich quality can add to every costume you wear. And buy them for impressive gifts, to thank a hostess, for birthdays, anniversaries, every gift occasion. They're the simulated pearl beauties and values of all time. Elgin American Pearls.
Okay, now we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the $1,000 question. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, the car hop and the married man are ahead with $228, and the secret word is still name.
I should say.
We invited some college football players to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Jess Swope. And his partner is a Hollywood chiropractor, Dr. Mar Elia. And here they come. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for Elgin American Compact. And a Happy New Year. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Jess, you're the football player, huh?
Yes, sir.
We have a surplus of football. We have a boy here from the Green Bay Packers. How tall are you, Jess?
6'3", sir.
Well, you're only a baby, huh? How old are you, Jess?
22 years old, sir.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Are you married?
No, sir. I guess I'm lucky.
Why aren't you married, Jess?
I just haven't got much time for girls.
How much time do you need? What school do you attend?
University of Southern California, sir.
And you play football for USC?
Yes, sir.
What position do you play, horizontal or perpendicular?
I play left offensive guard.
Offensive guard?
Yes, sir.
Have you tried a dab of perfume behind each ear? Tell me, what do you want to be after college? I mean, do you want to play professional football?
No, sir. I'm hoping to go to the Olympics in 1952.
Well, I think you're smart and stay where the money is. Stay in college football. And you're Dr. Sheikh Mar Elia? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
That's right.
Correctly? What kind of a name is that?
That's an Iranian or Persian name.
Oh. Well, here we go again. You said name, and that's the secret word tonight. George, tell him what he wins.
You win an Apollo 16-millimeter sound movie projector. With it, you can show movies you take yourself or Hollywood sound movies. Retail value, $129.50.
Thank you.
Are you married, Doc?
Yes, sir, I am.
How did you meet your wife?
I met my wife here in Hollywood while I was a professional man. I was invited to have a Persian meal at her home, and I found her to be a very good cook and good looking, and so here I am.
What do they feed you? Persian ivy?
Shish kebab. Shish kebab and pilau.
Shish kebab?
And pilau.
Well, I'm all right. How are you? Tell me, do Persian kittens really come from Persia?
Not necessarily. Usually they come from Persian cats.
I tell the jokes around here. I used to tell the jokes around. How would you like it if I went over to your house and stole your Persian rugs? Now, Ducky, you don't mind if I call you Ducky, eh?
No, sir.
What did you want to be when you were a boy?
I wanted to be a sheik like my father.
Your father was a sheik? Don't tell me he was Rudolph Valentino.
No, sir, he was not Rudolph Valentino. He was a real sheik.
Oh, Errol Flynn, huh? Now, Doc, I don't want to get nosy, but tell me, have you got a harem?
No, sir, I do not. It's because against the law.
I realize that, but answer my question. Are there still many harems in Persia?
No, sir, there are not. It's against the law now. But there are a few places that they still bootleg him.
Well, see if you can get me a case of 20-year-old stuff right off the boat, will you? Were harems always illegal, Doc?
No, sir. Years ago, harems were legal in Persia. A man could have all the wives that he desired in order to get closer to his heaven.
Get closer to what?
To his heaven.
Why did they figure they were closer to heaven if they had a number of wives?
You see, Mr. Marx, when we figure in Persia, when you have only one wife, she might be a good cook, maybe ugly, or not good dancer, or good singer. But if you have more than one wife, one will be good cook, one will be good dancer, one will be good singer. In this way, you receive all the pleasures of life right here, and then you are closer to your heaven.
That's why a man would want more than one wife, so he'd be closer to heaven?
Yes, sir.
That's certainly getting to heaven the hard way. Now, Shiki, in your profession, you must have had a few spine-tingling experiences. Can you recall any incident in particular that you'd care to discuss?
Well, one of them was very embarrassing. When I first got to this country, my first professional match, I was booked as the great wrestling sheik of Persia. As I entered into the ring, I thought I would show them how Persian wrestlers are. And there we are trained to be very mannerly, very polite. So naturally I walked in, I bowed to the public, and I bowed to the referee, and then I bowed to the wrestler, and went back to my corner. When the bell rang, again I bowed to the public, and I bowed to the referee. And as I bowed to the wrestler, he let me have one right close right to the chin. I went back, and he let me have one in the stomach, and I bowed again, and that was the end of the match.
Well, that'll teach you not to be polite in this country, huh? It was a short match, huh?
Very short.
Next time, use a light under it. Well, you've been an interesting couple, and physically, I'll never be the same. Now, before we proceed, George, is something from our sponsor.
For Jess, pearls. Elgin American's beautiful pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. He can give them to his girlfriend, and I know she'll love them.
Thanks very much.
You bet you will.
What have you got for Shiki over here?
Elgin American's exclusive heart-shaped compact that's definitely different. It's jeweler's bronze that looks like gold. His wife will truly appreciate it.
It's a good thing we're not doing this in Persia. You'd have to have 7 of those, huh? Okay, let's play You Bet Your Life. If you beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds are still ahead with $85.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous rivers as your category.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, you've got $20. How much you want to try?
10, sir.
Here's your first question. Hoover Dam controls the waters of what great western river? Colorado is right.
And they're off to a good start with $30.
All right, now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
$10, sir.
$10. All right. What is the name of the sacred Indian river of the Hindus? They bathe in its waters to be purified.
I know it, too. Not Nile.
Take a guess.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it's the Ganges.
Ganges, yeah. I get mixed up.
Well, that's a tough one. That's not
No,
too
I
easy.
should know that.
They now have $20, Groucho.
Well, you only lost 10 that time. You still have $20. And here's your third question. How much of the 20 will you try?
$10.
$10. What is the name of the northwestern river where the salmon spawn each year? The Grand Coulee Dam is on it.
Columbia.
The Columbia River.
And they're on their way again. They have $30.
All right, you're coming around the stretch now. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much will you bet? You got $30.
20.
$20. What is the name of the river immortalized by Mark Twain? It is called the Father of Waters. Mark Twain wrote a couple of books about it. Mississippi. You said it right as the bell rang. Give it all.
And they wind up with a grand total of $50. And that means that the car hop and the married man with $228 get the chance at the $1,000 question.
Well, I'm sorry, but you did pretty well at that.
And now a word from Myron Wallace. The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value. In exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the car hop and the married man.
Ready to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly. Okay, here we go. You ready? In 1876, government troops were annihilated in the Battle of the Little Big Horn. What general was in command of the doomed forces? All right, now what is the answer you two have decided upon?
The only one I can think of is
Custer.
General Custer is right. That's right, you win $1,000. Well, you had the right answer, so you win $1,000 from Elgin American Compacts, and you also win $270. $78. Or is it $228? $228. Well, a few bucks. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you very much.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life.
Well, this brings us to the end of 3 very pleasant years of association with Elgin American Compacts. And I'd like to thank them for their interest and cooperation in presenting our show. Next week, we'll have a new sponsor. So I'll say good night with this final reminder. Have you looked at your compact lately? Good night.
this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.
Thank you.